Welcome, everyone, to day 3 of the NFL draft. Let me get rid of my beautiful logo that I designed all by myself. I am Aldo Gandia. This is day 3 of the NFL draft, and our coverage is going to be a little bit different. We are still going to deliver to you expert commentary by people like Jordan Silvera and, of course, Danny Shimon. But we're also inviting some of you Barflies on to interact with us. And so for the next several hours, we'll be talking football and the Chicago Bears mostly. We will try to keep you up to date with all of the draft selections, but we might get a little behind, but we'll eventually catch up and talk about many of these picks. And so let me welcome in the gang right now. We got Danny. Press wrong button there. We got Jordan. Jordan, how are you, brother?
I'm well. Good morning, Aldo. Thanks again for having me. Excited to kick off day 3. And what is the close of Draftsmas?
Exactly. And Danny Shimon, look at how refreshed you look. You look like you got a good 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah, maybe a 4. Maybe I got 4.
I think that's about average for all of us right now, isn't it? Guys, we do have a trade, a couple of trades actually. Yeah, the big one that impacts us right now is the Bears trade their top pick of the 4th round, which is number 103, to the New Orleans Saints for their number 115. That's in the 4th round, and 165 in the 5th round. This obviously is an attempt by Poles to replace the pick that was traded to acquire Tyreek Stevenson. Anybody have an issue with this move? Would you have preferred to stay at number 4 at the top of the 4th round and select the player that you want, or do you think that moving down, 12 spots is okay? I'll start with you first, Danny Shimon.
Yeah, for me, it's like there isn't a player out there that I would really just I'm craving for right now. I mean, as Adebawore is a guy that the 3 technique from Northwestern is a guy that I would like to have had, but he's not someone that obviously with yesterday's picks with Pickens and Dexter, they've got their interior guys. That would have been a little more of a luxury pick there as well. So plus, I think that's something that Jordan brought up yesterday is a good point we got to keep in mind. The thing we've had here in Chicago is with this Tampa 2, Rod Marinelli, whatever you want to call Lovie Smith defense, Tony Dungy defense. We're thinking about the 3 technique being a traditional, 6'1", 290-some pound, quick twitch guy. He might go. Eberflus might like that bigger, Brenton Buckner kind of guy, like the head with the Colts, bigger, longer, leaner. He likes the violent type. So I think those might be the more guys he's looking for. So a guy like what I'm trying to say is a guy like Adebawore might not be what he's looking for. So and if he's still there, obviously other teams also are valuing his tape more than his measurables or his combine numbers, right? Because he's still out there. Because this guy was, the media guys had him going in the bottom of the first round, so he's still out here top of the fourth round. And obviously the Saints targeted somebody and gave him that extra pick. And like you said, the Bears are just trying to recoup. This one probably will not be the last trade he makes today, Ryan Poles. I'm expecting he's going to make some more trades. And you know me, man, I love more picks. The more options you have out there, the more strings to plate you have, the better chance. Hey, you might get a single, you might get a double. Hey, you might even get a home run. Don't forget last year's starting left tackle, Braxton Jones, came in the 5th round. So, if you find another starter from today, 2 or 3, be great. Generally, the rule of thumb is in an entire draft class. If you get 3 to 4, that's a pretty good draft class starters. That is. So, I think they've gotten a couple already, and I think now if you go ahead and get another one here today, that could be a pretty good class. So yeah, get more picks for me. There's a lot of good players still out there. Actually, for me right now, the depth right now, looking at this who's available, is in the trenches still. Interior offensive linemen, some defensive tackles, some defensive linemen that I could try and take a swing at and see if they can develop in something here. So that's for me is where the depth is here right now. This day 3, and also probably need another receiver as well. So,
Jordan.
Yeah, I'm with Danny here. I just think that there's depth of talent at interior offensive line. I mean, you're talking about Chandler Zavala, who's a wonderful scheme fit in the zone scheme at guard. The issues there are back concerns. You've got Luke Whippler, Ohio State's center, a little undersized, but moves exceptionally well and played in his own scheme. You've got the big Thanos, DeJuan Jones at tackle for a team that may want to get a bigger player, a great value here. You've got guys like A.T. Perry on the board, who I'm really high on. You've still got Tyler Scott from Cincinnati, another receiver who's just a ball of juice there. So, it's interesting. And when you talk about defensive end and defensive line, there's still plenty of players. I put out on Twitter kind of the guys I wouldn't mind seeing drafted by the Bears today. And you've got guys like Dylan Horton, Isaiah McGuire, Desjuan Johnson, Nesta Jade Silvera. You've got various other players there that you can tap into. So to me, it's hard to argue with what's there. And I guess I haven't talked to you, Danny, about this. How would you feel if they ended up taking a safety today?
This is go back to last year, but yeah, I mean, today would be this is the time you can probably take a safety if you want, but I think right now the depth there is okay. Assuming DeAndre Carson comes back, so without him there, I mean, I think you could go ahead and get a safety here today as well. So that's what I'm saying. You need more picks because you have so many more needs, and some of these guys are not going to hit. So obviously the more options you have, you get a guy that come in, and next thing you know, a 6th round pick could be it could be a starter for you. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think this is not the last trade he's going to do today, and I expect a couple more trades hopefully to be able to get some more picks. So, but yeah, I mean, the fact that you got a 5th round pick for that first pick in the 4th round tells you where the value is at in this draft. A lot of teams are kind of seeing, the Saints obviously had someone they wanted, so they opted to get the that 5th round. But just me personally, I thought they could have get a little bit more. But obviously, there isn't a lot there that teams are kind of willing to give up a lot for.
Yeah, I do take a little bit of exception to your point here about acquiring more picks. I think the talent on the board should dictate if you should acquire more picks. I don't want, and I shouldn't phrase it that way. I don't think that Poles is the kind of guy that's going to say, well, let me just get some more shots at this, even though some of these guys, we don't really think highly of them. If you're going to trade down for more picks, make sure you're trading down because there's some talent there that you think could be cultivated for in a year or two. These guys could be starters and or contributors to the team. And by the way, New Orleans Saints have picked a Jordan favorite, Nick Saldiveri, the tackle from Old Dominion. Jordan, your take on that?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. As you said, the Old Dominion tackle who has versatility at right guard and to tackle and often switched in between positions, sometimes in games. And I thought that, to me, he's a player that shows patience and good leverage and hand use, dealing with players out on the arc. The issue with him is measurables, and that's why some thought he'd be better at guard. I think here you're at a situation where you're not playing him at tackle. You've got Ryan Ramczyk there for the Saints, but you are talking about what is the potential of moving on from like an Andrus Pete essentially in the future. And so Saldiveri comes in as a I guess you'd say a developmental piece that if he grows into something is a very special player. And as a not a Saints fan, but as an analysis on the Saints pick, fifth to move up and get a guy that I thought honestly could have been a top third round type guy for a developmental tackle piece, kind of like right there with that Bergeron level, maybe just a hair down. This makes sense to me. If you're the Saints, I'd be very happy to see me send a fifth off to get a guy that I hold in high regard in Saldivari.
Okay. What do you think about this pick, Danny, for the Saints, the tackle from Old Dominion?
Yeah, Saldivari was a guy that caught my eye at the Senior Bowl, and he's a 3-year starter, started 35 games at Old Dominion. He's played both right tackle and right guard, so he's his team captain this past year. So, it gives you that position versatility. For him, it's an athletic mover. It displays balance and knee bend. This guy does a good job of leaning and sealing those interior defensive linemen. For me, personally, I like him better at right guard than a right tackle. I just thought that he was stressed sometimes by speed on the outside. So I think inside at guard, he's a little bit isolated there. I think that fits him better. That's where he lined up primarily at the Senior Bowl. And when I watched him on his tape at versus Virginia at the Old Dominion, there was a game where he was actually going back and forth. I think there was an injury to the right tackle, so he started after right guard, then went to right tackle, and then went back into right guard again. So, and just kind of that was a good way of me seeing him at both positions. And I thought just right guard is probably better for him. So, yeah, it's a solid pickup for a team that's probably looking for some interior help on the offensive line.
Yeah, who he reminds me of, Danny, is to me he comes off to me as kind of the Max Mitchell of this class, a guy that has that versatility that's going around the same area of the draft. And Max Mitchell was a guy that I was really high on too. Now, Max Mitchell had some left side versatility as well, but again, I can't say highly enough about what I think about Saldivari as a prospect. Again, it's not that he's going to come in and be a star today, but this is as much as we want to knock Mickey Loomis or what the Saints do, they do keep those trenches plenty healthy.
Jacorian Bennett is off the board. He was one of my favorite cornerbacks from Maryland. He's a really good player. Jordan, tell me about what your thoughts are on Bennett.
Yeah, to me, this is, as you were talking about from Maryland, the Robin to the Deonte Banks Batman there at that secondary. And to me, this is, again, what we were kind of hammering home yesterday, is that Raiders secondary is put together full of, Q-tips and Scotch tape and whatnot. So they desperately needed DB help. And with a guy here, it's my only issue with Bennett is that he's a little slighter than what I'd like. But, you see that 40-yard dash, and not that Al Davis is still around and with the Vegas Raiders, but this is a guy that's got plenty of juice and does a good job mirroring his receivers, pressing at the line and then staying in their hip pocket and being scrappy at the point of attack.
Yeah, I know Greg Gabriel has a friend over at Maryland who told him that of the two cornerbacks, Bennett was the most attentive, the easiest to coach. Banks had more talent, but Bennett has a lot of upside and really endorsed Bennett. Danny, your thoughts on Jacorian Bennett?
Yeah, this guy is an explosive athlete. Ran a 4.3 40, a 1.48 10-yard split, 40.5-inch vertical, broad jump over 11 feet. Has a knack for contesting the catch, and this guy gets his hands on a football. He had 31 pass defense in 3 seasons over at Maryland. So he's a physical corner at the catch point. Quick to click his heels and come downhill, secure wrap-up tackler. The only thing is, for me, is he's a guy that I saw him drop a lot of interceptions, so he's got to work on his hands there. He had a lot of flags, too. I think Drew 6 pass interference this past season, so he's got to work on some technique and get a little, less sloppy out and pass pro. But yeah, this has been a nice, another addition to the cornerback room. If the Bears are looking to double up there as well, but yeah, for the Raiders, obviously they moved up for this pick too, so they targeted him. They saw him, he fit their scheme. They went up and they got him.
Guys, I want you to start giving some thought to who is falling down to that pick for the Chicago Bears. But before you do that, the Eagles pick is about in. Jordan, you got a thought on where the Eagles might go with this pick?
If I'm Howie Roseman, I'm snatching up Roshan Johnson here because you lost Miles Sanders. You don't have anybody outside of Kenny Gainwell, and to me that makes a lot of sense for them. But we'll see what happens.
Eagles are building their Bulldogs. They got Kaylee Ringo.
Did they?
Whoa! Yeah. Wow!
They just keep all Georgia players like, I'm gonna go to Philadelphia. Simple as that.
I mean, it's. I'll tell you what, it's not a bad idea. I mean, look, if I'm not kidding here when I say that 21 Georgia defense would have probably rivaled some of the worst NFL offenses, and so to me, it's not a bad idea to pick from the Kirby Smart train. And Kaylee Ringo is just an absolute freak, has the ability to transition to safety if it doesn't work out at corner, but his straight line speed is amazing. Big player. And I think that this is succession plan. How do we build upon what happens to Big Play Slay and James Bradbury is, we can't keep the whole crew together, and Kaylee Ringo is going to groom into that.
Yeah, Swanky says that he was graded as a first rounder by many prognosticators a couple of months ago. Is this a surprise that he fell all the way to the top of the fourth round, guys?
For me, he wasn't a first rounder. Yeah, he's athletic, he's super athletic. He's a highly touted prospect, but I mean, you saw his tape, man, and there was a lot of, issues in terms of coverage. He loses his guy a lot in coverage, and there's times where he was just like trailing, and next thing you know, this guy's catching a touchdown, and he's just catching up to the guy. So, for a guy that is that talented and that highly recruited, I just feel like there were way too many mental lapses on his tape from him to go in the first round. So he drops here in the fourth round. Obviously, he's again super talented athlete, and I think I'm going to coach him up and probably end up being a solid player in the NFL. But just for me, first round was too much for me in terms of going with this kid.
So, Jordan, any thought now as to who might fall to the Bears, or who you would like to see fall to the Chicago Bears with their upcoming pick, about 4 or 5 picks or 7 or 8 picks from now?
I mean, the easy ones to me that you start thinking about it. And I know Danny disagrees. That's totally fine. I'm going to continue to pound the table for a running back like Roschon Johnson. But even if we're not going running back, I like, you and I, although we could agree on safeties, I think my whole point of the safety question earlier was you're betting on Eddie Jackson coming back with the same speed and range off of that foot injury. And look, I hope he does, but he's also getting older. And we can talk about safeties not mattering, but the reality is if you're going to play this cover 2 system, you can't have a situation where Tyreek Stevenson's betting on my safety to cover the top for me, and my safety doesn't have the range to get out on the boundary. So a guy like Brandon Joseph from Notre Dame makes a lot of sense as a rangy player. And then you start talking about, again, how can we dismiss guys like Isaiah McGuire here at edge? You've really got to, and this is one I'm with Danny on, is you've got to hammer home the edge position. And it doesn't all have to happen today, but you can't tell me that you're going to fill your edge depth with free agents. You've got to have a couple guys developing there as well.
Danny, make your case why safeties, because I think Jordan made a great point regarding Eddie Jackson, and he's coming off of this injury. He's getting older, and you just need depth at the position. Your thoughts, Danny?
Well, I mean, for me right now, obviously, safety is a position that if you want to go in this day 3, I have no problem with it. Like you talked about, Jordan brought up great points in terms of depth and Eddie Jackson, age and injury and all that stuff. I just don't know with this pick right here, right now, because of the fact that we still have an edge rusher. Now, you don't want to reach for an edge rusher because you need an edge rusher. So if Isaiah McGuire is not high on their board, or another guy like someone that doesn't fit their quote unquote measurables are not high, but a guy could provide like a situational pass rusher is not high on your board, and they decide to go. I mean, the board right now, or the depth right now is open. Like I said earlier on, if you want an interior offensive lineman, there are some guys here I can give you names of. If you want a interior defensive lineman, another one, I can give you some names of. Receivers, A.T. Perry is a guy I'm very high on. I just don't know if they want to go with a receiver here or not. Obviously, they already made the investment with DJ Moore and Claypool, if you will, because they use a second round pick really on Claypool. So they might not go receiver here, but safety. If you're looking at safety, one of the guys I had highly rated. Not that I was really studying safety a lot, but I just kind of went through the quick numbers and just took a real big glimpse at him. Is this Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M? He's still out there. He's a guy. He's a bigger body safety. He's about 6'1", 6'2". He ran a 4.3 40, 1.57, 10-yard split. So he's an athletic kid. A lot of teams had him as the number 1 safety on the board. He's still out there. So in terms of coverage, I'm not sure how good he is in terms of back end coverage. But we're talking about a guy who's going to come in and probably be a special teams guy and learn a season or 2 behind Eddie Jackson, and then hopefully develop into a starter. So if you're looking for a name at safety, Antonio Jackson from Texas A&M is a guy you can throw out there. The other thing is, do you double up here in corner? A guy I like a lot is Clark Phillips from Utah. Small, diminutive nickel corner. You go back there and just double up there now, because obviously we know talked about. They got Tyreek Stevenson yesterday. They just okay.
No.
I mean, he just went or what? But
no.
Okay, Blake Flea and just the left tackle from BYU. We just went to the Colts. It looks like so. But
like Phillips.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Why do you like Phillips?
Oh, because he's for me he's a nickel corner, which I still feel like the Bears need a nickel corner. He gives you some return ability as well. He's a guy that's got, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 4 pick sixes to take him back to the house. So he's a guy that gets his hands on the football, is able to take it back all the way and score points for your defense. So he's a guy that is just a playmaker. Again, I love guys from Utah. They're just tough, hard-nosed football players, and I think here in the 4th round it would be a nice little addition. But again, you're doubling up on that position that you just we used a 5th round pick to move up and get Stevenson. Again, to me, you can't have enough cornerbacks. I like to get them in the right spots and in right values. And I think right now for Clark Phillips here in the fourth round would be a good value, as with A.T. Perry at receiver.
Jordan, I looked at very closely Blake Freeland down at the Senior Bowl, and what an enigma this guy is, because he's got so many great tools, he's got so many assets to him, but it just seems like there's something missing. If anything, this guy could develop into a really long time starting offensive tackle, but there is the bust possibility. You feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, and look, the reality is, Aldo, when you're picking them at 106, that tends to be the risk that you're taking. But athletically, as you said, the guy's an enigma, he's a freak. And so what you're really betting on here is Tony Sperano Jr. is the new offensive line coach for the Colts, and obviously son of a well-known coach that's now passed, rest in peace, Tony Sperano. But to me, this is a situation where Sperano Jr. can really find a way to tap in and unlock Freeland. You've got a guy that athletically is somewhat unlimited in a lot of respects. And so really the issue with his game, we talked about Tucker Kraft, different position, but all the traits are there. He just needs a lot of refinement. That's kind of the way I feel about Freeland. All the traits are there, but boy, does he need a lot of refinement in his game. And so I don't know if I'd feel great about rolling him out at right tackle to start. But that is obviously the plan for him. And maybe he's got a future if for some reason the 21 draft pick in the third round, Bernhard Raimann, does not work out at left tackle for them. But look, this is the situation. You've got Anthony Richardson there now. The offensive line was in shambles last year. And so I guess in this situation, you're trying to build it back. And Blake Freeman will get to learn behind Braden Smith there at right tackle.
Patriots are going with Jake Andrews, the center out of Troy. Mm-hmm. I gotta admit, I'm not familiar with the name. Tell me, guys, what you think.
Danny,
go ahead. I mean, I just saw him at the Senior Bowl. I really didn't break down his tape, to be honest with you. So I don't know if you've seen this tape, Jordan.
Frankly, not as much as not enough to give any quality analysis on it, because one, I didn't have an easy access to get Troy tape. And two, as in a world where we needed a lot of centers, Jake Andrews wasn't one that I had highly picked, but that's okay. Bill Belichick and the Patriots staff know much more than I do, and this is pretty on par and on brand for Belichick to always grab these smaller school guys.
Indeed, it is. Let me see what our guy Dane Brugler says about Jake Andrews. He's got him listed as his holy cow, his 10th center, projected him in the 7th round. So the Patriots with another one of those moves that, you question where the scouting department is, but he's Brugler's final analysis here is overall Andrews' length limitations and average movement skills will ding his effectiveness as a puncher and sustainer versus NFL linemen, but his natural leverage and stubborn hands gives him a fighting chance. Despite his versatile experience, he might be relegated to center-only status for NFL teams. So that's Dane Brugler over at The Athletic. Let's see. Next pick,
Anthony Bradford for the Seattle Seahawks.
That's the pick.
Yep.
Tell me why you like him, Jordan.
He's never going to be a Bears fit, but he is a unit, a massive guard. And look, they like to play that gap power scheme there under Shane Waldron. And the reality is they've I mean, God, give it to Shane, not to Shane, John Schneider, the GM there, who found a way to get the bookend tackles last year in the draft. And they've got Damian Lewis, who I believe is on the last year of his rookie deal. And you've got a situation here where, look, go ahead and protect Geno. You've got Jackson Smith and Jigba, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Kenny Walker, Zach Charbonnet now. All we need is to shore up the inside of that offensive line. And to me, Bradford is just he's a very powerful guy that'll displace in the run game. And to me, was frankly slept on a little more than I would have expected for a guard.
And I just got word that Dylan Horton has been drafted by the Houston Texans. I see the reaction. Jordan, tell me how much you're going to miss this guy.
To me, he was one of the defensive ends that I held highly just because of the motor and his ability to really – I like players that maybe – you always want potential, but I also really appreciate guys that find a way to really get the most out of it every play, and they look like they love playing the game. And to me, Dylan Horton was one of those players, and I thought that he was a better edge, but had some inside versatility if you kind of wanted to move into a NASCAR package on passing downs. And to me, this is – you talk about that motor, you talk about that love to play the game, this versatility, makes a lot of sense for DeMeco Ryans' defense there, and good aim on them.
Joe, thank you. I was just going to say thank you to Joe for the compliment to Danny and Jordan and myself. Go ahead, Danny.
No, I'll say Dylan Horn was a guy I always struggled with. I think we touched on it yesterday, Jordan. It was like I'd watch him and I'm like, effort's there, motor's there. The guy tries hard. There are a couple sacks he was just because of his hustle, because of his motor, he got sacks out of it. But I didn't see a technique. I saw a tweener. I saw a guy that, man, could this guy lose some weight and step as a 2 point out of a 2 point stance? Could he get a little bit bigger? Could he get stick inside a 3 technique? Because he didn't have anything that really kind of caught my eye in terms of, I wasn't sure where I projected him at the next level. So I had a lot of question marks about Dylan Horn. Again, you love the motor, you love the competitiveness. I think, the Michigan game we talked about yesterday, the Michigan game got him probably drafted today. Because other than that, I mean, he wasn't really in terms of, sack guy. This past year was like his only year that he actually produced in terms of some production there. So, it's a pick that probably fits their scheme because, again, they're going to be going with, I wonder if they're going to use him as a probably defensive end. So, we'll see how that goes there. But I didn't have a good feel for Dylan Horn in terms of how I projected him at this next level.
Cloudy Future has an interesting trivia response here. Fun fact, if the Bears make a 4th round pick today, it will be their first 4th rounder in 4 years. How has that happened?
They actually have 2 4th round picks today.
Look at that.
Thank you, Robert Quinn.
And thank you, Cloudy Future. He does some great research. I need to bring him in as a researcher.
Get us some more of those fun facts, Cloudy.
Exactly.
Keep them coming today. Keep them coming.
Absolutely. Get to work, everybody.
I don't know if we want to talk about it, Aldo, but he seems to have tipped off the next pick 110.
Yeah, where is it? Where are you, Cloudy? Oh no, Double A is gone to the Colts at a Tamiwa, at a Bore at 110. Tell me, Jordan, your thoughts.
It's good value. A situation, again, we talk about, I kind of like what Chris Ballard sees, and he likes his traitsy athletes, and so they're going to find a way to use them. I tend to think that, again, they're looking for a 3 tech, and he's incredibly different than what they have there from the Eberflus leftover. But here's the thing, too, is Gus Bradley is the defensive coordinator there. Gus Bradley comes from Seattle, doesn't have those same requirements to have these big hulking tree trunks in the spine of the defense. So potentially they end up moving off eventually from guys like Buckner and Stewart. And does Adebawore come in and be the next version of kind of like that Michael Bennett type player in the inside of that defense?
For me, it was, Adebawore was one of the first guys I ever brought up when talking on Draft on Tap as a guy that I had my eye on in terms of projecting as an inside 3 technique. And obviously he went to the Senior Bowl and just kind of, his momentum just kind of built for him. Went to the combine, blew it out of the water. And I think, like I said earlier, these media types had him in the 1st round. To me, the tape didn't match the physical skill set. And I kept talking to myself, well, maybe it was just the way they utilized him. And there were some times where they kicked him inside and he created pressure. But obviously, this is what tells me is the Bears had multiple opportunities to get this kid, and they didn't. They had a chance today, first pick in the 4th round. If they really liked him, they could have taken him. So obviously, he's not a scheme fit. And I think I'm coming more and more towards Jordan's thinking here in terms of how Eberflus likes these interior defensive linemen. Yeah, we may have to stop looking at these, Tommy Harris types and look more of these longer guys with some quickness, some agility, and again that the long arms to be able to kind of interrupt those passing lanes of the quarterbacks as well. So we may have to kind of rethink in terms of what Eberflus is trying to do here with his defensive line.
Indeed.
And I would just briefly say on that, Danny, and I'll be very quick. The thing to me too is, and you're spot on there, Danny, in the sense that I much respect to Greg Gabriel and everything that he did with the Bears, and this is not a shot at him at all, but the game in the league has changed in the time since, and this is kind of the answer and the response to that is you can't. I mean, unless you're Aaron Donald, you tend to not be able to live with D tackles that are these shorter frames, more diminutive stature. You've got to have guys, because the reality is you're playing these systems where you're still having. Oh, did he get picked?
The Browns.
I was gonna say I was gonna break it in gently to him, although he just kind of sprung it on me in the middle of the sentence, man.
I'm so happy for him. I can't wait to talk to him about it because it's just, to me, it's one man's perspective, but this is probably one of the better values I have in the entire draft. And you're talking about the Browns there, who you've got Jack Conklin there as their right tackle, who they just re-signed. But to me, you could potentially move off of him in a year or two if you really like what DeJuan Jones is bringing you. So to me, it's he's called Big Thanos for a reason. The reason that I projected him so high is you just rarely see this amount of traits as far as 6'8", 375. And say what you want, it's not that he's moving like Broderick Jones, but you don't see men that are 375 move as well as he does, and that comes from his basketball background. He's got catcher mitts for hands. I call it the touch of death. When he makes contact and punches you, the rep is completely over. So I love this for the Browns.
I was listening to NFL Network this morning, and one of the reasons they say that Jones dropped so much is because of his injury history. He's had a number of injuries, including a stinger and some other injuries. You guys, Jordan, I'll stay with you on this. What's the level of concern do you think that teams like the Browns, who he is now a member of, should have about his injury history?
The reality, too, is that, Aldo, to your point, when you're this big, sure, you may incur some of those injury concerns. And potentially that's why he wasn't a day 2 pick, even a late day 1 pick. But to me, I hate to say it this way because I'm not telling you that 4th-round picks don't matter. But at this point, take your swing for the fences. And to me, let me give you the example. And I know this is high praise, and I'm not telling you he's even remotely this. But the frame and the movement is Jonathan Ogden, Orlando Pace style. If you can find a way to max him, that's the type of frame and archetype that you're getting with his tools. Now, he is far, far, far away from that now. But again, you're talking about what is the basement level? A Zeus Jr. and Orlando Brown Jr.? That to me is fine. A Centrell Henderson from Miami a few years ago. In the 4th round, I'll take that gamble because of what the high-end traits could lead to.
Here's another.
I agree with that, but we'll let.
No, I get it. I understand. I mean, Danny. We don't even have to totally get into this, and I'll pound the table all day and night. I'd do the film review with you. To me, his tape way outlanded what Paris Johnson put on film last year. To me, it's the amount of work that he was doing. You can't push an anchor on a guy like that. You can't beat him down the middle. And he's got these.
But you can beat him on the outside because he doesn't have the lateral agility as a Paris Johnson to be able to move side to side in the mirror.
He's got these long condor arms.
But that might work in the Big Ten. That's not going to work in the NFL.
I can't wait to see it. I'm excited for what the Browns did, and Andrew Berry's.
He's got to lose weight. For me, he's got to lose weight. You know, he came in at 376 at the combine. I think it was the heaviest player ever at the combine.
Yeah, he won't. And
he's athletic. Yeah, he's got to lose weight, and he's got to get slimmer. And I think that the Browns are going to probably put him in a program where he gets a little thinner, and then he could be a replacement for Jack Conklin. So I think right tackle is his spot, but he's got to. Oh, Pat's pick a kicker. Who's Chad Ryland?
I don't know.
They traded up for this guy too.
I'm taking a guess. Is it Rutgers?
Well, if it is Rutgers, it makes sense because Bill Belichick traded up for this, and Greg Schiano's at Rutgers. So.
Oh my goodness!
He's the Maryland kicker.
Maryland kicker. Yep.
Okay, Maryland.
Wrong Big Ten school there, Jordan.
He was ranked number 2 behind Jake Moody on Dane Brugler's The Beast over at The Athletic, 190 pounds, 5'11 and a half. So that's all we know about.
Which is your specialty. You like kickers. You should know about this guy.
No, I don't know kickers. I don't like kickers. I don't want to be a kicker.
Let me go to Mobile. You're always stalking the kickers.
What are you talking about? I don't remember.
Remember we were at Mobile. You're taking that kicker. You were trying to hold.
Oh yes. Who was the kid with the glasses? He went to Georgia, didn't he?
Well, that's another year. So I'm saying the 1 year was LSU guy. Then the following year was Rodrigo Blankenship because you're trying to get a kicker for the Bears.
Right, because the Bears needed a kicker and probably still do. So I'm only looking at players of need for the Chicago Bears, which is why a lot of these prospects at some positions I don't even pay attention to. Like I don't think I saw a second of tape of any of the quarterbacks in this year's draft. Just too busy to look at it.
It's a good thing you should brought up here because I want to bring up to you guys and to our listeners. If the Bears get more picks, do you take a backup quarterback? A guy I think it'd be a nice fit here. It would be DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson from UCLA. Again, not that he's going to come in and take over the job from Justin Fields, but he's a guy who has a similar type of skill set. Mobile quarterback where if God forbid Fields gets hurt, you plug this kid in. He's a guy that could be someone like still run the offense. Now they get PJ Walker, another mobile quarterback. So, but they might not need that might be a need for them. But I'm just saying he's a guy that in this day 3 intrigues me. A guy that's not really mobile but does intrigue me is Clayton Tune from Houston. A bigger, more. I don't want to say a statue. He's a guy that has some movement skills in the pocket, but not a guy that's going to be running with the ball. he could be a guy there as well. So, yeah, A.T. Perry would be a nice pick here in the 4th round. Again, not a blazer, but a guy that's got those long strides, a guy that can make plays downfield. His body control, his ability to the back shoulder throws to him would be pretty much unguardable. That's how he made his living over in Wake Forest. So, although I think I showed you a couple of clips of him, but in terms of making some plays at the East West Shrine practices. So, I like A.T. Perry. I've liked A.T. Perry for a couple of years now, and the fact he's still here in the 4th round does surprise me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I want to get Jordan's thoughts on the quarterback. What do you think? If the Bears reach for a quarterback in round 6 or 7, who would you take?
I mean, DTR is the guy that makes a lot of sense. But again, as Danny talked about, you already brought in Walker. I'm incredibly high on Jake Haener. Not that he's going to light anybody's hair on fire, but he's the guy that you bring in, and he's as scrappy and as game as they come, and kind of that Gardner Minshew role. Aiden O'Connell's another good one there and I'm with Danny on Clayton Tune too. I think he's way underrated, but Aiden O'Connell's another guy that takes his shots, and I appreciate what he did, taking shots at Charlie Jones and others there at Purdue. And then it sounds like we got Chandler Zavala at Carolina.
Yeah, my guy Clark Phillips just went to the Panthers, up to the Falcons.
Yeah, I guess. Can we talk about Phillips for a second? I'll go quick, Danny, because I know you want to talk more about him. But I was really high on Clark Phillips. The only reason he's even here is because the testing numbers were awful. But he's a guy that I would have stood on a table for and said, screw the testing number. As a player on the tape, it was a fantastic guy that found his way to the ball, and it was a good nickel corner. And I would have loved him as a nickel option here in the draft had he made it to the Bears. But again, you already had a situation where Kyler's your nickel. But to me, Falcons needed DB help, and this is help on the way.
Yeah, and for me, I did a profile of him on our Patreon page, and again, the measurables aren't there. He's only 5'9", 184, sub 30-inch arms, but the guy, and Jordan, you're right. He ran a 4.5, 140. He plays a little bit faster than that on tape, about a 151, 10-yard split, 33-inch vertical. This is a guy, a 4-star high school recruit, 3-year starter. Started at nickel and right corner. He's a 2022 unanimous All-American, and it was the AP. Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. This is a guy, quick twitch, guy that lines up a lot outside for Utah, but also I think for the next level, he would be an inside slot corner. I talked about earlier in terms of his ability to get the ball. He had 6 interceptions this past year, 9 for his career. So he's got some ball hawking skills. And I think about those interceptions, 4 of his 9 interceptions were returned back for touchdowns. So he's got the ability to take the ball and return it back for a touchdown. Has that, the return ability as well for you. So this would have been a nice pickup. Again, I was thinking this is where I had him in day 3, and this is where he went, day 3 here, right area. That's why I say for the Bears, for me, I've talked about yesterday, Kyler Gordon is an outside corner. This would have been a nice guy come in and play nickel. They obviously feel differently. They like Tyreek Stevenson, that went up and got him. So, doubling down here might have been just kind of, a little bit too rich here on the cornerback position, but he's a guy I did like a lot. And I love Utah football players. They're just so tough.
Bears on the clock, Jordan. You want to weigh in on either? Well, you already commented on Phillips. What about the other gentleman that was selected, Chandler Zavala?
Love Zavala. To me, he is one of the best risers in the class, and really kind of noticed him back when we were watching Ike Ekwonu last year, the tackle from NC State. And to me, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a better zone guard in this class just for how smooth he moves, and yet finds a way to still be physical and maul people despite having that agility. The big concern with him is the back injury that he had, and so it's a question about his medicals. But to me, the thing that nobody talks about last year, and the reason why Deontay Foreman was so successful with the Panthers, is that Panthers offensive line was healthy the entire year. That doesn't happen very often. You're going to need to find depth there, and you've got Corbett, and I'm trying to remember the other guard there. But it's a situation where how can we build depth for the interior of that line? And let's put it this way. I want somebody to make sure that I'm keeping my smaller quarterback, Bryce Young, clean. And Zavala is the type that'll basically I'd say fight anybody that comes close to Bryce Young.
There it is. We got our running back, Johnson.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. Is that real?
Yes, that's real. That is real. That is real. That is real. Thank you, AJ Emmert. Jordan, since you're so excited, calm down and tell me why you're so excited.
Take a breath, Jordan. Take a deep breath.
I'm sorry, Phyllis. I'm sorry. You gotta understand, there's so many times that they draft guys that I'm like, please, can you just take somebody I want? Although we were talking about this yesterday at the end of the day, this was the top guy left, and this is a guy that only in tier 2 of running backs was only behind Zach Charbonnet to me. He's a player I like my running backs big. He's 6 foot, 220, has decent speed. A guy that I've comped him to is Ben Tate out of Auburn. catches the ball well, and will stick his nose in as a blocker, a former quarterback. I'm sorry, I'm losing. I'm going nuts here. This is so exciting.
I love it. I love it. I love your excitement, Jordan. Danny, I know you're not as excited, but what do you think about the player?
Well, no, that's a good player. It's not that I'm not excited. I just it's a position that I have some questions on. But anyway, it's a good player. This is the guy I was looking forward to going and seeing at the Senior Bowl. Unfortunately, he hurt I think he broke his finger or something like that. Broke his hand. He couldn't finish the week at Senior Bowl. But yeah, this is a guy that whenever I watch Bijan Robinson, or I watch Tex, I should say, he was always a guy that made plays in the backfield and behind Bijan. So I think this is a very talented kid. Kind of got lost in the shuffle there at UT behind Bijan Robinson. But yeah, it's 6 feet, 219. He's a bigger back. He's not as fast as Bijan, but and he's not really the make and miss kind of guy. But he's a guy that runs behind his pads and run through with arm tackles. He's got good contact power, contact balance. So curious pick. Obviously, 4th round. This is a guy that I expect to make the team. So we'll see what happens here, but yeah, it's a good player. I just the position value at this point. We'll see if that's going to be something that was a luxury, because now what do you do? Is Khalil Herbert not in their plans, or is this guy going to have three running backs, going to carry all 3 of them? We'll see what happens.
Different guy, and I mean, Arnoldo, if I could say one more thing, because this is the thing that we're not talking about, and this is one of my favorite parts about Roschon. Mm-hmm. I like running backs that have a ton of tread left on the tires. And this guy has all the tread left because Bijan was taking those carries. He didn't get much of a look there, has a very low amount of carries there at Texas, and has a ton of room left to grow. I don't even think we know exactly what his ceiling is because of the role that he was playing behind Bijan. Perfect foot soldier, never threw up complaints about the situation. Okay, I want to bring up the former quarterback thing because is going to pick up an offense and understands how important it is to protect the guy that's passing the ball. And I think he does an admirable job in that respect. And if there's one knock on him, it's that he doesn't have the breakaway speed. But similar, I mean, we're sitting there talking about like a Tyjae Spears yesterday. The way I comped him is that he doesn't have that 6th gear, but he's a good doubles hitter. And to me, that's what Roschon Johnson is. And although something you've been pounding the table on is you thought a rookie was going to be one of the lead reasons at running back for this. And to me, we said it also yesterday. Outside of him and maybe Abanikanda, there was really not a lot left there. And so this makes a ton of sense.
This is what Dane Brugler over at the Beast said in his summary of Roschon Johnson. Overall, he is high cut and can be inconsistent with his run rhythm, but he is a quick-footed, physical ball carrier with valuable 3rd down skills as a pass catcher and blocker. He should immediately upgrade an NFL team's running back rotation and be a core special teamer. Good to hear. Good to hear. This is exciting news. So this running back room now for the Chicago Bears has D'Onta Foreman, Khalil Herbert. Danny thinks that Herbert is likely going to get the more snaps. But do you still feel that way now with Roschon Johnson in the mix, Danny?
Well, I'm not. It's a crowded room now. So now it's like you brought in Travis Homer as your 3rd down back and a special teams guy. So and Poles was pretty high on him. So you got to wonder now. I mean, I know D'Onta Foreman's only a 1-year deal. So it's not like he's here for a long term. I think Khalil Herbert's up after next season, if I'm not mistaken. This contract thing is so they could be protecting themselves there. So it's a crowded room, and I'm assuming, just kind of similar to what he's been saying about the offensive line, the best guy is going to play, whether it's you've been Herbert, you've been here for a couple of years, whether you're a free agent signee and Foreman, or if you're a 4th round pick like Roschon Johnson. I think it's going to be a competition where whoever is the best guy will win. So we'll see. And I think Johnson will have an opportunity if he goes out in training camp and he earns a job. I think he very well could be the starting running back. So like I said, I like him a lot. Jordan brought up a good point in terms of he doesn't have a lot of tread on his tires. Again, physical runner, downhill runner, solid vision, be able to see that cutback develop, plant, cut, and go downhill. Again, doesn't have the breakaway speed, but we've talked about that already. But we'll see how it develops. It's just a crowded room now, and I'm just interested to see because you invest a 4th round pick on a guy. Not that 4th round picks are usually going to be starters, but these are guys that typically you expect to make the team. So.
Here's another fun fact from Cloudy Future. Roschon was a former Elite 11 quarterback. So
there goes our backup quarterback. We got our backup quarterback now. He can run a wildcat. He can do all these,
You can do it. You can pop a halfback pass out to him.
There we go.
Exactly.
And look, to me, although this is just, and I love hearing people that view the game differently, like Danny. I really appreciate that. Like, it's a crowded room because I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that, but to me, and I feel like Aldo's probably going to agree here. This is one of those times where like the value and the need, and not even so much maybe need, but where the player is on the board. Mm-hmm. There's a big look, and I'm actually not as high on Izzy Abanikanda the way other people are. But to me, there was a big drop off from Roshan to here. And so you can say, well, let's just let him pass. But the next guy is not even in Roshan's class to me. So to me, that's a situation where you're really lining it up. And Danny, to your point, I agree. There's three guys in a room there. You probably could have got by with all of them. We talked about why a running back made sense last night. For anybody that wants to go hear that, it's towards the end of the show. But to me, I just think you're sitting here, and this is what this system does. They draft an Eli Mitchell. They draft these running backs every single year in the mid rounds, and one of them is going to pop. And you saw it with, like, I bring up Eli Mitchell because he was one of those guys that they took the running back Trey Sermon out of Ohio State, and it didn't work out. But then they ended up popping an Eli Mitchell, and he's the guy there. So it's, to me, I just think there's a lot of upside here.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Roshan Johnson. This is from Just Bombs production. They cut this together. He is as you guys said, didn't get the snaps because he's behind Bijan Robinson.
Look at that.
Somebody in the chat said, he actually, to him, was more impressive than Bijan Robinson. Now, that's not the but that's not the first time that I've heard that. I've heard that before.
Look at the contact.
You heard it wrong 2 times then.
I'm just like the contact balance, the ability to still, keep his foot, run hard. I'm not telling you he's the second coming of LT or anything like that. It's just that in the 4th round, it's and I don't know. I feel like I'm cutting an old throwback here, but I said Ben Tate from Auburn is the guy that he reminds me of. And anybody that looks up Ben Tate, you're going to see the career numbers and go, it just didn't work out. And I actually don't have a reason for why it didn't work out, because when he had the ball in his hands and he had opportunities for the Texans, he looked plenty good. And to me, that is who I see when I watch Roshan Johnson. And a little more of a decent comp or comparison is Brian Robinson, the Alabama running back that went to the Commanders last year, is another guy that I think is a more immediate role. If we're talking about where could Roshan Johnson fit, it's that Brian Robinson role, the innings eater, the bruiser. And, here's the thing. We always said Deontay Foreman is this bruiser back. Why do you need this guy? It only takes an injury, and then you lose one of those archetypes. So we're going to see what happens.
Indeed. Sidney Sowell has gone to the Patriots. I really like this guy.
A bigger, just a bulkier guy. Played left tackle for Eastern Michigan. He's got kicking the guard, I'm assuming. So, he's just, like one of these guys that, you put on his tape, and he's a guy you can move people. He's a guy that hurts people. And when he pulls, he plows these second level defenders and just, blows them into the next level. But I don't think he was a scheme fit for the Bears, especially because, moving laterally, I don't think that was his best, but he's more of a power gaps guy, in my opinion. So, the Patriots run a little bit of that power gap stuff, so I think that's a nice little thing. But homework cuts, bye Ebner. That's for sure.
Indeed. All right, we've got a little while here before the Bears pick again.
Packers took Colby Wooden from Auburn, which is a guy. Jordan, I don't know if you watched him. I wanted to like him, but his tape turned me off on him. And I don't know. I just didn't. He's talented. He's got the measurables. And I thought he was going to be better than what and I wanted him to be better. He just infuriated me watching him. It was like whenever I would turn on to watch him, my eyes would always drift over Derek Hall, his teammate, because it was just a better player. So I was like, I did just kind of give up on him. I was like, I don't know, because at one time he's a defensive tackle. Next time he's an end, and either position he's getting blown off the ball, he's getting turned, and he's getting just thrown away. It doesn't create anything in terms of a pass rush. So I don't know how you feel about him, but we'll see how the Packers use him.
Danny, I agree. I mean, and you heard me maybe being a little harsher on Derek Hall yesterday. Derek Hall was the supreme edge there. And I agree. It felt like Wooden kind of he was a little bit positionless, and to a negative cause where I didn't necessarily see pop out at the edge, and I didn't necessarily see enough power and strength and brawn inside. But I think that clearly here, I mean, don't get me wrong, maybe they want him to be kind of that Preston Smith, Rashawn Gary role, but I could also see them asking him to put on 20 pounds and see if he can become a 5 tech there in Green Bay.
We were asked earlier by one of our followers. Let me see who it was. I think I started this. Good guy. He says, "Can you please summarize your thought on the Bears picks so far?" So let's do that for him. Let's talk about the first pick in the first round. I got a graphic here with all three players, I thought, and there it is. Okay, let's talk about all these players, and I'll add the picture of our latest draft pick a little later. But Darnell Wright, why don't you guys give me a few sentences on each of these players? I'll start with you, Danny.
Yeah, Darnell Wright, plug and play right tackle, a guy, a 5-star athlete coming out of high school, 3-year starter at an SEC's, played left tackle, right guard, right tackle. I think he's a plug and play right tackle next year. He's a guy that, athletically it doesn't fit my profile, but he's a pretty good straight line forward athlete. And this guy, what he's going to bring some nastiness to the offensive line. He is a mean dude, and you just see him. First of all, he can help reset the line of scrimmage. I think between him and Nate Davis on the right side, that's going to help clear up a lot of lanes, whether it's Khalil Herbert or Rashawn Johnson or Deontay Foreman or even Justin Fields for that matter. So he's a people mover. He's a guy that's going to maul guys at the line of scrimmage, and you guys are going to love this guy when he gets to the second and third levels. He absolutely destroys those corners and safeties when they come at him. So you guys are going to love this guy in terms of his physicality. Gervon Dexter is a guy, again, brings you some of that size, the length. Is a guy that flashes, pops, strong at the point of attack, stout. He's a guy that's going to initially be a run stopper for us. I think he's a guy that's going to occupy blockers and help free up the linebackers behind him to try and make plays. I think he's a guy that has his best football is potentially ahead of him. He's got to develop in terms of as a better pass rusher, more consistent pass rusher. But I think initially he's going to be a one technique and just a guy that's going to be able to come in there and help us stop the run. Tyreek Stevenson is a guy, I didn't think it was a scheme fit, but he's a tough corner. He's a guy that will come down and play some press man coverage, can drop back and stay in phase downfield. Has some tendency, some lapses in coverage where he does get lost, and that's mostly when I watched him was mostly when he was asked to play some off-man coverage. So we'll see how that goes. But he went down at the Senior Bowl and had a pretty damn good week there as well. So I can see why they like him. He's tough too. He's a tough kid. And Zach Pickens is a guy I like a lot more than I think a lot of the other guys here on even better, more than Greg Gabriel. But he's a guy that flashes. And I think his stats won't tell you he's a great player or a second round value or a third round value. But he's a guy that when you put on his tape, he's a bigger guy, 291 pounds, 6'4". He's got 34-inch arms, so he's got the length you like, and he shows some twitchiness about him. He's a big guy with some athletic ability, some quick twitch fibers. And when he's allowed to, or when he was able to get up into the gaps and penetrate, he's got that quickness to be possibly a 3 technique. And I know some people don't agree with that, but I think he's got potential to be a guy that gets in the middle of that defensive line and becomes a disruptor. Got to be coached up, got to be more consistent, no doubt about it. But his flashes were eye-popping. And like I said, when I saw his tape, you kind of look at his stats like, okay, what is this guy? But you put on his tape, and now you see a guy that's got potential, and especially in this defensive line, I think he's a guy that could, be an early contributor next year as a rookie.
JS, you want to add any thoughts to these 4 players that the Bears have selected prior to today?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'll try to be relatively quick so we can get back to the draft. But to me, Darnell Wright's one of those probably the safest pick here. It's chalk in some ways. You needed a right tackle. By many consensus boards, was the best right tackle to a lot of people. Plenty of starts, durable player at Tennessee. Clearly, Ryan Poles has an affinity for what Josh Heupel and the Tennessee Volunteers that program has going down there, and it's a little different fit than what Braxton Jones adds, but in a good way. You're not going to be able to run down the middle of this guy. There is no such thing as you're bull rushing him. His anchor is incredibly strong and not the best mover out in space, but has the requisite movement ability needed to operate in this space, and is also a nasty player that faced the best competition week in and week out in the SEC. Dexter's the guy that I'm lowest on, but again, it's just for where we're getting him right now. What the opportunity and potential is all up to Travis Smith, the defensive line coach, to see what he can extract there. I know that there's been talk about him playing, that mirror technique. I don't know how much I totally buy into that, but they were playing gap and a half defense there for the Florida Gators from the transition from Mullen to the name is going to escape me, their new coach. But and then finally we get to Zach Pickens, Tyreek Stevenson, who is a scrappy corner. I think, well, it wasn't as high to me as Juju Brents or some of the other guys that went ahead of him, Cam Smith, but in this particular situation, I don't mind the value. He's a player that can press you and then ride your hip pocket. And I also think his value too. And I know Danny wasn't even as high on him as maybe others were, but to me, I think the value of him is he's going to get in your face and press you, and then he has the athleticism to drop into that cover 2 zone and play that curl to flat region. And so I think that's how they're going to use him there. As well as kind of what we talked about, being that man everywhere he goes on the backside of 3x1s and things of that sort. And then, of course, you get to Zach Pickens, who's a guy that I'd put a thing out on Twitter about something I was talking about in November. Is like, this would be ideal for the Bears as kind of their to me, it was second only to Jalen Carter at 3 tech. And this is, again, going back to November, there's no Adibare talk, none of that like that. So to me, to get that guy at the start of the third, it's about a half a round later than what I thought he should have gone. So to me, I love the value there. And then, of course, I mean, although I hope you find a way to clip the Roschon Johnson celebration, put that up, because I'm telling, my hands are still hurt from just clapping. I'm so excited. I like running backs, so that makes me happy.
I will indeed. And again, I love your excitement for that Bears pick. All right, let's get some trivia in here from our guy Cloudy Future. He says that Roschon Johnson has said, or excuse me, this is Bear Scout John CT on Roschon Johnson. He's someone we really feel can become a pillar of this organization. Said that there's an it factor for Johnson. And then he goes on to say, Cloudy Future does, another fun fact on Johnson, him being a quarterback, Roschon Johnson was the nation's number 2 dual threat quarterback recruit coming out of high school. So as you said, Danny, I think we have our backup quarterback as well. This is an interesting one. A little wasted said that he read somewhere that everyone in the Bears that's projected to be a starter was a left tackle at some point. That's interesting. The most athletic position on the offensive line is generally the left tackle. And so that's perhaps why the Bears have some former left tackles at the starting offensive line. Danny?
Yeah, the one thing I just wanted to add in terms of what the Bears got here in terms of defensive linemen, yeah, they're not finished products. They both leave you wanting more. However, these are highly recruited kids, and these are guys that do pop and do flash on video, on tape, right? So like you talked about, the length, the size, the power, and then that's what they talk about. They talk about being violent, talk about being lean, going after the quarterback. And I think these guys all bring that. And you earlier asked the question, or someone asked the question, how do you grade this draft so far? And I won't give it a grade, but all I asked Ryan Poles to do was attack the trenches. And so far, what is it, 6 picks now? And he's at 4 of the 6 picks have been guys in the trenches, and that's when I expect him to do some more damage here as this draft goes on. But hats off to that part of it. Now, did they get the right guys? Time will tell. There's a couple of guys there that Wright, I think, is going to be a plug and play starter. I think Pickens has a chance to start right away. Gervon Dexter has a chance to start away, in my opinion, if he develops into more of a consistent pass rusher too. So I think Tyreek Stevens will be involved into their secondary. So yeah, I mean, I think he's gotten some starters here potentially in the first 4 rounds of this draft. So my question to the group here and the guys in the chat is, with the Johnson drafting, do we now flip the switch over to offense? Do we look tight end? Do we look receiver here? These next pick coming up here, I think they have another one, 133, if I'm not mistaken, is their next pick, or 133, the one they got from the Eagles. I wonder if that's going to be something that they
well, let me do this. Let me bring in our first Barfly, Swanky, and he can help us answer that question. Swanky, how are you, my friend?
Boys, I'm doing good. What a great honor. Danny, Jordan, Aldo. I get to surround myself with 3 people that know way more about this than I do. So 3 people. Anytime I get to surround myself with people that are smarter than me, especially Danny and Jordan, I know Aldo. It's great. But in the question of going to offense, I honestly think this might be an opportunity to go quarterback. I think Jordan, you had mentioned the guy from UCLA. He's definitely intriguing, and I think he has a similar skill set to Justin Fields. I personally like Jake Haener from Fresno State. I think he's a guy that manipulates defenses well. He gets the ball out fast. He can attack downfield. That would be a guy I could potentially see the Bears taking at quarterback. What do you guys think about the Bears potentially taking going quarterback here in the 4th round to potentially sit under Justin Fields?
Well, yeah, Danny, go ahead.
Oh, for me, it's Swanky. It's a little bit too early yet because you still have a lot more needs. We talk about receiver. We talk about possibly another tight end. The depth right now is the interior defensive line. We talk about edge. Isaiah McGuire out there from Missouri is a guy that Jordan and I both like. So I think there are other needs right now that kind of supersede that. They brought in PJ Walker. I know it's a 1-year deal. So, if you don't get a quarterback now, it's something that you could kind of maybe skip till next year or whatnot. So, but the thing is with DTR, and that's the guy that I brought up here, is UCLA. He's a guy that I saw down at the East-West Shrine game. The guy that I'm talking about, his teammates gravitate to him. I mean, I was just watching practices and like everyone was all around him. They loved him. So he's a guy that has that leadership quality. He's played in a pro style system with Chip Kelly down in UCLA. He's been a 5-year collegiate player. So he's got plenty of experience in terms of starts. Again, bring some of that similar skill set, the guy that can use his legs as a weapon, has decent arm strength, and decision-making was a little bit shaky sometimes at UCLA. So, but again, if he's there, like say if you get more picks or you trade down and get another extra 6th-round pick or an extra 5th, and he's still there, I wouldn't mind taking a shot there. But right now, I still have a need at receiver, at least for me, and I still have some needs on my edge guys. If you can get a guy like Isaiah McGuire or even interior offensive lineman, we could always go for another center, maybe left guard. So we see what happens there as well. But I think it might be too high to go for a quarterback.
Yep, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would just say on that, I mean, look, and I'm with Swanky here. DTR is the one that makes the most sense. The problem with him is, as much as I like him as a developmental piece, I can't deny that PJ Walker, every time he's been given an opportunity, has shown some ability. And there's a situation there where I think he can run the offense if Justin Fields were to go down. And there's just not, I don't know where I put him there. Because again, you've only got so many spots on a roster, and when we're talking about maybe carrying an extra running back now with the Roschon Johnson pick, you start talking about where is the value of keeping different positions there. So, and then to me, I still think that the defense needs help, particularly on the front and defensive end. And I don't know how I, in good faith, and this is to the tight ends, this is to A.T. Perry, this is to Luke Whippler even. These are all these players that I really like, but I don't know if I could take any of them at the next pick. If you're telling me an Isaiah McGuire there, is there? I know Danny has been high on Isaiah McGuire, but I even wonder if I'm maybe a little higher than Danny on McGuire, because I think he has areas of his game that needs to clean up. But I like defensive ends that play with their hair on fire. It's something Greg Gabriel talks a lot about they kind of have a screw loose in the head, and you'll very seldom see a guy that'll kind of jolt back or displace an offensive lineman the way that McGuire does when he gets off the ball. You're talking about immense pop in the hands when he makes contact.
And let me just add. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Swanky. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to add. Isaiah McGuire. A lot of upside out of Missouri, and I'm with both of you guys. And I mentioned this earlier when I was on here about a month ago. I love A.T. Perry. Love the physicality, the size. Go up and get it. Maybe a little bit more limited with the route tree, but I think he's a reliable guy. I think Justin Fields needs that downfield threat. In A.T. Perry, I would definitely take him and even move up right now if they felt like he would be taken to draft A.T. Perry.
I just wanted to say a few things first. John Gaines, who was probably the most athletic in terms of how he tested at the combine, was just drafted by the Cardinals, so he's off the board. Regarding drafting positions, if we're going to take Ryan Poles at his word, then we really almost shouldn't be talking about that, because it's the best player available. Yesterday, when he talked about who he was selected, he claimed that he was most excited about is that the best player available matched their needs. And so maybe he's lying. Maybe, he knew he needed to get more stout with the defensive line, and so he targeted those players over other players who were really graded higher. But if we are to take him to his word, and I think we should eliminate that paradigm from our thinking and start talking about best players available, who you like the most for the Chicago Bears with the next pick, as opposed to a position like a quarterback or a wide receiver or whatever. And then finally, I want to add to this. This is from Courtney Cronin, who was talking to Bears area scout, Southwest area scout, John Citi on Roschon Johnson. We already shared some of this, but Citi said he was emotional about this pick. The Bears spent a lot of time scouting Johnson. Citi said, I don't know that I've written a guy higher than him. Bears like the upside with Johnson, a former dual threat quarterback, as Clouded Future let us know, who has played a lot of running back. His arrow is trending up, less thread on his tires. And then finally, Bijan Robinson grabbed the spotlight at Texas, but according to Citi, it was Johnson, whose name rang loud in the Texas facility, talked about his work ethic, willingness to accept his role, 5 starts during his career at UT in 47 games, and battle through adversity. Those are all the character traits that Ryan Poles and this organization really value. And so Rashawn Johnson shouldn't be a surprise for any one of us at that position.
No, I mean, in terms of character, I mean, obviously he made it crystal clear on night 1 where he passed up Jalen Carter because of character issues. So, I mean, he said, and without saying it specifically, he said character's always going to matter with us. So,
and this is a real quick one. I mean, this is what we were talking about is I'm not telling you that anybody's not filled with prestige to play for the Longhorns and be happy to be the second running back there. But look, it's easy to just sit there and go, well, I'm never going to get a shot. This Bijan guy is legendary ahead of me. And when I come in, I'll be, I'm not going to practice as hard. Maybe I won't be in shape. But I mean, you're pulling up clips of him running there, and it's 100% effort. It's full speed go. And again, you're talking about a leader. And Bijan, we should find at some point interviews of Bijan talking about Roschon, because Bijan is beyond complimentary of what Roschon meant to him as a running back.
Another thing there you can also add is the fact that the transfer portal is becoming like, a bus everyone takes every day to go somewhere different. So, I mean, he could have hopped on the transfer portal, gone different school and made a name for himself, but he stuck it out there and backed up Bijan Robinson. So another thing shows about a character, a team guy. So
very cool. Swanky, you got any more questions for the guys?
Yeah, man. Going into today, obviously, yesterday was, really, really interesting. I love the Tyreek Stevenson pick. I just love his presence on the field. Super physical, super athlete. Nothing like Devin Hester to call from one former Cane to call out another. That was awesome. And then also love Zach Pickens. The only guy I'm a little iffy on was, Gervon Dexter. It seems like he has all the physical attributes that Matt Eberflus covets, 6'6", long arms. And that's what they made clear, in the start of the offseason, that they wanted guys, they want longer players, long athletic players. I feel like he's maybe a little bit more of a project as a second round pick than we would probably like to realize. What kind of impact do you guys think he can make, this season as a rookie, and how good do you guys think he can really get?
For me, he's a 2-down player. Right now, he's a run stuffer. He's a guy that gets stout at the point of attack. And they did sign Andrew Billings, so pretty much that's what he does as well. So I think, if Gervon Dexter, I'm not sure he'll be a starter next year. He might be a guy that kind of sits behind Billings and kind of learns how to be a pro and get better at it. Though Billings doesn't give you much in terms of the pass rush, so there might be an area there where they can upgrade that. Talk about DeMarcus Walker kicking inside as a 3 technique, possibly on passing downs. That defensive end they got from the Titans. So there's a lot still moving parts there on a defensive line. But for me, Dexter is a guy who's got potential. The one thing, the 4 characters that they look for in a defensive lineman are violence, length, tenacity, and get after the quarterback. And he's got the violence in his hands. He's got that shock ability in his hands. He's got strong hands. He's got the length. The only thing now is, and tenacity, he does play with a motor. He does play hard. The only thing is getting after the quarterback. He's not proficient there at getting sacks. So he's got to develop that, whether it's just simply, taking on bull rushing the offensive line back into the quarterback, or developing some sort of, moving and being a more of a presence in those gaps. That's something he has to work on, but that's where the coaching staff is going to come in now and just take what he has, all those tools, and make him a better player. So, he's got the length, he's got the violence. He's got to just get, more aggressive in terms of getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, and for me, Swanky, and it's a good point to you of saying you're not sure about where Gervon Dexter fits. To be very clear, he's probably my least favorite player that they've picked, and I'm not calling it like an F grade. It's not that. It's let me kind of pitch some of the upside with him. And Javon Kinlaw was a very different player coming out, much better. But to me, Javon Kinlaw, and he struggled with injury. That's kind of the baseline of what I'm seeing with Dexter here. And to me, they comp somewhat similarly in their archetype, their size. And so let me pitch the absolute worst case for Dexter, and it's still better than what we had last year. The worst case for him is that he's just a tree trunk in the middle of the defense that doesn't get pushed off the ball and finds ways to force ball carriers in action to funnel outside to the backers who are going to chase and pursue and kind of spill and fill. Or you're going to open up opportunities for your 3 tech there to backdoor and find a way into the backfield to stop the play. And that's worst case for Dexter if all he becomes is just this tree trunk in the middle that's kind of gunking up traffic there. That's fine. But you heard it yesterday, and it's something I talked about with Danny is I said before they picked Pickens, I said, this is your 3 tech. And I agree, he's much more of a one tech, but it was interesting to hear Poles talk about he has the versatility to play 3. And it would not surprise me if they want to use these guys in that underfront in a kind of a versatile way where, hey, we can pop Pickens out. And they want to have waves of these guys. Put Billings in as the 1 tech. Now we've got our DeForest Buckner archetype at 3 tech. And what they're hoping for is you're not going to do that day one, but if you can get him and his pass rush repertoire and his toolbox up to snuff with getting off the ball and athletically, if you can reach that potential, now you have a player that's worth that 53 pick or whatever it was.
Yeah, we lost our edge guy.
Indeed, we did. Isaiah McGuire goes to the Cleveland Browns.
Ooh.
Yeah, not fun. That's not good. I mean, and we haven't talked about it much, and we can go do a quick synopsis if you want. With all the different players, there was an offensive line run and things like that. But
yeah, let's do that now, guys. Let me and this might not be totally up to date, but let me bring up a CBS Sports draft tracker, and we can go through all these picks. Let me announce all the picks that have been selected after the Roschon Johnson pick. Colby Wooden, the defensive lineman of Auburn, went to the Packers. Sidney Sowell, the interior offensive lineman from Eastern Michigan, went to the Patriots. Braden Daniels, the offensive tackle from Utah, went to the Washington Commanders. Chamari Connor, the safety from Val Tech, went to the Chiefs. Carter Warren, an offensive tackle I know who was high on a lot of people's opinions, including Nomad, and Ventrell Miller, linebacker from Florida. Both of them went respectively. Carter Warren to the Jets and Miller to the Jaguars. John Gaines, we talked about, going to the Cardinals. Cameron Young, defensive lineman from Mississippi, went to the Seahawks. Tavius Robinson, defensive lineman, went to the Ravens. Darius Davis, the wide receiver from TCU, to the Chargers. And then Isaiah McGuire just off the board. Guys, please comment on any or all of those guys. I'll start with you, Jordan.
Sidney Sowell to the Patriots is one that I'm absolutely in love with. As Danny talked about, a tackle there was at Eastern Michigan, and he's going to move to guard, but he is a athletic player. And when you talk about putting a tackle into guard, what I liked about him is he's a bigger body that moves well, and he's going to displace guys in the run game there. And that to me just screams like this is a Belichick guy that they know what they're doing when you're talking about those tackles and those guards there, and they're always kind of like a sawed-off build, but they're going to get movement there. Chamari Connor, I forget was it the Chiefs that he went to. Chamari Connor's a good player from VA Tech. I'm surprised that you guys got guys like him going ahead of Jemmy Robinson from Florida State. So there's some interesting players there, and don't get me wrong, the Isaiah McGuire one hurts the most, clearly. But I hate to say this, and yes, I'm not happy about it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you like, oh, it's okay, but there are other players available on the board at edge, and it doesn't stop there. And so, I happen to have an eye for different GMs that I like. Andrew Berry, Brian Gutekunst, you got Chris Ballard. Those are guys that I like. And to me, this is the upside with McGuire is he is chock full of potential. He's a younger player. And Andrew Berry, that's what they do there in Cleveland. And he's going to become, if you thought that, they liked kind of that athletic pop in the pads and what Jadeveon Clowney provided them, he's going to sit there and learn behind Myles Garrett and be the opposite edge rusher in a few years. It's going to be awesome to see.
Jordan, I know you like this guy a lot. Quarterback Jake Haener has gone to the Jaguars.
Oh,
and see, it's funny because I do like Haener, and this is not a knock on him. His ceiling isn't nearly as high as DTR, so I'm shocked that DTR is still on the board. But Haener to me is that Gardner Minshew, that Taylor Heineke, one of those players that he's going to be around in the league for a long time. And when he gets opportunities, he's going to be able to win you spot starts just because of his gaminess. I would implore anybody, put on the film where he's reaching for his ribs and he can barely throw the ball at it versus UCLA 2 years ago and led them to a game-winning drive. And it wasn't just with dink and dunks. He's winging it in there and with different arm angles and delivery points. The way I feel about Jake Haener is incredible. And so to get that guy as a backup for Trevor Lawrence, this is their Gardner Minshew without all of the character behind Gardner Minshew.
He actually went to the Saints.
Was it Saints?
Yeah. Ooh.
Even better. Well, because this is my thing. Derek Carr, that's your starter. What do you have behind Derek Carr? And yes, it's Jameis Winston, but I don't know. And Jameis is fine. I'm not here to dog Jameis, but he's there for I think another year maybe. You've got to have a plan for what happens when Mickey Loomis is full speed go. They think their window's open. You can't afford to have a Derek Carr go out and then you're screwed.
Danny, your thoughts?
Yeah, of those guys you ran through, I mean, Carter Warren was a guy and Isaiah McGuire are two guys that really stink for me. I mean, obviously, Carter Warren was a 4-year starter at Pitt, has played left tackle, can play right tackle as well. This past year, he only played 4 games. He tore his meniscus, so maybe that's why he dropped here. Team captain. For me, he's a better pass blocker right now than a run blocker. Another guy that's got to get stronger in his core, be able to move guys off the line of scrimmage. But again, the Jets needed a right tackle. This is a potential guy that can come in and play either left or right for them. So that's a good solid pickup for them. Bears already had their tackle, so they weren't going to pick him. Isaiah McGuire was the last of the defensive end guys that I was really kind of hoping for. As a guy like, his numbers are at 6'4", 271, almost 34-inch arms. He's a 2-year starter. Had 8.5 sacks this past year, 14 tackles for loss. Again, a guy that was just kind of scratching the surface, in my opinion, in terms of what he could become. He would have been a nice base, a right defense end potential here for the Bears. I like the way he utilizes his length and his power. He's a physical guy at the point of attack, a guy that could do some damage there in terms of being able to attack and being a present as a run defender, and also being able to go ahead and create some pass rush there as well. So Isaiah McGuire is a guy that really stings. I was hoping the Bears could get hands on him.
Swanky, what do you think about this trade? The Eagles have acquired Lions running back DeAndre Swift. Excuse the misspelling there.
Wow, Philadelphia continues to add. Wow, got to give credit to them. Taking a big salary cap hit with their quarterback now, Jalen Hurts, being locked up for the next 5 years. They've done a great job adding the additions they need to accommodate, sacrificing their salary cap for him, and getting a guy like DeAndre Swift. That's a nice player. Just the Lions, taking Gibbs. I thought it was a questionable pick. Yeah, Don Burr, we know. We get it. We know we're gonna hear from him. We're gonna hear from him in about 5 seconds. But wow, really interesting. Do we know the compensation that the
not yet?
Lions,
no. Adam Schefter reported the details are not out yet, though.
Yep. So yeah, good job by Philadelphia. They continue to stay strong after there's going to be some changes, and guys have been have had to be let go, and guys have been traded, and they've lost free agent pickups. Due to the Jalen Hurts contract. But, yet again, another good pickup for the Eagles, a guy who I think can give you some production for 2 or 3 years. And then, Detroit, they're going to turn to Gibbs and Montgomery. They're going old school. They're going to run the ball. They're going to put Goff in a position to succeed, in the play action where he really did thrive in LA with Todd Gurley. So, if I were the Lions, I would have been upset. I think they did not I don't think that was a good pick there. I think you could have gotten equal amount of value in the 3rd or 4th round, with a running back. But overall, I think the Eagles got the Lions on this one.
And again, I know this is a running joke, but DeAndre Swift, another former Georgia Bulldog. So the Eagles are actually becoming Georgia of the North here. And Stetson Bennett just goes in the 4th round to the Rams.
Wow!
Someone was arguing with me that Bennett was not going to get drafted. I told him he's going to get drafted day 3. And they keep arguing with me. I'm telling you, this guy's got some moxie. He doesn't have the size, but he's got some moxie. He's playing a pro style system. He's going to come in and probably. I don't think he's going to be a full-time starter. I don't think so. But you never know, man. This guy is really just. He's done a great job in terms of when he got the job at Georgia, everyone was like looking to replace him, and he kept fighting off whoever came back and challenged him and won 2 national championships. So, but the one thing about him is he likes his popularity in Athens. That's for sure. Takes advantage of that.
Jordan, it's funny that Swanky comes on, starts talking quarterbacks, and then we got 3 quarterbacks chosen just as he arrived. Jordan, what do you think about the trade?
It's interesting because, and I'll talk about the trade too, but with these quarterbacks, I mean, I have to wonder, I really like Haener a lot more than I do Stetson Bennett. And so I can't help but wonder, would Haener have been the pick for the Rams? And it's interesting to just even see guys like Aiden O'Connell and Clayton Tune and DTR still going later than a guy like Stetson Bennett. And I'm not knocking what he accomplished at Georgia, but although I think you or I could have played quarterback with that team around us in Georgia. So it's interesting there. As far as the trade, it's funny. I heard Don Burr chirping in the chat earlier about if a player's not drafted to the Bears, I just kind of poo-poo them, and I would totally disagree with that. But if you heard me, Don, talk about any of the Lions, I think I've been one of the more supporters of what Brad Holmes is doing. But in this one, it makes all the sense in the world. You didn't have a role for Swift. Swift was going to be a third down back with Gibbs and Montgomery taking the lion's share of loads there, pun intended. So to me, it makes a lot of sense to get Swift out of there. It's probably for a late round pick, and if you're
fourth rounder, it's up on the screen there.
That's fair. It's a situation where when you're the Eagles, you've got Kenny Gainwell, who's a little bit more of a juicy, explosive scat back who can catch the ball. And now you've got a situation with Rashad Penny, who is one of the best when he can stay healthy, but he never can. So what happens? And I know the question with Swift is health too, but I think with a three-headed monster there, you can make it work with Swift, Penny, and now Gainwell.
AJ Emmert says, since we haven't addressed the defensive end position, what's it going to take to trade for Chase Young? Let me ask you guys, do you think it's even a good idea to invest in a trade for Chase Young? And if so, what would you give up? Swanky, I see you kind of gone waving back and forth. Why don't we start with you?
Man, talk about a physical force of nature, Chase Young, the coming off an ACL tear, that's obviously a concern that you think of right off the bat, but I tell you what, for a third round pick, we have a lot of capital next year. If it was a third round pick, a 2024 third round pick, that's probably what I would give at the most right now. And I think that they would want a little bit more, probably about a second for him. You're talking about a guy who is just a premier talent that you might not need to, you potentially might not have to spend a first round pick on, with your two first round picks next year. I think he's, a force of nature. I don't really think he ever wanted to be in Washington. So I think it's going to work out for both Chase Young and Washington to part ways. I would probably lean on right now at most give up a third round pick. I think they're going to want to go a little bit more. I would really have to sit down and evaluate the whole thing if I was going to give up a second round pick or a first, but I would definitely be interested.
Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a situation where I would love to be proven wrong. I'm a big Chase Young fan coming out, but to me, I don't see a world where the two windows or markets match between Chicago and Washington, in the sense that if I'm acquiring Chase Young, I know about the talent, but I don't have any recent tape of him because of the health concerns. How is he coming back from the knee? We haven't totally seen that. And by the way, I have to pay him a massive contract if I want to keep him. And this is the Chase Claypool thing is, I'm giving all this trade acquisition I'm giving you value for a guy that is at the end of his contract, is going to need a new one, and the potential's there. But if he hits, I'm stuck paying the bill, and if he doesn't, I still gave you value that you get a nice, fresh, young player with years on contract and control. And so I just don't see that fitting.
Annie Shimon, you're not an advocate of making a trade for
Chase Young.
Chase Young, thank you.
I mean, I am if the deal is right. I mean, I'm not giving up a first or second round pick. That's no damn way. I'm giving up that. A guy's been hurt, and it's not his fault. He tore his ACL, whatnot. But I can give him. I give him a third round pick, conditional third round pick, that if he plays a certain percentage of snaps or percentage of the season, that it could be like a second round pick. But again, that's something that I would go give him anything, give him a first, second round pick. So I know people are throwing out the idea of giving a first round pick. No way I'll give a first round pick for a guy like that. I don't care how talented he is, not even a second round pick. So a third with conditions that if he plays, like I said, some percent of the season, it will become a second, fine. Because then now, he's played the snaps, he's produced for you, and you can give up a second round pick for that. But and then plus, like Jordan said, then you have to go and sign him. So now you got to, because he's coming off as a free agent after this year. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. So it's something that you have to kind of tread lightly there. I don't know if Washington will be just willing to go up and give him up, for a third round pick. They might be like, hey, we're better off just keeping him and see what happens here. And if he leaves via free agency, we get a third round comp anyway. So why even do that? So that's the thing, is like, it's going to be hard to go. But for me, if we don't get a pass rusher here, Frank Clark is a guy that keeps getting brought up here, but Ngakoue is a guy I would go and see what he wants. I know he sucks on his run defense, but he's a guy that will at least get after the quarterback and provide some pressure for you. So that's the guy I'd be targeting via free agency.
We are at pick 130, and the Bears draft at 133. What do you think about the Cowboys drafting Viliami Fehoko, Jordan?
Fehoko is a guy to me that I've personally compared to Austin Lane, who was the former Jaguars edge, kind of outside backer, kind of hybrid there. And I think to me, it makes a lot of sense. Is they are continuing to try to build that defensive front in Dallas, and he'll play defensive end for them most likely, and be kind of call it like a Tank Lawrence protege. So to me, it's a situation there where he can be. Tank is a very physical, power kind of bruiser defensive end. And I think Fehoko can play that as well.
What do you think about Fehoko, Danny? I don't think you scouted him for our Patreon page.
No, I am not scouted, but he's a guy played edge at San Jose State, 6'3", 6'4" is his size. I think he might have a potential kick inside. We'll see how they use him there at Dallas. But yeah, he's a power rusher. He's a guy that's all hustle energy. Needs to refine his pass rush technique. But yeah, he's a guy that's gonna go up high mortar. A guy that could possibly kick inside, but I think he'll probably start off as just a edge guy for them, initially. So we'll see how he goes. But yeah, it wasn't someone that really impressed me. Someone I earmarked in terms of coming here for the Bears.
Tyler Lacey is now a member of the Jacksonville Jagbags, as Tooch has labeled them.
Yeah, this is a guy from Oklahoma State that I played end in a 3-3-5 up front. I liked his quickness and ability to kick inside. He's about 6'3", 279. So I think he had potential to be a 3 technique here for the Bears. Again, not someone that really pressed in terms of the stats, but I think, again, going back to a lot of these guys, the way they're being utilized in college and what they're asked to do on their team's defensive units, I think that didn't kind of highlight what he does best. And I think if given an opportunity, he was a guy that can get inside and be a presence there as a 3 technique. So another guy that I've kind of earmarked for the same kind of role would be Dante Stills from West Virginia. I know he's still out there, still available. So keep an eye on Dante Stills in the later rounds.
Charlie Jones, the wide receiver, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Jordan,
nice
your take on Jones?
They are going to need a replacement plan for Tyler Boyd because you can't pay them all, and this makes a lot of sense as a shifty slot player who can be a useful and productive interior player at the slot for them. I know a lot of Bears fans, obviously you got the Purdue vicinity within close range of Chicago that love Charlie Jones as an option. He's a good player, nothing against him. You talk about having a Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore as separators there for you. So I didn't really see a role for Charlie Jones, but good pickup for Cincinnati.
Swanky, it sounds like you like him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's a guy, I think Charlie Jones potentially would have been a fit over in Chicago, actually. But, what stands out for him is I just think I think he checks out all the measurables. I think that he's the type of guy who, you can really do. There's a couple different things that you can do with him. And also I think that I think that he's a lot more fit for what they want to do offensively. So that's a pretty good pick. And I don't know I'm sorry. Who the fuck are we talking about right now?
Charlie Jones.
Charlie Jones.
Sorry, I'm looking at. We're about to pick, so I'm scrambling now. And Charlie Jones, what position was he?
Wide receiver, Purdue.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, we got a couple of Boiler fans in the chat room, but yeah, good player. He was very, very productive at Purdue. I think there's a lot of guys. I think he's bigger. I think he plays to his size. He almost plays like more of a go up and get it guy. And I understand the Tyler Boyd replacement, but a really nice player, very productive at Purdue, and helped make that program better. And was a really good target for their quarterback, who I wouldn't be surprised being taken today in the later rounds. But yeah, nice pick there by Cincinnati.
Tooch says Swanky put down the pipe. And Danny, 2 picks away from the Chicago Bears going up to the podium and making their pick. Who is your best player available? Who would you pick if Ryan Poles said, Danny, make the pick for me?
Well, I mean, guy, I'm telling you, I might be higher in this guy than obviously the rest of the NFL is, but A.T. Perry's a guy that's out there and kind of, just glaring for me at a position. Now, it might not be a need, but still you could utilize him. I'm telling you, edge as I'm looking at my list here of guys available. Edge guys are guys that could be looked here, but there's a guy I'm looking at maybe in the later round, Thomas Incoon from Central Michigan, who was a guy who's got a little bit of twitch to him, 6'2", 260. 267, 269, I believe it is. It looks like a 9, like a wide 9 defensive end pass rusher, but maybe it could be utilized here. So the need is defensive end. I'm not sure if there's someone there right now, the guy that sticks out to me in terms of, for my board, in terms of talent, is A.T. Perry. Might not be a need there, but again, he's a guy, that playmaker. We just saw Charlie Jones go here. Charlie Jones is just a one-year wonder, really. Guy started off at Buffalo, a local kid from Deerfield, Illinois. Started off Buffalo, went to Iowa, was relegated to a punt returner, made the All Big Ten team as a return specialist. Screw this, went to Purdue, had a tremendous season, 17 touchdowns. Did have 11 drop passes though, so he's got to work on that. But he's a guy that might come in and be a punt returner early on for the Bengals, and then eventually work into the rotation of receiver. So he gives you some of that athletic ability. You're kind of surprised. I think around a 4.4 something, 40 at the combine. So is a guy like that. Swinky, you're right. He's a guy that can go up there and high point the ball in terms of being able to get those jump balls. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, A.T. Perry sticks out for me. But I don't know if it's a position of need for the Bears specifically. But the one need that I do want to get is a defensive end. But I just don't see one right now that I could go ahead and utilize its 4th round pick.
Jordan Poles has hung up the phone on Danny and is now calling you. He says, "Give me a name."
Well, Herbig to the Steelers is fun, and we can talk about that in a second. But to me, I'll give you the selfish picks and then like the ones that make more sense. Selfishly, I want Brandon Joseph or Luke Whippler here at the next pick. But to me, if we're talking about kind of what's sensible, I can't deny that the defensive line needs work. And so when I'm looking at some of the prospects that are still available, Nick Hampton makes a lot of sense to me as a defensive end option, as well as KJ Henry. KJ Henry is kind of the forgotten man from that Clemson front. A try-hard is the way to put him. And I know that I see Danny shaking his head. A try-hard, but to me, I think that he's a guy that does need some development, but when he strings it together, can put together some good plays. And I'd love to hear more, Danny, in a second once we get Swanky's opinion, because I also think a lot of people were down on that Clemson line, and it's easy to talk about everybody being down on it because once Venables left, that defense looked like a shell of itself. But I'd be curious, how much film did you watch before, even like this last season? Was it 21 film and whatnot? Because again, I like Henry as an option there.
Swanky, give me a name.
I got to go with A.T. Perry. Once again, he's just, let me tell you guys, the 6'5" receiver that can go up and catch has been lost in today's NFL. Teams go away from it. Everyone wants to go finesse. Take A.T. Perry here. I think you can stretch the field out more with Justin Fields in the passing game. He's a downfield threat. A.T. Perry has to be the pick. 2 guys also that intrigue me, Luke Whippler and Moro Ojomo out of Texas as well.
All right. Any second now, we should know who the Bears are picking with their 133rd pick. Let's see. I got an update here from no, it's not the Bears pick. So any second now. Danny, do you want to comment on what Jordan asked of you?
Yeah, KJ Henry. I mean, he's a guy, a 5th-year senior. First of all, the guy's played a ton. Hasn't had more than 4 sacks in a season. Overall, he's got 13 for his career. He's just a guy that athletic as heck. 6'4", 251. 33-inch arms, ran a 4.63 40, 1.65 10-yard split, but he was a guy that just didn't get to the quarterback. It was a guy plays hard, he chases, he'll pursue the backside and all that stuff, pursue downfield, but just wasn't a guy that would come in and be a pass rusher for me. So again, hasn't had more than 4 sacks in his entire career. Was put in, was in a bit of a rotation there as well. So they'd stand him up, they put him hand on the ground. So just for me, when I watched him and his reps, he wasn't effective in terms of being able to get after the quarterback on a consistent basis and be a guy that I can bring in here and say, all right, this guy can be my future pass rusher. So
we got him.
Senior.
Tyler Scott to the Chicago Bears, wide receiver.
There we go.
I like it.
All right. Let's start with you, Jordan. Tell me what your thoughts are on Tyler Scott. Interesting.
And not down on the pick at all. They like these athletic freaks, and he's got, Chris Sims, he's got like 3 rockets up his ass. And so he's a very fast player who is explosive in space. And I think that it's unique because it's a different role than what they have. It's much more of the Mooney role of kind of a speed guy, but not nearly as refined. And so I'm curious to see how they use him because I think that he's an exciting player with plenty of juice. But again, my only thing is where's he going to fit? Yeah, I thought you had Valus to kind of be that guy. Like where are we putting Tyler Scott? So that's all.
Interesting. Well, and I think guys like Dante Pettis are going to have a really hard time making this team. Danny Shimon, your thoughts on Tyler Scott?
Yeah, this guy was a 3-sport standout in high school, playing football, basketball, and was also a sprinter on a track and field. The speed is going to be his name to game here. He had 4 100-yard games this past season, 4.39 40, 1.62 10-yard split, 6.993 cone, which talks about that agility ability, explosive athlete, with a powerful lower body, can get into his routes quickly, and then if he's in phase with the cornerback, can quickly go, past him, get over the top leverage. Has a very good burst and acceleration, can take a top off of defense. So you talk about a guy that can stretch defense vertically. Tyler Scott will give you that. Can sink and separate the top of his route. Can come down, come back to the quarterback and create some of that separation. Overall, for me, he projects as a role player, though, a guy that is more of a straight line guy. He's not a guy that's going to be elusive in the open field. So a guy will give you some of that straight line vertical speed down the field. So brings that speed element to the offense, something they don't have right now. I mean, DJ Moore is a guy that ran, I believe, a high 4.4 coming out of college. He's a guy that's got some juke, some ability to kind of get in the open field and make plays. This guy is more of a straight line down the field, a guy that can, stretch a defense. So a vertical threat, some didn't have. 5'10", 177. He does have some kickoff return experience as well. So, we talked about Velus Jones. He's been put on notice, whether it's, this kid or bringing back, Pettis. Velus Jones has got to come into camp and earn a spot on his roster. So I don't think he's guaranteed a spot that, this training camp. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, this guy brings you that vertical stretch speed that you look for. I know they liked him. They brought him in twice to visit with them. So definitely a guy that I know the Bears like coming into the draft.
Swanky, what do you think about Mr. Tyler Scott from Cincinnati?
I lied. We didn't get my guy. We didn't get what I wanted. Dang it. I wanted John Michael Schmitz, and we didn't get him. Now we didn't get my other favorite player in this draft. But hey, Tyler Scott, vertical threat. He's going to stretch the field. He is what I think the Bears, see in a Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Ayuk. He's a Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel light. So you hope that he can, transform into, fitting this outside zone run scheme, as a blocker, but a guy who can stretch the field vertically, on a PA crosser. I think it's nice, watch out for him to, but yeah, obviously, take over for Velus Jones and, EQ St. Brown. So, a vertical threat, people think that he, I think he had some inconsistency this last season was the word on him. So he's fallen into the 4th round, but hey, a guy who, very fast, very versatile, vertical threat. It's just what the game is made of, boys. Sorry, A.T. Perry.
Yeah, I could tell Danny's upset because it's not A.T. Perry, right?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, I'm not upset. I mean, Tyler, for me, A.T. Perry's a better all-around receiver, but I don't know the Bears are looking for these quick, shifty guys that can create separation. A.T. Perry is not a guy that creates separation. The way he wins, he uses his frame and his length to be able to kind of extend away from his frame and make that catch. So his ability is to be able to contour and make some acrobatic catches downfield. So, am I disappointed they didn't get A.T. Perry? A little bit, but I understand why they went with Tyler Scott. They wanted that vertical stretch speed. Tyler Scott Perry doesn't give you that. Perry ran a 4.5 40. This guy at his pro day, I think those numbers are going to be updated because those were, I think, his combine numbers. At his pro day, he ran a 4.39 40. So he's a faster vertical straight line receiver. So he's a guy also. He will go up and high point the ball and make catches for a guy that's only 5'10", but obviously he's not the type of big body type in terms of A.T. Perry.
Dan Brugler says, overall, Scott is a work in progress in a few coachable areas, but high-end speed and short area suddenness allow him to consistently create his own separation. He has immediate value as a gunner on special teams and has Tyler Lockett upside as a starting NFL receiver. He had him ranked number 7, just below Josh Downs and right above Cedric Tillman. Jordan,
the one thing.
Go ahead, Danny.
I'm sorry. The one negative I jotted on my notes. I saw around my notes here. I forgot about it was 7 drop passes this past season. He's got to work on that. So that's something that he's going to work on. So obviously, like you just read there, he's a work in progress. He's not a guy that's going to come in and be a number 1 or anything like that. Not that he's expected to be a number 1, but what it gives you is that element of speed. A guy that with those quick twitch fibers. So I think this is a guy that, again, if you give him the ball on the slip screens, bubble screens, jet sweeps, utilize some of that speed and give defense something to worry about.
Indeed. Jordan, you take any exception with what Brugler said in his evaluation?
No, I know what Brugler was incredibly high on Tyler Scott, and you're seeing it there in the scouting report. And the one thing that, I mean, they were panning to the Bears draft room, and I will say that looks probably like the most excited they've been all draft class, because that is one thing I will say is that to most scouts and evaluators, getting him at this point in the fourth is beyond value. A lot of people thought, here's the thing, whether you like it or not, speed is valued. And so those guys tend to go in the second and the third, and to get him at this point in the fourth, I have no doubt that the value on their board is probably incredible. That's why they're jumping up and down. And it makes sense to me when we're talking about like A.T. Perry. A.T. Perry is just I have a type. I like big bodies. So to me, it's just a guy that I prefer more. I think he's a better receiver today, but there's no doubt about what Tyler Scott can be. I think the Lockett comparison is interesting. He's slight to me, which is where that Lockett thing comes in. Lockett likes to avoid contact. One of my favorite things about Scott coming out, though, is he has a running back background. So I kind of hear what Danny's saying about that shiftiness, but I think some of that is just where the ball is being put on him and his ability to have opportunities to make people miss. And he's got a couple bits of that on tape. But to me, when you get those receivers that are converted from running back, they can have some of that juice after the catch, that you have that speed. So can he separate? And then beyond that, even if somebody's able to catch up to him, can he either use muscle to power through it or be elusive enough with, different agility moves to get out of it?
Mm-hmm. This wide receiver room for the Chicago Bears is now getting a little crowded. And so let me see if I can name the names for you guys to discuss who is likely to be out. I think we mentioned Dante Pettis just a little while ago, but there are some other names that we should discuss, right? Let's see. We've got in the wide receiver room, according to their website, of course, Chase Claypool is going to be on the team. Velus Jones might be on the bubble. Doris Fountain, who was an interesting player acquired from the Kansas City Chiefs practice squad. He's a 6'1", 210-pounder who is a pretty quick wide receiver. Darnell Mooney, DJ Moore, of course, is an easy selection. Dante Pettis, Joe Reed, and now Tyler Scott, Equinemius St. Brown, and the Simba Webster. So some obvious names there that could be drops, but do you think that a player, for instance, like Darnell Mooney, who's coming off an injury, becomes expendable to this team? Or do you think that because of the relationship he has with Justin and the production he has had prior to the injury makes him a lock to make this team? So, Enki, I see you nodding your head, so I'll go to you first.
I think he's a McCaskey guy. I think the McCaskies love him. They've talked about him, the relationship that he has with the McCaskey family, and then also how he's connected with Ryan Poles. You kind of get that little bit of that McCaskey twist. They fall in love with some of these guys, and I think Darnell Mooney's a guy that's really not going anywhere. I think he has that fan favorite. He has that fandom fever, kind of like a Johnny Knox guy. But I don't think this guy, Tyler Scott, would potentially push him away, but it does make it expandable. You're talking about, a team that will have space coming into next season and the year after. You're also thinking about a potential Justin Fields extension, depending on how he plays. Darnell Mooney, I think he's a lock. Tyler Scott adds depth, but don't count it out. And that's why you take a guy like Tyler Scott in the fourth round. You want to load up weapons. It's so important, and to get a vertical threat similar to a guy like Darnell Mooney, it makes the situation nicer. And I think, financially speaking, it gives you some flex. But overall, I think Darnell Mooney's a lock. Tyler Scott makes life for Velus Jones, Dante Pettis, and EQ St. Brown a little bit more difficult.
Jordan, can we expect any surprises with the Bears wide receiver situation?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's interesting, Aldo, because I think how much and how high I held in regard Josh Downs. And to me, Tyler Scott is kind of the Kirkland or budget version of Josh Downs, in the sense that every bit of refinement that I absolutely adored about Josh Downs, all of that extracted and wiped away is what Tyler Scott is missing, but very much the same separator and kind of bursty, explosive player. And one thing I don't think gets talked about enough, and sure, it's not my favorite thing. I wish Justin Fields felt confident to throw balls to bigger receivers that maybe can go up and go get it for him. But frankly, I'm just putting it out there. That's not something he's ever shown. Going back to Ohio State, he was working with receivers that always were separated, more diminutive players. He was never throwing to these big X receivers that instilled trust in him and said, just give me a chance to go win on these 50-50 balls. And so as much as I'd love to see an A.T. Perry or a Chase Claypool and have that relationship develop where Justin's just taking these 50-50 ball shots to these bigger receivers, you hear the area scout talking there about it too, is Justin best identifies when somebody's wide ass open. And so if you have a guy like Tyler Scott that's just bursting down the field and he's got a few steps on somebody, this is going to be the Pettis kind of ball. I can only imagine it where it's that Pettis Washington ball where you're just dropping it in over the head and you're expecting Tyler Scott to track it and come down over the shoulder with it. So to me, it makes sense. As far as who's leaving, again, I don't know where an Equanimous or a Pettis go down. I do think Velus will find a way to stay in the roster only because it's a big black mark on Ryan Poles to sit there and say goodbye to a number 71 overall pick 1 year later.
Cloudy Future has a quote from Dane Brugler saying that Tyler Scott averaged 44.5 yards per touchdown catch in college, is a big play threat. And Cloudy also shared this quote from Ryan Kavanaugh, the Bears area scout. Justin's going to like throwing to him deep. He's a tough kid. He's tough at the catch point. He's really good with the deep ball. And he went on to say that he is very twitchy. So your thoughts, Danny Shimon, on this wide receiver room? Could we expect any surprises as to who might be released or traded?
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of how many numbers, I think they're probably going to keep 6, right? And we list up the top 3 with Mooney, DJ Moore, and Claypool. I think they like St. Brown. They value his blocking ability. So that's 4 right there. And now you got, between Tyler Scott, you got Pettis, and then you have Velus Jones there as well. So we talked about some other guys that are going to be at the camp there. So I think it's going to come down to some of those. But am I missing some down there? Am I missing a name there as well? No, they had them all. Yeah. So I think if they go 6, it's going to come down between Velus Jones and Tyler Scott. And I think that's how they're going to end up going with it, especially because I think they like Pettis in terms of the fact that he gives them that punt return, the guy that can count on being a punt returner. Obviously, Velus, if he wants to kind of secure his spot and get Pettis off the roster, he's going to go back there and show them he could return punts and not fumble the ball he did last year. So I think Velus Jones has been put on notice, to be honest with you. And then this guy Tyler Scott gives you kickoff return ability, gives you even more blazing speed, and is a more polished receiver than a Velus Jones when he was coming out of Tennessee. So it's going to be a curious training camp. It's going to be a battle, and I think that's good to have competition at every single level of your roster. That's how you build a competitive deep roster is bring some good competition. So that's the one thing that I have to commend Ryan Poles on is, while we might not agree on the same players, but he bring competition for guys he picked last year, and that's a good thing to do. Right? You always want to just say, oh, I know I took Velus last year, my 3rd round. I can't bring someone here who's going to threaten. No, let's bring this guy here in 4th round. That's going to give him something to go ahead and some motivation. And in terms of, I think you had a question about Darnell Mooney. If we take Ryan Poles to his word, Darnell Mooney's going to get a contract extension. He absolutely loves Darnell Mooney. But having said that, he had the same thing about David Montgomery, and he didn't re-sign David Montgomery. So we'll see how it plays out. But I do think that Darnell Mooney is a guy that has a chance, if he comes back healthy and stays healthy, a chance to go ahead and get a contract extension, because I think he is favored throughout the organization.
And it doesn't seem to me like Velus Jones or their new acquisition, Tyler Scott, it doesn't seem to me like those guys are guys you can hide in the practice squad, because their speed is such an enticing factor. Any team that needs a wide receiver would look at the Bears practice squad and then say, well, who do you want, Velus or Tyler? They're both in the practice squad. I just don't see those guys. If once they announce the roster, I just don't see any one of those 2 guys falling into the practice squad without serious danger of losing them. What do you think, Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm with you, Aldo. I think that you can't stash both of those, but again, we just talk about how they're going to build the roster, and I do think that you're probably going to go about 5 or 6 deep in that wide receiver room, and however they decide to keep both of them on the roster will be interesting. But I will say what you'll probably see is one or the other suiting up on game day, and the other will be inactive between whoever, if Velus is the star of the week, then maybe, a good Wednesday practice, then maybe Velus will be suiting up. And if the Wednesday practices aren't as good for him, then maybe it'll be Tyler Scott. But this is also a plan too. This is a contingency plan that if for some reason the numbers don't come together with Darnell Mooney, this is the guy that plays close enough. He's a slighter frame, plenty of speed, and then it's all about, can we coach him up and refine him, and can Tyke Tolbert get the most out of him?
A lot of people are aware that at the East-West Shrine Bowl game, Greg Gabriel got a chance to talk to Ryan Poles for about an hour on the sideline. And during their discussion, I think I can share this, hopefully, Ryan Poles. Yeah, exactly. Ryan Post told Greg, I would love to find another Darnell Mooney type wide receiver. And so that Eric just putting up on the chat that the pro comparison to Tyler Scott is Darnell Mooney tells me that Ryan Post found his other Darnell Mooney. So what you said, Swanky, what do you think?
That's great. Yeah, obviously Darnell Mooney, 5th round pick, diamond in the rough. Anytime you can, you build depth in the 4th, 5th, 6th round at receiver, it's important. I think it's vital to franchises nowadays. You see how the league has trended to, offensive weaponry the last couple of years. I remember last year in the draft, 8 receivers were taken in the 1st round. So Tyler Scott, bring it on. This will be good for Justin and his development as he goes into, the most important year of his career thus far in Chicago, being year 3, year 2 in the offense. So that if he becomes Darnell Mooney, great. Well, then you might not have to pay Darnell Mooney, but obviously, a nice complimentary piece. What I would like this to do is I would like to see some more empty. I would like to see some more 5 wide and let Justin go back and rip it. Tyler Scott could probably help, accommodate and set all that up. So I want to see Justin grow as a passer, and I want to see him really put it all together. I want to see all the gears coming together. And, we heard that Velus Jones is a guy that Ryan Poles and Justin Fields sat down together and watched, and Justin was like, I would have liked that guy. I hope that this was a similar situation.
Indeed. All right. The Bears' next pick, I believe, are quite a ways. I thought I put it up on the screen.
I think it's 148, if I'm not mistaken. It's the one from Baltimore.
There you go. 148 and 165, both of those in the 5th round. So we've got a bit of a way. But let me ask you guys. Start with you, Danny. What do you think at 148? Is there a name that's shouting out at you?
I'm trying to think here in terms of I'm looking for my edge guys, and so far he's looked like he's opened up the offense of positions here. And the other thing I can think of, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's only 2 tight ends on the roster currently that are signed, and that's Komet and the guy that brought in from the running guy from Green Bay. So, Robert Tonyan, thank you. And so tight end could be an area here that may look at in terms of depth wise. In terms of, you're looking for an athletic freak at tight end, but some guys is going to be just a split out, a big jacked up right receiver. Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion brings some of that play catching ability. Will Mallory, a highly recruited kid out of high school at Miami, could give you some of that. A little bit, he'll give you some blocking, but he's not a great blocker either. Ali Gay is a guy that they just mentioned there in the chat there. He's a defensive end from LSU, twitchy defensive end guy. He's got some potential there as a base defensive end. So that could be someone there, but he's not someone that's going to come in. I don't think give you a pass rush right away. Could develop into one, but again, it's more of a developmental kind of guy, kind of like Gervon Dexter we talked about earlier. So Ali Gale is out there in terms of a decent defensive end. So Thomas Nkuhn, again, he might be a little bit too far to reach here for Thomas Nkuhn, but again, the kid from Central Michigan, a guy that can go ahead and get some pass rush. A little bit undersized, 6'2", but he's got 262 pounds on him. Decent arm length, so we'll see if that's something that they look at as well. So interesting to see where they go here. But, for me, the glaring need right now is edge. And there's nothing here on edge says, all right, go and get this guy. You got to get this guy now, or so on and so forth. So, whether they want to go with some depth, they want to kind of double up on interior guys. Dante Still from West Virginia is a guy I've talked about earlier, a guy who played end in a 3-3-5 defensive base, could kick inside to be a nice 3 technique. A guy also that at this East-West Shrine game really kind of opened some eyes there, and some of the scouts I was talking to as well, and showed some potential as being a penetrating 3 technique. So we'll see how they go here with these next 2 picks.
What are your thoughts on Jalen Redmond out of Oklahoma? He ran a 4.8 40. He's that athletic type of defensive lineman. Let's see, his height is
I think he's at 6'2".
6'2", so he's not quite as long perhaps as the Bears would like. But your overall thoughts on Redmond?
Yeah, I actually did Redmond here. So yeah, he's a guy that does intrigue me. Another guy, talk about a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, but he's missed a ton of games back in 2018 with a blood clot, had injuries in 2019, and missed 5 games in 2021 due to injury. So he's got a medical medical records he's got to look into there. But yeah, he's a guy that brings you some of that 3 technique ability, 262, 291. He's got the ability to get into the gaps. He showed some flashes at Oklahoma. Has some tightness in his lower body, not the fluid, twitchy 3 technique that I typically look for. But yeah, definitely a guy that if you depending how his medicals come through, could be a guy you look at in the later rounds here as well. So could be another guy as an interior defensive lineman. Sure.
Jordan, you got some thoughts on Redmond for me?
Yeah, Redmond's an exciting player, but to Danny's point, has had injury issues, or I don't want to say injury, it's that blood clot situation. But to me, an exciting player that can penetrate the backfield. And the problem with him is that they used him in a 4-eye position and kind of that 2-eye even position where didn't really get a chance to be a disruptor for Oklahoma. But to me, I think that he would be a solid player. The question for me is, does he fit that physical archetype that we've been talking about? Because he's not 6'4", 6'5", and he doesn't project to me as an edge. You want him inside, and he's just a guy. But good on Cleveland, I'm telling you. Well, I mean, we haven't even been talking about it, but I've been this last 5 or 6 picks. I'm just like all-star picks. Chris Ballard getting Darius Rush this late is thievery. The Browns having a quarterback in case for Deshaun Watson's backup it's all sensible. I mean, Clayton Tune to Arizona in case Kyler can't come back. You've at least got somebody interesting there. KJ Henry went to the Commanders, somebody that I know Danny wasn't high on, but I tend to think like, well, I like them kind of continuing to build edge depth here. So really a lot of good players getting off the board right now. Yasir Abdullah to the Jaguars is phenomenal.
Yeah, indeed. Darius Rush, as Jordan just mentioned, to the Colts, Clayton Tune to the Cardinals, and the Browns with their pick, and the Colts are on the clock. Swanky, tell me who you are hoping to see the Bears select.
There's a couple guys I like, I can just run through them. Guys, I understand this is an unpopular opinion. I usually just don't care about age. I really like the skill set of Jaren Hall, quarterback out of BYU. I understand he's older, but this guy has all of the talent in the world, all of the arm talent. He sat behind Zach Wilson. He's a guy I'd love the Bears to bring in. And it looks like DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, just got drafted by Cleveland. Another guy like Clayton Tune just got drafted to Arizona. So go run. I would love to see Jaren Hall drafted by the Bears. Also, some running backs. I love Dwayne McBride. Maybe not the most elusive running back, and not the best at cutting back up the field, but a guy who hits the hole with force in the outside zone run scheme for the Bears, and along with Chase Brown and Deuce Vaughn out of Kansas State's a guy I really like. I would still go with A.T. Perry. I think the only guy that would intrigue me the most is Mora Ojomo out of defensive end out of Texas. I think he's a guy he's a guy who could get some reps this year on the Bears. And another guy who's really interesting to me that has fallen overall is Henry To'oTo'o out of Alabama. I don't know what's going on with him, but I think he's another guy. You bring him in, you match him up, and that could be a potential linebacker of the future, along with Will Mallory. But I'm sticking to my guns. I'm going with A.T. Perry. Guys, let me just tell you, Justin Fields likes to throw the ball a little high sometimes. I'm a little questionable about his ball placement. What's wrong with a 6'5" receiver that can go up and catch it? It's being lost in today's NFL, and speed. Let's have finesse. Let's fly across the field. I want some height, but you know what? I would take Mora Ojomo. I think the Bears take him if he falls.
Well, and part of the reason he has been falling is there was a medical concern regarding Ojomo, maybe not serious enough for teams to totally bypass him, but he was on Greg Gabriel's list of guys that turned up with some slight medical concerns. Cloudy Future has some more outstanding news for us. He says Roshan Johnson led Texas in special teams tackles with 7 last season. Tyler Scott played over 200 special team snaps last season for Cincinnati. So I think the Bears special teams coach is going to be happy with those two acquisitions. Jordan Swanky mentioned a couple of running backs. Highly unlikely we'll see another running back selected in this draft after picking Roschon Johnson. But you never know. I mean, if you're going to pay attention to your board, you're going to pay attention to your board, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, I will tell you one, and I'd love to get Danny to stay here because this is somebody I'm really high on. We talked about not in day 2, but day 3, and I get you have your 3 tech. But what about a Carl Brooks and asking him to shed a little bit of weight? And Danny, I think he could. I mean, look, he was already playing edge at 300 pounds. Could he shed a little bit of weight and become this kind of, I don't even want to say a brawler because he's got juice to his game. Yeah. And can he play edge for you?
I don't know if he can play edge for me. I think because he's what 6'2", the 6'3",
he's 6'3", 300.
Yeah, so I mean, that's gonna be tough to play him edge. But I mean, I saw him as a potential kicking inside as a defensive tackle, at this next level. And again, he's got some juice. He's got some twitch to him, that's for sure. And he was a guy that also put on a show down at Mobile and Senior Bowl. So I definitely would at this point in the draft, I mean, you're taking a swing and shot. Again, the depth right now is on the interior of both defense and offensive line. There's McFadden, the tackle from Clemson, that play tackle, but for me, it's going to be a nice guard at the next level. So if you're looking for a left guard potential, McFadden from Clemson is a guy to keep an eye on as well. So the interior and the kid from Alabama, Emil, I forgot his last name. Ikior, thank you, Junior. He's a guy who played guard, played right guard, could play some center for you as well. So if you're thinking about, again, we're talking about potential centers in the future. So again, the interior of the offensive line right now is where you have some talent there. And I think also, defensive line, you have some talent there as well. So
outstanding stuff, guys. Swanky, I want to thank you for hanging out with us for the last hour or so. Tell people where they can follow you on social media, and we'll have you back soon.
Oh God, I'm not huge into social media, so I really can't say. But
where can we find you other than the bar?
I still got to get there. I will get there someday. I've taken a big break from social media for a long time, but overall, we'll see. Maybe down the road. I mean, social media and I have had a weird relationship over the last 5 or 6 years, so I've had to move away. But guys, Bears Barroom, throughout this draft process, no one breaks it down better. I was very prepared for rounds 1 and 3, but once it got to 4, I started losing track. Who the fuck are these guys? I don't know who Tyler Scott is. I know a little bit about him, but nah, man, you guys are terrific. Aldo, Danny, Jordan, your knowledge on this stuff, man, I got a long way to go, but it's so much fun tuning in with you guys. I would love to see the Bears, continue to build their roster, and I really appreciate you guys bringing me on the show.
Well, thanks very much for having us. I had a beer recently with Swanky, and we had a great time talking. He's a great guy, and really appreciate you stopping by and joining us.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Swanky. Good one.
All right, guys, we are let's take a look at the board here and see what we've missed in terms of picks. I think we covered Dorian Thompson-Robinson to the Browns. Jacqueline Roy
just went to the Vikings.
Yeah, what do you think about Jacqueline Roy? The Vikings actually traded up with the Colts to select that defensive lineman. What do you think?
Yeah, he's a for me, in this scheme, he'll be a one technique. He's a guy athletic, he's gifted, but he's just not a pass rusher, more of a guy that can take up space and be a guy that could potentially become a pass rusher in interior, but more of a one technique for me. He's a guy that he's athletically gifted kid, just not someone that really gets after the quarterback on a more consistent basis. So for me, the Vikings took him here. There might be, with Flores, is he running a 3-4? Is he running a 4-3? I don't think I've heard anything concrete there. If he's still running that 3-4, he could be a 5 technique for them. If he's running that, a 4-3, it could be an interior defensive lineman for him. So interesting. Athletically, he's gifted, but just doesn't do much in terms of the pass rush.
What do you think, Jordan?
Yeah, to me, although Jacqueline Roy is a guy that I'm with Danny here. I think some people like to conflate it and say he could play 3 tech. I didn't see enough pass rush repertoire juice from him there. So I think to me, it's a good fit when you're talking about they need to build that Minnesota front 7 under Brian Flores there. To Danny's point, we don't exactly know, but I've never seen Flores run a 4-3 in his career. So they're going to probably run that odd front. And to me, could you ask him to play nose? Maybe, but I think that he's a 5 tech for them, and he's just going to sit there and be a space heater and let those linebackers roam.
All right. Looks like the Browns have selected cornerback Cam Mitchell. What do you guys think about Cam?
No, I didn't do Cam Mitchell.
Good player. That's the Northwestern corner, if I'm correct. Good player. Not particularly in this. Is the Browns that took him?
Yes, the Browns.
Yes. I mean, to me, I don't want to say a depth player, but at this point in the draft, I don't think he's going to be a meaningful impact player in this situation where they've got Denzel Ward there amongst the cornerback from Mississippi State that came out last year that I was pretty high on. So to me, just a depth player that's going to be a fourth, probably a CB4 there. So at this point in the draft, not bad for Andrew Berry to take him there. And you, as Danny talks about, and we all feel, you can never have enough DBs. So a solid player.
Dane Brugler says, overall, Mitchell needs to continue and develop his eye discipline to better match up with NFL receivers, but his athleticism, aggressiveness, and smarts gives him the scheme versatility that NFL teams desire. He will be ready to compete for NFL starting reps as a rookie. And he timed 4.47 in the 40. He is 191 pounds and 5'10 and a half. So Cameron Mitchell off the board to the Vikings.
I mean, you're not going to hear me argue.
Browns.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, you're not going to hear me argue with Brugler very often, so you're not going to hear it now either. But that's incredibly high praise to say that he should vie for starting reps in Cleveland, which if that's, and like I said, we trust Brugler's eye. So if that's what he thinks about a player that's now going to get to sit behind quite a few players in Cleveland and groom himself and grow, then that's fantastic value here.
Mm-hmm.
Which the corner depth here in the fifth, Aldo, is wild. You've got Corey Trice out there. Darius Rush went in the fifth. You've got Terrell Smith. You've got Cam Mitchell. I mean, there's plenty of corners there for the taking here.
That's why I was adamant about you don't go corner first round because you have depth. You can get guys day 3 here that come in and can start for you. So that's why I was really adamant in terms of the corner depth in this draft. You don't have to go corner in the first round.
Mm-hmm. Good guy is asking, what happened to the center from Illinois that the Bears drafted last year? He got injured.
Doug Kramer from Illinois got injured. He was on IR. He's still on the roster, and I think that might be a reason why they don't draft center here, because he can come back and he can compete here for some playing time or at least a roster spot.
A favorite of many has gone to the Jets. Israel Abanikanda. Guy had a great reel of tape. I think, Danny, you described him as an upright runner, and that was one of the faults that you had on him. Am I right?
Well, the upright runner was Charbonnet from UCLA. But this guy's a physical runner. He's a guy I think tailor-made for that wide zone. I like he's got good vision. He's a guy that can stick his foot in the ground, see that back cut develop and just plant and go upfield. So he's a guy that put off some big runs there for Pitt. But he's also a guy that wasn't really utilized that much in terms of the passing game. So, but in terms of the wide zone, I think he's a guy that was a fit here. But obviously with Roschon Johnson, I don't see him getting another running back. So I think that the Jets will have Breece Hall coming off of a torn ACL, have Michael Carter in the backfield as well. This just gives them another option there to add some depth to the running back room there in New York.
Jordan, you're a fan of Abanikanda?
I'm actually lower on him the most, and I don't mean to be like the one poo-pooing the pick. And to be fair, where he landed is probably the best thing I could see for him. I think he's one of the youngest players in the draft. I think he came out, frankly, a year too early. To me, I didn't see enough patience in his running game. But what's interesting to me, and this is why I like the fit for him, is to Danny's point, he is a good fit in this wide zone scheme. And the guy I've compared him to, and some I guess you could see it as lazy, but to me, I view him as kind of like a budget Breece Hall, and they have Breece Hall coming off the knee. And to me, if you can get a guy that's similar to Breece Hall, maybe just a lesser version, that makes a lot of sense for them there. So, and a New York kid, so he's going back home. So not a bad pick for this. To be fair, I wasn't high on him, and I heard people going, take him in the third, take him in the fourth, and I'm going, please don't. What are you talking about? So to see him here in the fifth is, to me, that's fine value.
It's an interesting question in the chat from Tony Moy says, who is our backup left tackle? Is it Borum? I don't know if there isn't an official backup at left tackle, but if you look at the offensive line room, there isn't a name that immediately jumps up and says this guy will be backing up Braxton Jones if he goes down. Borum has played the left tackle position for the Bears from time to time, but you can't say he's been successful at it.
No, I can't say. That's a good question, actually, and I'm drawing a blank. I thought that. I mean, obviously, Riley Reef was the starter last year, right tackle. He would have been the backup left tackle, swing tackle.
I don't know how they feel about Alex Leatherwood.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I don't think they have one right now.
Yeah, I don't think
Isaiah Wynn's out there as a free agent, veteran free agent, guy who's played left and right with the Patriots. Could be a guy you could bring in, late in training camp if he doesn't have a job yet. Be your backup swing tackle, for example. So there are some options there in veteran free agency, which is probably what the route I would go with right now, especially because if you have two young guys with Braxton Jones and Donnell Wright that I'm projecting as a right tackle, you're going to want a veteran in there to become a come in and either go left or right. A guy could be a swing tackle for you.
They brought in Kellen Deesh late last season, and maybe
he's a taller tackle, but he played tackle at Arizona State. But he's a guy kicking the guard. He's got shorter arms, so I think he's a guy that's going to be most likely competing at one of the backup guard positions.
He's 6'7", man.
But he's got like 31 or 32 inch arms. So he doesn't have his arm length doesn't match his actual height.
Oh my goodness, that's scary. Guys, let's see who is up on the board right now.
Well, Patriots just took Antonio Mafi, which is I can't.
Wow.
Patriots getting some beefy offensive linemen.
I love it, Danny. Like this is nightmare. I'm so happy about this. This is a guy that doesn't fit the Bears scheme, which is why you've never heard me talk about him for the Bears. But you want to talk about like what we call the war daddies in the trenches. Antonio Mafi to me is a guy that's just going to take your lunch from you and beat the shit out of you every down. And he's a guy that moves exceptionally well for his size. Former defensive lineman, coached under Coach Vass Coach Vass under Sarah in Northern California before going to UCLA. Defensive lineman, switched over to guard in 2020 and was the left guard for DTR there at UCLA. And just an ass kicker in the run game and a solid anchor because of how big he is. And you talk about a former D lineman going to O-line. I know that may remind people of like Rashad Coward or something. This is not that. This is a former nose tackle moving to guard where he's just a nasty dude playing guard.
Cloudy Future is quoting Tyler Scott here saying, he said, just because you have speed, that doesn't mean that doesn't make you a deep threat or great at running routes. Knowing when to use it, I think, is a key point. Very smart observation by the new wide receiver of the Chicago Bears. Draft Guy Jimmy on Twitter has provided a list of some of the who he thinks are some of the best players still available. A.T. Perry, of course. Darius Rush was selected. Jalen Duncan. I really love this safety, J.L. Skinner. I watched his reel, and boy, he just covers a lot of ground. He's maybe too close to Jaquan Brisker for the Bears to consider drafting. What do you guys think of J.L. Skinner, the safety?
Yeah, big talk of safety out of Boise State. I was watching his teammate Scott Matlock, the defensive tackle, and I saw Skinner make a couple nice plays defensively. I also saw him kind of whiff on some tackles as well. So I didn't really break him down, but other than just seeing him go off of Scott Matlock's tape. But good size, was highly rated. Actually, the guy that I was kind of looking at was this Jamie Robinson from Florida State that just got taken right now, 5'10", 5'8". Another one of those smaller safeties that can come up and be a slot cover safety corner, if you will. And he just went right now from Florida State. I think this guy, whenever I put the tape on with Florida State, he's always somehow making plays, whether it's breaking up a pass or getting interception or hitting someone, rocking somebody. So, but yeah, as far as JL Skinner, I haven't seen much of him. I'm not sure if Jordan, you've studied his tape.
Yeah, Skinner to me is one of the most interesting prospects. And again, he has the broken leg, so he's got a guy that would come in and not be able to contribute right away. But he is just a weird-looking guy. He's 6'3", 6'4". He's got these pencil legs, if you will, but moves exceptionally well for that frame. And, we were talking yesterday, Danny, we didn't go too deep into it about how the Bears' defensive scheme is somewhat archaic, but you look at somebody like Dan Quinn with the Cowboys, and they have that J-Ron Curse player, this kind of tight end delete player, this tight end eraser. And to me, that I think is the role for JL Skinner. I don't know if I necessarily want him playing my strong safety or playing free out there deep, but if you want to put him as an overhang defender where he can play run support, take care of tight ends, that's the JL Skinner role ideally for me.
Yeah, but that kind of like that hybrid defender in the middle of the defense where you can be you up at line scrimmage like an extra linebacker, or you can drop down and be some of that that mid-level coverage.
And that's why I compare him to J-Ron Curse, because you talk about somebody like Jalen Petrie, much smaller, but you talk about J-Ron Curse, that bigger frame, but he's not this, and that's what I'm saying. You're 6'4", but it's like, how are you so small on the limbs? But use that finally. Put him down in the box. Let him take care of these smaller athletic tight ends that win on linebackers.
Here is ESPN's Courtney Cronin talking about Tyler Scott. He said that he grew up an Ohio State fan and followed Justin Fields in college closely. I always had an eye on him. I remember watching how good he was, just be a playmaker, doing whatever it takes to win. Tyler Scott was a junior Olympian whose track background began when he was 5 or 6 years old. His father was a track coach, shot put, and discus. He qualified for the Junior Olympics at 8 or 9 years old and was 4th in the nation in the 400 meters dash, his money race. It's good. Good background information on Tyler Scott. He's been a competitor, and I'm sure he and Justin Fields are going to be fast friends. Good stuff. All right, we move on. We are
call picks away from the Bears.
2 picks away from the Bears,
Yep.
and I'm trying to see who we have. So it's the Saints on the clock and the Titans, and then the Bears, right?
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, I figure I can, if you don't mind, Aldo, I'd like to kind of wax about Jimmy Robinson here, the Panthers pick. So to me, Jimmy Robinson is a guy that I've often compared to Jordan Fuller, the Ohio State safety that fell in the draft and was a real gem find by the Rams. And he's a player that doesn't necessarily test exceptionally well or a small stature. But again, as Danny's talking about, when you're turning on the Florida State film, he's a guy that just continually shows up, making plays at safety, is kind of all over the field. And this is what we're talking about when, although you and I really value safeties, and I think they're incredibly important. But one thing I will say about safeties is oftentimes you don't need the freakiest athlete out there playing it. You really can find these gems at safety that they're the guys that are slower than corners. Maybe they don't have the ball skills of a corner. They're kind of this positionless player, but you can find value for a safety at this late in the draft because usually it's an instinctive position. You are truly the opposition to the quarterback. You're the deepest one there. You're viewing it, the entire play roll out in front of you. And to me, Jimmy Robinson's a guy that has that knack and instinct to understand how to play safety, how to find the ball. And that to me is a great fit in Carolina where they're just loading up on safeties. And I comped him to Jordan Fuller from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm. Blake Whitehurt, tight end, Wake Forest. He's a blocking tight end with good hands. According to Echo Bean, the Bears could use a blocking tight end. What do you know about Blake Whitehurst? Frankly, I don't remember hearing the name.
Admittedly, Echo Bean, I'm not too familiar with Whitehart, but I would tell you if you're and again, maybe it seems lazy because I have not evaluated Whitehart, but to me, if we're talking blocking tight ends, although then I'm going, why aren't we looking at Payne Durham from Purdue? Who's still on the board. So to me, there's options there, but it's interesting. Daryl D was calling A.T. Perry a Colt. I don't know how true that is, but we don't have to touch on it now, although, but the Colts, Pierce Ballard is slaying this draft. We didn't get to talk about it too much, but Darius Rush in the 5th is just unreal value when you consider everything else that they're doing. And Darius Rush had a phenomenal Senior Bowl week.
Indeed. Let's see. What about Ronnie Hickman, the safety out of Houston? J-Rock wants to know.
I love Ronnie Hickman. Now, again, I've declared already Brandon Joseph would be the guy that I'd really prefer as safety right now, and it's amazing that he's still on the clock. But Hickman to me is you want to talk about a DeAndre Houston Carson type player. He was a guy that was a steady Eddie at Ohio State. Not necessarily an athletic freak, but always in the right place, doing the right thing, not flashy, where – the other one that's not coming out this year was Lathan Ransom. And that was, if you're talking about like a Brisker to a Jackson and Jackson's the flashy one, well, that was Lathan Ransom at Ohio State, who's not out in this class. And Ronnie Hickman was much more of the cleanup guy, make sure that, he's reliable and steady. And so Hickman wouldn't be bad. I know Brugler had him in a draft to the Bears, I think in the 7th. So if you told me that was a safety you walked out with as kind of the DHC replacement, I'd love it.
John Falsetta asked about Andre Carter from West Point. What do you guys think about him? I'll just say quickly that when I saw him at the Senior Bowl, I was really surprised at how thin he looked. He looked more like a small forward or shooting guard for the NBA. And I thought even his facial expressions after practice that he was just kind of disappointed with the fact that he was being engulfed by some of the offensive linemen. What do you guys think?
Yeah, he's a thin guy. He's a guy that's for me is a 3-4 outside linebacker. The guy's going to probably make a team of special teams, and then eventually can develop and get stronger. We talk about these thin guys getting into these NFL weight programs and getting bigger, adding some muscle. So He definitely needs that. But I mean, he's got the length, he's got the long limbs, but definitely a guy that needs to get in the weight room, get stronger. I don't think he'd be a fit here with this defense.
Yeah, to me, although it's a situation where I guess I'll take umbrage or disagree with Danny a little bit there. I do think he could probably play end in the system, but not now, I'm not even sure in a year, and that right there is the problem. So, but let's talk about it a little deeper. To me, where Andre Carter is unique is there's no denying the film and the quality of film that he put out at the collegiate level. There was some real flashes there and some real good tape. But obviously, you're understanding it's a different level of competition. And where my problem is when you talk about taking Carter, and this is what I'm saying, if he's there in the 7th and you want to take him as a developmental end, how could I possibly argue with it? The issue there, though, is you're going to get 4 years with him. And I cannot see a role where he plays even part-time snaps this year because he's just going to get blown off the ball. And I don't even know if I necessarily call him like some special DPR where you can put him in on passing down. So with a 4-year contract, you're all of a sudden thinking, when can I actually play Carter? And that's the issue.
I'm trying to find out if A.T. Perry was indeed a selection by the Colts. I'm not seeing that anywhere. I think that might have been speculation by one of our Barflies here. So the Bears are on the clock and the pick is in. Let's see if we've got a name. I believe we do. And no. The Titans.
Josh Wiley to the Titans this week.
Exactly.
I didn't see A.T. Perry getting selected, not in the 5th round at least. You're talking about maybe 4th round?
No,
he's on the board then.
He's still available. A.T. Perry is still available. So, but Josh Wiley is an intriguing tight end. Saw him down at the Senior Bowl. Big, tall guy. Sort of, a real humble guy when I talked to him, and he was very candid about how he played in practices and needs to add a little weight, improve his blocking. Wow. But he's big, tall, thin guy. But more of a move.
And Carter go to the same buffet and add some weight. But I talk about a guy that just definitely 6'6", 248, that swing tight end. He'll give you an effort in terms of blocking. He'll try. I got credit, but. He was a team captain for Cincinnati this past year. Just, again, an athletic move tight end with loose hips, body control to be able to adjust and snatch the ball out of the air cleanly. Soft hands, finds a soft spot in the coverages. And, again, just a willing blocker. Oh, Noah Sowell.
Noah Sowell, a linebacker, again, paying attention to their board and bypassing some areas of need, positions of need. Jordan, tell me what you think about Noah Sowell. We'll let Danny collect himself.
Well, I'm not. And Danny, for what it's worth, and I can't wait to hear you talk about it. I don't love Sewell, but I like Sewell in the 5th. That's where I'm at. And so, let's talk about it's fun to kind of poke fun. Now you've got Sewell brothers in the NFC North with Panay, and now you have Noah. To me, Noah's an interesting guy where his tape actually really underwhelmed this year and played an off-ball linebacker for the Ducks. And there was consideration of could he maybe move to edge, not in a 4-man front, but as a 3-4 backer. I think to me at this point in the game, it's about getting plus value for a guy that, frankly, as bad as his tape was, I don't think he should have been here in the 5th. And so I think he's your backup Mike backer, maybe a potential Sam backer in this scheme. And again, it's just about what value are you getting here. I don't think he's necessarily going to supplant Sanborn for what he did last year. But, again, not so high on the player, but at this point, I'm good with it.
Yeah. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, I mean, watching his tape, I mean, there's times though it just looked like he was out of control, over aggressive, over pursue in terms of his angles, take some bad angles to the ball. 2 years ago he had a hell of a year, 114 tackles, 8.5 tackles for loss, 4 sacks. This past year numbers were down a little bit, but it's just for me, it just I don't know, instinct sometimes it didn't appear to be there. Whatever he was keying on and reading, sometimes would be off, but then he would make plays. So he's a guy that does make plays, does flash here and there. I think his way to stay on his roster is by special teams. He's gonna have to kind of come in and probably play like a guy with a hair on fire and just make all these plays on special teams. So and as a guy, developmental guy, he's not a guy that's going to be an instant impact player next year. Obviously, you don't need him because you just spent all that money on your linebacker. So I just thought for a linebacker, again, not that again they're going by their board, but I'm just saying like there are other players out there that I think that could have been more impactful next year, more useful. So. But Sewell is a guy that, again, you like those bloodlines. He's he's a guy who plays hard. Mortar always runs hot. He's talking about effort, talking about violence, talking about someone that's going to get after the quarterback if given the opportunity. But yeah, it wasn't the position I was going to go for here at this point. But
yeah, Greg Gabriel said today something that was interesting, and I'm going to add to it. He said, you have to grade or evaluate the flash plays, and because that is probably close to the ceiling of what you're going to get out of a player. All of the imperfections, then you have to ask the coaching staff, can you teach that out of him? And you talk to the player and you get a sense as to how receptive they are to learning and so forth. And that, to me, really struck me, because I think that's a really good way of maybe evaluating a player like Noah Sewell. You saw some of those flash plays up on the screen. The guy has a taste for contact. He has a taste for the ball carrier behind the line of scrimmage. And so perhaps that's what Ryan Poles sees in the guy. And we will get some quotes from Noah Sewell. Sewell, is that the way you pronounce it? Sewell?
I've always just said Sewell.
Sewell, yeah, I just said Sewell. But for me, Greg's right. You got to grab the flash because that's what the player could potentially be on a more consistent basis if you get him to that level. So yeah, he is right, and the flash plays were good. It's just I think for him, what these guys probably fell in love with him is his football character. The guy loves ball. He's a guy that like I said, more runs hot all the time. There are things where you can coach him up. You could coach him up in terms of his keys, his reads, help him maybe get a little better, more comfortable in terms of, keying better, faster, diagnosing pre and post snap. So that could be something that could be coached up, no doubt about it. I'm just saying that the position right now, because you already invested so much in free agency, it wasn't a position you'd go this high. Maybe if he was in the, like Jordan said, maybe he was in the 6th, 7th round, you have a couple 7th-round picks. He's still out there. That'd be great value. But again, position-wise, I probably would have gone maybe for something like another interior offensive lineman, maybe at backup tight end, because that's someone that could probably be someone that could help you out next year. We'll see. Like I said, Sewell is not a horrible player. Definitely, guys, I think he has to make the roster out via special teams. So I don't think he's going to find his way onto the field. So we'll see how it happens. I just would have gone a different direction.
Any other thoughts on Sewell, Jordan?
To me, I think that Danny brought up a good point, which is I want to be very clear, at least on a personal perspective. I don't think I would have taken Sewell or a linebacker here because you have bigger needs. But nobody's in that, at least nobody here is in that Bears draft room where they are looking at it. And clearly they thought, and I just tend to feel this is the way they look at it, is we're taking the best player on our board. We'll find a reason or a way to use them. And like I said, Noah Sewell, to me, as bad as the tape was last year, as we're talking about grade the flashes, the year prior, it looked real good. And so, you take a cumulative look, a holistic look at the player, and you go, there's no reason he should be a 5th-round pick. Yeah, frankly, I feel the same way about To'o from Alabama. But in this particular situation, in the 5th, I can't really argue with it too much, other than saying I would have taken another player there. But there's no question that you can coach up the instincts. You can coach with him to play with his hair on fire, but be a little more controlled with it. And he's a little bit more of a throwback player, a physical guy, willing to take on blocks, going to fit the run real well. And to me, everybody's talking about his New Orleans Saints brother. I loved Nephi coming out of Utah last year as kind of a dime backer role, and that's not at all Noah. But Noah in this particular situation, I think that you're talking about building depth at positions. And right now, yes, they've spent a lot of money on linebackers, but you have Tremaine Edmonds, you have Edwards, and you have Sanborn. Who's really there after that? And you've got to start talking about what's that line beyond it. And if they thought Noah Sewell was the best guy on their board, like I said, on a personal player value thing, maybe I would have gone a different direction. But if we're just talking about Sewell's draft stock and where he probably should have gone, I don't think he would have been available in the 5th.
This is Dane Brugler on Sewell. Overall, he doesn't have the tape of a modern-day playmaker with clear limitations in man coverage, but he thumps downhill with the physicality, pedigree, and competitive spirit to make plays between the tackles. He projects as a rookie backup who can become a valuable role player off the ball on early downs and rushing off the edge on passing downs. So he sees him more as a valuable role player. And I bet that he will be getting a lot of action on special teams, and that's probably how he will make the team, given that this team is pretty rich at the linebacker position right now. Somebody asked in our chat, can he play the Sam role in this linebacker room and compete against Jack Sanborn?
Yes, sir. That is where I think he fits most if you're not going to play him at Mike. But then this is Danny's going to probably likely agree here. This is the funny kind of two edges of the sword where Noah Sewell is maybe more athletic, what you're looking for in kind of a hair on fire backer, but lacks all the instincts, where Sanborn doesn't necessarily wow you athletically, but boy, are his eyes and his FBI on the field, A+ pedigree. So to me, I think that's where you're trying to kind of thread the needle of, maybe we have our steady Eddie, reliable guy that I've talked about Sanborn playing the, hey, this is just coming to mind, and they're different players, but this is really what I think is interesting. At Wisconsin, Sanborn was asked to clean up and make sure that he kept gap integrity while the fellow linebacker Leo Chanel was running around with his hair on fire. And to me, that's kind of what I see here, which is it's good cop, bad cop. Good cop is Sanborn making sure that he makes Sewell, if they're playing together, right, and Sewell's allowed to just kind of go muck things up. And I think that's the ideal role I could see here.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing is, like with Sanborn, because of his physical limitations, his instincts allow him to be in the right spot and to be able to key quickly and kind of, bypass or overcome those physical limitations. With Sewell, he's got the similar physical limitations in terms of speed and all that stuff, but he doesn't have the instincts, at least from my tape study, of him to be able to get there and be able to overcome those. So like I said, 2 years ago, he was a tackling machine at Oregon, was one of the highly rated prospects coming in terms of linebacker. His tape this past year just wasn't something that I really was drawn to, and that kind of like turned me off on the player. But again, he's a guy, if you base him on his 2021 tape, he's got some things you do like about him. Again, more runs hot, physical, will come down, is physical in his run fits. But again, his role is going to be on special teams this year. It's the position right now going this early with him. And even unless there's some medical things with the kid from Alabama, there are some other, Ivan Pace Jr. from Cincinnati, might be a little bit shorter, but he's another guy that to me probably might have been a better prospect, if you will, than Sewell, just based off of just their tapes. But again, it's the position going this early with him, because I believe you don't have another. You don't have a 6th round pick. So after this next 5th round pick, you're done for a whole round, and then you have 2 7th-round picks. So that's where I think, if you're going to, take a gamble on a guy that you really don't need a position of need right now, that's maybe where you would have done it. So that's my objection to it.
Okay. Guys, let me get you caught up on what's transpired. And let's see. What's this? What's going on? It's a video. All right, let's see.
I know people are saying Mike Morris, Michigan, 5.
Seattle, Seattle.
Seattle. I like that. Mike Morris's testing was horrendous, which is why he's here in the 5th. But his tape is much better than that. And Seattle needs defensive help, and he's going to play 5-tech for them. And we're sitting here looking at others.
Whatever the defense need me, I'm gonna go out there and perfect my craft so I can go out there and be the best teammate and best defender on the field at all time.
Jason Leisure.
Tyreek, how would you describe the competition that you went against at both of those programs in practice every day, and then what you faced on a weekly basis in those conferences, and how well you think that prepared you for playing in the NFL?
I feel like I respect every opponent in their game, because at the end of the day, you gotta perfect your game to go out here and show it to the world. So everybody's that I went against up at college has been elite in my understanding, because they have their own set of rules in their game that they bring to the table to make me such a better player. So just the elite competition on the practice field at both institutions, and then going out there and having to go against guys I only get to watch a week, and they coming out in their best game, just prepare me for the league as much.
All right. That was a little bit of Tyreek Stevenson, who jumped on our feed here by accident. Let's tackle a few questions before we get updated on who has been selected. Swanky has a question. He asked, Bears fans, has Justin Fields been put in a better position to succeed after the last 3 days? Yes or no? That really is the $64,000 question, to use a very old, very old cliche. Is we want to make sure we've given Justin all of the resources he needs to succeed so that we can make that monumental decision after the season or during the season. Is this really our franchise quarterback? So, Jordan, I'll start with you first. Do you think Justin Fields is better off today than he was before the draft?
Yeah, it's hard to argue it, especially when you've hit running back, you've hit receiver, you've brought in Tanyan to be kind of a role player behind Kmet. But to me, it's fine. It'll probably work out because I actually do have a lot of faith in Lucas Patrick, even though we have a lot of fickle fans that because he was hurt and was playing out of position in Chicago one year, he's a total bust. But to me, I think the only thing I'm a little concerned about is, and I'm a very unique person here in the sense that blindside tackle is the most important role to me in an offensive line. But after that, I'm going straight to the pivot in the center for the importance that they hold in setting the protection and working with the remainder of the offensive line. And to me, I have no doubt that there's trust in Cody Whitehair and Lucas Patrick, but I think that's the only one where Cody Whitehair looks like, I don't know where he's at in his career. And there's been speculation he could be a June 1st cut. And I do have faith in Lucas Patrick, but I wasn't particularly high on Doug Kramer, and so I know he's coming back. So to me, I see Oluwatimi's gone to Seattle. If Whippler's still on the board, and they're not picking now for a while, that's the one I want.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, Jordan. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm just trying to say, like, that's what I mean. Like, the linebacker right now, the position that you had a guy like Whippler could be a backup center. Maybe they like Kramer. Maybe they like Kramer better than you and I do, right? And again, that's their their right and their prerogative, but that's something like a position like that, where, and defensive end. We obviously they're we've talking about a couple of options here and there. They haven't touched that. Maybe there's a plan after the draft. Maybe another cornerback, maybe a safety. We talked about maybe bringing in a safety here. I heard you guys talking about Hickman. I like Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M. There's other positions where you could probably get a little bit more value for that pick, as opposed to linebacker, where you spent how much millions on two linebackers? So that's the thing.
He's your 4th overall paid linebacker in Tremaine Edmonds. In the league, he's 4th highest paid.
Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut, but
no, it's okay. And Danny, you and I are there. I would have probably taken Whippler over a linebacker, but it's very clear that they like Patrick, Whitehair, and Kramer there, and so we're going to see players differently, and that's fine. To answer the question of, do you think Justin Fields has been in a, hey, this is a situation around you should be good enough for you to succeed? I think we're there. I will say I don't think it's nearly as advantageous as like what Zach Wilson had with the Jets, assuming everybody stayed healthy there, which they didn't, or what the microwave situation was with Tua last year in Miami. But to be fair, and it does maybe mimic a little bit more of what Philly had, but Philly had all the trenches built. So it's not a one-to-one comparison. And I know people don't want to really address this, but to me, what they're trying to build, and this is why the trade with Carolina happened, is that you've got two things that are going to happen. Justin Fields is going to elevate his game and is going to show you he's the franchise quarterback, or he's not going to. He's going to play poorly. You're going to have a high pick naturally, Chicago. And then you're going to take that pick with whatever Carolina has and use it to leverage to go get a quarterback next year. Now, we all hope that that's not the case and that Justin Fields is the guy, and I have belief in Justin Fields. But that is really what you've set up, is that if he's not the guy and you've put all these weapons around him and you've got 2 tackles and a running back and all this other stuff, that's fine. We've now built everything around it. You're not the guy. We're dropping you out, and we'll take those 2 first next year and find a way to get up to go get a Caleb Williams, a Drake May, one of those guys.
All right, let's tackle some more questions. Let's see what we got here. We've got this one from Rock Davis. You guys, what do you think about the DN and D tackle positions later in this draft, or even if they're undrafted free agents? Who on your lists are you looking at potential defensive ends and defensive tackles as these picks were on? Danny, you mentioned we've got just one more pick here in the 5th, none in the 6th, 2 in the 7th. And then, of course, the guys over at Hallis Hall are working the phones right now and probably trying to coerce, for lack of a better word, defensive ends to the Bears as undrafted free agents. What do you got there, Danny?
Well, and you guys might see me flipping through my list here. I got my top 400 guys, and just to try and see, that's the question I'm trying to answer. Like, is there a guy out there that I really would like to bring in here? And there isn't an easy answer. Like, yes, go get this guy. This guy's going to be the answer. But there are some intriguing prospects, right? Mike Morris was a guy that we talked about, you and I, Jordan, about a guy that I think was kind of played out of position. Could he be an interior defensive tackle? Is he a defensive end? That's another question. But he's gone. He's at Seattle. So, just going through this, I brought up this guy Thomas Nkoun from Central Michigan. Doesn't fit the profile and what you want in terms of a height, weight and all that stuff. He's 6'2", 262. From Valdosta State, went to Central Michigan. Put up some good numbers. But he's probably a guy you get in that 6th round or something like that. Even if you take him here, that could be something that I could see them working with. But a guy that I'm going to throw out there, and this is a guy that I did work on. Might not be not the ideal fit. Might not be the first guy you think of in terms of edge rusher. Robert Beal Jr. from Georgia, and this is a guy 6'3". Has 34 and an 1/8 inch arms. I think his weight came in about around 247, ran a 4.48 40, 30-inch vertical. So he's got the athletic ability. He's a guy that the Georgia used in multiple different ways. They put him on the edge. They stood him up in a 2-point stance. They also had him get in a 3-point stance as well. So he's the guy, if you're going to take a chance on a flyer on a guy, his highest sack total was 2021, where he had 6.5 sacks. And 7.5 tackles for loss. So again, but Georgia, what those numbers kind of don't indicate all what the player can do, because they keep rotating all these players in and out. So Robert Beal Jr. is a guy that if you want to take a chance here coming up as a guy potentially could be a guy you can get bigger, get stronger, and be an edge for you. But again, that's more of a projection, might be a reach. But if you want a guy on the inside, Dante Stills Jr. is a guy that, or just Dante Stills, not Jr., just Dante Stills from West Virginia. A guy, again, I talked about earlier, a guy that could kick inside, be a 3 technique here for you. But again, you'll be doubling up here on the positions that you've already drafted. So, in terms of need, I think a tight end is a position in need that you can probably fill here in later parts of this draft. Because there's another deep tight end draft. We talked about earlier. Do you double down on another corner, maybe a specific nickel corner? The kid Tomlinson from TCU is an intriguing prospect as a nickel corner. Has good bloodlines. Obviously, he's LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew. So, there are options here that you can go. But there isn't one guy I'm going to see here right now. At least looking at my board, Jordan, if you have one, let me know. But there isn't a guy I'm going to. Well, Whippler. I'm sorry, Luke Whippler is a guy at the center. We talked about. He's a guy that I could possibly look at here going as well. If you're going to go interior offensive line, Jordan McFadden, another interior offensive lineman, guy who played left tackle for Clemson, kicks inside because he's only 6'2". Kick him inside. I think it'll be a nice option there for left guard. So, these are the guys that I could go for right now. That's why the Noah Sewell pick what kind of bothers me still. But there isn't a guy I'm saying, all right, pound on the table for, we got to go get this guy, because I think they've done a good job in terms of, getting the defensive lineman, the interior defensive lineman. It's the only spot right now that they're missing is that outside defensive end, and we don't know what their plan is to do anything or fill that spot outside the draft.
McFadden actually just went to the Chargers, the guard from Clemson, so he's gone. But to me, I mean, if we're talking, I agree. I'm just a little bothered by the fact that they're not attacking the outside of the defensive line a little more. And I mean, whatever, the way they see their board, you got to remember they got Rasheem Green, they have DeMarcus Walker, they've got Gibson still on the board, they've got Robinson, so they've got some players maybe that they like there. But to me, these are interior defensive line guys, so I'm not even sure how much we need to attack this anymore. But Danny's already talked about Stills. I like Nesta Jade Silvera as kind of a one tech from Arizona State who shows some pass rush presence. It's kind of a quasi, the rare case where it's a one tech who can also produce some penetration. I've continued to hammer home about I love Desjuan Johnson from Toledo as a 3-tech option. I don't know if anybody's got the chance to watch Desjuan, but exciting tape and would make a lot of sense to me. Detroit kid.
I saw him at the East West Shrine game.
Yeah, I mean, really, really solid player. So a later player that you could take. If we're talking edge, just to give a little bit of variance in the names of what you gave, Danny, I can't help but look at Jose Ramirez from Eastern Michigan, a really productive player at edge there. Also looking at
he's a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's only 6'2", 246 pounds.
I know it's a question of can you add some length to him and see, and I agree he doesn't have that natural. We talked about it a little earlier. Ali Gay.
I don't know if I can add length to him. I got weight to him, but I don't know if I can.
No, that's what I mean. Weight. Yeah, Ali Gay to me is the situation that I know his tape didn't look wonderful this year, but his prior tape, even the year before, looked great. And he's a solid, strong side defensive end that'll pack some punch, have decent run stopping ability. And at this point in the draft, I wouldn't have too many qualms with a guy like Ali Gay. Outside of that, you're talking about
Baldonado from Pitt is also an intriguing prospect.
It's just getting to him, yeah. So there are a few names. Nick Hampton is still on the board, hasn't been picked, which is shocking.
Again,
so
he's got that first step quickness you look for, but 239 pounds or 236 pounds. So again, is he an outside linebacker? What is he? So just curious. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I wonder what their plan is in terms of that. I'm assuming they're going to attack that edge rusher position. I know people say they're not going to fix everything in one off season, but I mean that's a pretty important position on your defensive line that I hope you're going to go ahead and attack or have some sort of hidden gem out your pocket you're going to pull out. I want to say something else, but I don't know. It's a family show, so just there's got to be a plan, and obviously they didn't attack it in a draft. Maybe the board didn't fall for them the way they wanted in terms of attacking that position. And they didn't want to reach, which I give them props for, but. There's got to be a plan outside the draft, and there are a couple of veterans that's people in the chat have brought up already. It's Ngakoue and Frank Clark. Could those be an options? Again, post draft. So we'll have to wait and see.
Let's get to another question here. Swanky asks, we need to talk about Cody Whitehair at center. He struggled mightily at left guard last year. Do you guys trust him at center, or should the Bears have invested in a center earlier? Jordan, take that one first.
I think it's going to help him to be at center because he's going to have two guards and Tevin Jenkins and Nate Davis there to hopefully assist. The only real concern I have with him, and this is just this is why you like a John Michael Schmitz. I was, again, high on Joe Tittman when we talk about, and Whippler would struggle here too, but in the NFL nowadays, you're facing a lot of odd fronts where you're facing these massive nose tackles that are just, collapsing the pocket. And I guess that's my concern with Whitehair is how well can he anchor against a Vita Vea, a Dalvin Tomlinson, a Dexter Lawrence, a Fedarian Mathis, a John Allen, these players of that stature where they're going to sit there and test him. And again, is it possible that he's going to be an all-star and great at center? Maybe, but I'm not so sold.
What do you think, Danny?
In terms of Whitehair, I mean, for me with Whitehair, he struggled last year at guard. For me, he's just a guy now, and that's why if you wanted to go into this offseason and replace him, I'd have no problem with him. He's not great, he's not horrible, but he's also just like I said, just a guy. Kick him inside of center, he might be a little bit more serviceable and might give you a little bit more. I'll give you more flexibility in terms of maybe you could find a position now for Tevin Jenkins. But again, guys, I don't think the Bears are relying on Tevin Jenkins. I honestly don't know if he's in their plans. I mean, he's a guy that I know they got Ja'Tyre Carter last year. I think they like him a lot. He basically redshirted last year. He didn't play a snap. I know they're high on him. We'll see what happens here in terms of after this, whatever these draft picks are left and whatever they do in free agency. But I don't think Tevin Jenkins is in their plans. And just as the signing of Nate Davis, after we all assumed Jenkins had settled into right guard, and I think the majority of it is kind of the not his play, but more is his inability to stay healthy throughout the whole season. I think that's something that they've come across, that they cannot rely on him, and they're going to bring up competition, and they say, hey, there's a spot here, compete for it. You make it, great. You don't, he wasn't their pick, so they're not going to worry about if they have to cut him, trade him, or whatever. So I wouldn't count on Tevin Jenkins being one of their starting five come week one of this next season. So, but yeah, so if you kick Whitehair inside the center. And then that way you can have that opening there at left guard. So I'll be curious to see. But I mean, in terms of Whitehair himself, again, just a guy. He's gotten to the point where he's not anywhere near Pro Bowl caliber. But although he didn't make the Pro Bowl as a center, so maybe center is a better position for him to be playing and then guard now. So hopefully that's an upgrade there for him. But yeah, I mean that's something again, best five will play right now for me. It's Braxton Jones at left tackle, Darnell Wright at right tackle, Davis at right guard, Whitehair at center, and the question mark right now is at left guard.
Excellent. Let's go ahead, Jordan. Get a thought.
I mean, Danny really encapsulated just well. He's a Jag, just a guy, and really that I think is, if we're trying to be nice to Cody Whitehair, the best value that he adds right now is that he's a veteran and provides leadership to a relatively young offensive line. And I'm not saying that that's not valuable, but if you're telling me that's my starting center, I guess I want better for my franchise quarterback to take snaps from and to have, when we're talking about providing him interior protection so that he can, step up in the pocket. I guess I want better out of my pivot.
Dontavian Wicks has been selected by the Green Bay Packers. I know that's a guy the Bears had some interest in. They brought him in a couple of times. They talked to him down at the Senior Bowl, but he is now a Green Bay Packer. Let's get caught up on all the picks that have happened since the Bears picked Noah Sewell at number 48. Sean Clifford, quarterback from Penn State University, to the Green Bay Packers. Any thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers heir apparent?
To me, that's a wasted pick. I don't know, Jordan. What do you think? That's a wasted.
No,
pick.
me too. I guess Aiden O'Connell came off the board, and Hayner's off the board, but Clifford is. I mean, he was problematic for Penn State. He's a tryhard at best and a camp body. I would love to be proved wrong, but that does feel like a burned pick.
He's actually 4 months older than Jordan Love. You know that?
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean. And Will Levis couldn't beat him out at Penn State and everything, but it's one of those things like neither could Justin Fields couldn't beat out Jake Fromm at Georgia. It's a situation where Clifford to me is just they're rating it as a C-. I think that's kind of generous.
Justin Shorter, the wide receiver from Florida, went to the Buffalo Bills.
This one's interesting to me, only because I love his size, and this is the thing. Everybody wants to talk about A.T. Perry at 6'5". He's not 6'5". He's like 6'2", so it's not quite the same thing, but to me, the fact that A.T. Perry's on the board and Justin Shorter's going ahead of him is a different story. I liked Shorter as a late ad, but not over an A.T. Perry. But you love the size, 6'4", 230, big X receiver. Had some drops on his tape, which scared me quite a bit. And that's not what I really want from a guy that his bread and butter should be going up and winning at the catch point and inspiring confidence in my quarterback to give him a chance.
Danny, Mike Morris went to the Seahawks. Is this a guy that you would have preferred over Noah Sewell?
Yeah. Even though it's more of a projection, he's a guy that was kind of used. We talked about it yesterday. Was kind of used a little weird at Michigan. He basically after Hutchinson left, they kind of put him in that role, but they stood him up a lot. And he's a guy I thought would be better suited with his hand in the ground. So he has the potential to be a defensive end in this scheme, but and they would stand him up and rush him in the middle of the defense, and it was just all over the board. But his combine testing numbers were really disappointing. I think that kind of knocked him down here into the 5th round. But just a one year starter, if you will. Was 9 sacks, I believe, this past season for Michigan. So he was a guy that I think could have gone a little bit higher if it wasn't for his combine numbers. But yeah, definitely a little bit intriguing. See, he would have been a guy that I would have probably taken over Sewell, just because he might bust out, but also he's a guy that could give you something that at your position of need that you like. They might not have liked his athletic traits, who knows? But that's something that I would have looked at here.
Nick Hampton just went to the Rams.
There you go. So the Rams they took Byron Young from Tennessee and Nick Hampton. So two outside linebacker edge rushing guys. Yep.
Kobe Sorsdale, offensive lineman, went from William and Mary, went to the Lions. Any thoughts on him, Jordan?
I didn't watch William Mary tape, and so I don't have any thoughts on Sorsdal. But I mean, who knows?
What about Servachi Dennis, the linebacker from Pitt? Went to the Bucks.
I mean, as they're talking about here, that tweener player, that safety linebacker kind of hybrid guy, and this is just the new age of the league where a lot of traditional safeties of yesteryear end up coming down and playing linebacker, and so kind of I guess how you would say, lacks discipline, kind of runs all over the field, but I like his enthusiasm, I like his sense of urgency and his suddenness on the field, and presumably he comes in and maybe plays that blitzing linebacker role that they've used Devin White in, as now Devin White has requested a trade. And so maybe he becomes a developmental piece, similar size to Devin White, to presume or succeed his role once he departs.
Olusegun Oluwatimi, the center or interior offensive lineman from Michigan, went to the Seahawks. We've talked about him a little, but Danny, do you have any thoughts on him?
Yeah, this was the Remington Award winner, or I believe the finalist for Remington Award. He was a guy from Michigan, a big bruising center. Didn't fit the Bears scheme, so that's why he wasn't high on my list. But he was by a lot of people thought as to be one of the better centers in this draft. So I think John Schneider and Pete Carroll and the Seahawks are doing some work this draft. I mean, really getting a lot of good players, physical, tough players. Talk about Derek Hall, talk about Devin Weatherspoon, their first pick. So I mean, just to name a few. So I mean, they continue to do some work here. So it's just it's a little, and he goes, Will Mallory, my tight end just went to the Colts, by the way. So, these other GMs, I'm starting to feel like you now, Jordan. Well, all these other GMs picking the guys that I wanted. But anyway, so it's just it's kind of frustrating when you see these good players go off and just, you want to know, obviously you want to be in the room and see like, why isn't this player, fitting here and why are you going this way? But obviously we can't answer those questions, but it is a little bit frustrating. But yeah, that's a player that again, Seattle doing a great job. Just to kind of finish up that thought there before I went on my little tangent on Will Mallory.
The speedy Darrell Luter went to the San Francisco 49ers. What do you think, Jordan?
I mean, look, they have a type there with the 49ers in their corners, and they coach him up real well. So I would expect him to be a developmental piece that can – I mean, they got a lot out of Lenore, the corner there. And, I mean, they just had quite a few kind of take exodus and move over with D'Amico Ryans to the Texans. So to me, I think that it's a little smaller than Ahkello Witherspoon, but that's kind of the player that he reminds me of coming out of Colorado, where really good press and right kind of stays in the hip pocket of the receiver. And at this point in the fifth, you're not going to find a lot of arguments. And what's funny, all those we talked about Darius Rush and Caillou Blue Kelly, who went off to the Ravens. So I will say I do think I would have probably kept the hometown kid and Caillou Blue Kelly as the corner here, but Luter makes a lot of sense, and South Alabama just produces these athletes. And the Janoris Jenkins comp is another former South Alabama, makes a lot of sense too, and that same type of player.
Chase Brown has gone to the Bengals, yes. Let's continue with our list here. The Chargers selected Jordan McFadden. We talked a little bit about him earlier, the interior offensive lineman, Clemson. Any other thoughts on him, Danny?
No, I just really liked him. I mean, again, he lined up at left tackle for Clemson, and you see here 6'2". He doesn't have the height to be a left tackle at the next level, but definitely kick him inside. I think he's got some surprising athletic ability, some a good chance of a guy that can create some movement up front. Definitely would have liked him here as possible. Kick him inside and make him someone come in and compete for that left guard position here with the Bears. But obviously, he's gone here to the Chargers.
Here's another cornerback that I really like, Caillou Blue Kelly. I saw him down at the Senior Bowl. He was last day of practice. He was just jumping routes and creating all sorts of disturbance in the practice passing game. Jordan, have you had a chance to take a look at the kid from Stanford?
Yeah, I mean, he was one of my not a favorite in the sense that he was worth like a second-round pick or anything, but a good athlete and somebody that you probably recall, though, Thomas Booker, the 3-tech from Stanford last year, was a guy I was a big fan of. And he couldn't stop raving about the guys coming up next year. One of the guys he kept talking about was Caillou Blue Kelly, and that's what really prompted me to view his tape. And as you're seeing here in the report, there's some refinement issues that need to take place. But as far as being an athlete with good size, this to me, and I'm not saying he's the same player as Tyreek Stevenson, but I'm with Danny a little bit that the fact that you're seeing some of these guys with these talents going in the fifth, I'm like, ugh, because to me, the drop off between Stevenson and Kelly is really not that significant. And I don't mean to piss people off that way, but that's how I feel.
We'll continue our
quarterback from BYU.
We'll continue our scroll down to picks and then interrupt as soon as we learn who the Bears pick is, which should be any second. Daniel Scott, the safety, went to the Colts.
This one, I'm like, Ballard just can't do any wrong to me, Daddy. I don't know if you watched Daniel Scott.
Ballard's specialty with the Bears was defensive backs, so he knows how to scout defensive backs.
I don't know how you felt about Daniel Scott, or if you scouted him much, Danny, but I loved Daniel Scott. Good size, good range, plays hard to the ball, is willing to come down and thump you. Has some pretty decent instincts. And as they're saying here, I mean, he can be a little overzealous, but that's kind of what I'm talking about when he'll thump you, is he'll throw a shoulder in and maybe he'll miss it. But if he's making contact, he's got enough size to bring a pop. And I mean, Elijah Hicks, for the fellow safety from Cal, that's how I ended up kind of seeing Daniel Scott and loved his range on tape.
Well, there you have it. The Bears have drafted a safety, Antonio Johnson. There goes Danny again. Not happy at a safety being
Wait, no, that's the guy. Wait, they took him?
Yeah, they took him. They took Antonio Johnson, Texas A&M safety.
Yeah,
oh, there you go. No, that's a good pick.
Okay, good. Tell us why you like Antonio Johnson.
Yeah, no, this is a guy. A lot of teams have this guy as their top safety. I was refreshing to see if I got anything about the Bears pick, but yeah, this is guy. 71 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, one sack this past season. The pass defense is only one pass broken up. So he's a physical safety. A lot of people talk. He might be a guy. Some scouts I was talking to saying that he might be a guy that could be like we'll talk about earlier with one of the other safeties that could be a close to line of scrimmage kind of safety slash linebacker, like J.L. Skinner. We're talking about him being a guy that's got a physical presence. But that question about him or just secondary being able to cover back there. But I think again we're gonna bring in a guy in. Well, it's not. I just the screen says Terrell Smith, Minnesota cornerback for Bears pick.
Oh, right. So is that wrong?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Antonio Johnson was taken earlier, I thought.
Oh, so Larry, I don't mean to be crass, Raldo, but the term Huddy Dick, Larry T. Huddy Dick, does swear he was over here telling us Antonio Smith. Thanks,
Terrell Smith, a corner out of Minnesota, who I actually love. So this is a guy that I actually did this guy as a report. I mean, this is a guy that I saw down at the East West Shrine game as well. And where are my corner notes here? 1 second, guys.
That's all right. I apologize.
Over here.
I apologize. I should have confirmed.
I'll go ahead and say this: if it was Antonio Johnson, I was happy. If it was Terrell Smith, I was happy. So it's
Terrell Smith is now. This is what okay. So here you're talking about value. A guy is 6'1", 204, 30 almost 33-inch arms. He played corner and wide receiver at high school, so he's got some athletic ability. 3-year starter in Minnesota, all Big Ten honorable mention. This is a good combination of size, speed, and toughness. A 4-time academic All Big Ten. A guy that again, I saw him down live at the East West Shrine game. Was playing some press coverage, which surprised me because I saw him more as an off man corner, which I liked in this defense. But man, talk about a guy that comes down, will wrap up, be physical. Can play man, like I said, or can play off man coverage as well. This is a good cornerback, guys. That's why, when they picked Tyreek Stevenson, I was looking at one. This is one of the guys I was looking at as well. So this is a heck of a pick here that they made here, and I think Greg likes this guy as well. So I think this is an ideal fit. Again, the ball hawking skills are not there. Only has 4 interceptions for his career. Only 16 passes defense. It's got to be better in terms of playing the ball, but I think where I see him excelling is being off man and then coming downhill like that right there, coming downhill and wrapping up and tackling. And I think this is a guy that he played, again, at the East West Shrine game. They made him play a lot of more press man, and he was able to stay in phase downfield. And that's where a lot of scouts then, along with me, kind of open up my eyes. All right, this guy can maybe do multiple things here. So good pick right here, guys. I like this guy.
Jordan, your thoughts?
To me, yeah, I'm with Danny here. It's the value is where I'm saying it's tremendous. And I have an affinity for safety, so I kind of when I got the Johnson pick, I was like, well, that's fun. But no, I'm still happy about the Terrell Smith pick. He is a guy to me that's a little tighter in the hips than I like for corners. But again, we're talking in the 5th round, and Danny's already alluded to the fact that maybe I don't want him impressed because I don't think he's as fluid in his hips. But to me, it has good instincts, drives on the ball, comes from a guy I really respect at leading that program, and PJ Fleck, the coach there at Minnesota. Well-disciplined, well-oiled ran operation there. And to me, the only concerns I really have with him is that hip fluidity, change of direction, and then just the lack of ball. I don't want to say ball skills, but just didn't really have a lot of ball production. And had some opportunities for interception slip away. If you watch the tape long enough, you'll see some of those. But again, to me, a good player where you can't have enough DBs. And we're talking about, I know it seems like you're all set with Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon, but you really did. You got to remember, you were picking from Jalen Jones and Josh Blackwell, and you were picking off the scrap heap for the rest of this. So you need competent bodies there, and Terrell Smith absolutely is that.
Indeed. I've got video. I believe this is Greg talking about Terrell. Yeah.
Very consistent. Good size and length, plays a lot of off at Minnesota and plays it well. That translates. If you can play off good, you're a good player, and because it's probably the hardest coverage to play. Translate well to the 2 press, being able to do that. He's very effective in zone, alert and anticipates well, closes very quickly, very good hands and ball skills. Good run support player. He'll hit you.
All right. That was Greg Gabriel with his scouting report on Terrell Smith. This cornerback room now gets incredibly robust with these picks. Let me pull up the They don't have a depth chart on the website yet.
I'll tell you what, Aldo, I like this pick a lot. This is just as a similar kind of area that you're picking. I like this pick a lot more than the Thomas Graham selection from a couple years ago. And to me, Greg really nails it. I know Danny feels the same way. I'm glad to hear that we have some consensus here, because there's a real nuanced point there that playing off is definitely the hardest. Don't get me wrong, playing press and playing bump and run can be difficult because, boy, you miss and you're playing catch up, but you have to react so quick, and you have to have instincts and understand route distribution and what's coming at you full force. And so to me, again, just kind of as a one-off comparison to another quarterback that was selected in this range a couple of years ago by the Bears, Terrell Smith is a better player coming out than Thomas Graham was to me.
Yeah. The other thing was with off-man coverage, Jordan, is you have to be able to know route concepts, what the offense is doing. You got to be able to know to read the quarterback's eyes, and also know where you guys at. Know you have backfield help. If you don't have back help by safety, you got to man your zone. And then next thing is all that right now. If you see a guy catch a ball in front of you, you got to click, transition, come downhill, gather yourself, and wrap up and tackle. So I think that's a tougher role for these off-man corners. So. Again, press guys are get all the pub because they press them at the line of scrimmage and they're running hip by hip or stride by stride with the receiver down the field. I mean, it's not easy being an off-man corner. I think when you see a guy, especially that fits this system this nicely, again, he's got the length, got the size. His numbers, I think he ran a 4.4 140 at the combine, so he's got the speed. So I'm telling you, this for me it was ball production. I know Greg said he likes his ball production. For me, it wasn't enough ball production, but that was my main negative on him. But everything else I loved about the kid. So I'm telling you, scouts that I was talking to East West Shrine Game were all praising this kid. So definitely helped himself from there, and they continued to get better as he went on to the whole process. So this is a very good value pick here in the 5th round.
Good guy asked the question, what does off-man corner mean? Go ahead, Danny.
Off-man coverage is when you see like the corner backed off about 5, 7, 8 yards. Some space in between them and the receiver. Press man is when they're up, a 1 yard basically in their face, and then what they try and do is try and jam and press them at the line of scrimmage, throw the timing off between the quarterback and the receiver, because a lot of these offenses now, they run these timing routes where the receiver's got to be at a certain spot at a certain time for the quarterback is going to throw it to the spot, and the receiver's got to be there. So you press them, you don't let them get off the line of scrimmage, and you basically you're in their hip pocket. Off man, again, you got to be back, you got to be able to kind of read zone concepts, you got to see what the route combinations are, what the offense is trying to do, and also you have to keep your eye in the backfield and see what the quarterback's doing. Has the quarterback leaked out? Is the quarterback now coming scrambling in your area? Then now you got to transition quickly, come up and make a tackle again. So if a guy catches the ball in your area, in your zone, you got to again transition, click your heels, and come downhill and gather yourself and be able to tackle, whether it's a running back or a receiver or a tight end or even a quarterback. So it's you got to be physical, you got to be bigger. You're not as quick twitched as these press man corners, but you got to be a more physical corner in off man.
Jordan, you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the only thing I would expound upon, and it sounds like I always try to assume that everybody knows it, but I always take it back a step. It looks a lot like zone, what Danny's talking about, where you're 5 to 7 yards off. But the big difference here too is zone, where you're just responsible for a window of space. You're playing. The reason we're calling it off man is you are responsible for your man, so you take him where he goes. It's just that you also have to read, because we have these route concepts and route distributions where they're trying to put you in conflict. And so you have to have enough wits and understand that as much as I'm playing this guy on man, if they've got a guy running behind me, I need to make that side adjustment and ultimately to step back to play that role as well. So it takes a heady player. And again, there's really not much negative to say about Terrell Smith here. I'm with Danny, and I disagree a little bit with Greg on that he didn't have ball skills. And it's one thing, you heard me earlier talk about like Joey Porter. I was like, yeah, but it's because he was clamping dudes and they didn't want to throw to him. They understood the challenges of that. My problem is that they would throw to Terrell Smith and he would find ways to miss interceptions, alligator arm balls. And so, again, you're going to have warts when you draft in this range of the draft in the 5th round. But maybe they can clean that up. It's not the first corner that has.
Yeah, it's called a jugs machine. Just get him in front of a jugs machine and have him work on those hands.
So yeah, it's solid, and something that we can maybe expound upon a little bit. And I don't think this is not the role for him, but maybe even later in career, he can play some safety. That's one thing I do think about his game. He could certainly step back and play deeper, even if it doesn't for some reason work out, or you want to put him at safety in a pinch. He can play that role because of those instincts.
Fun fact from Cloudy Future, he says BYU quarterback Jaron Hall goes to the Vikings at 164 in round 5. 12 quarterbacks have been drafted in the first 5 rounds. A new record for the common draft era. Is this the Brock Purdy effect? It probably is, right? Take a swing at a quarterback, and so maybe the Bears will take a swing too. But I like to be careful at what swings you take, because you could, if you want to continue to feed that pipeline every other year or so with a quarterback, a developmental quarterback. But if you're just going to waste a pick on a guy, I don't think Brock Purdy was necessarily a wasted pick, although he was the absolute last guy in last year's draft, right? He was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
So, there's arguments that he could have been a 5th rounder. So I don't think that, was a total shot in the dark by the 49ers. He had some skills, and but yeah, it is an interesting record. New draft, new record for the common draft era. I got it out.
Is there even a quarterback out there that I haven't gone through my updated list in terms of you want to take a swing at now? I mean, with DTR gone, Hayner gone.
Yeah, I'm not
gone.
Tune.
Yeah,
Tune's gone.
Tanner Morgan.
No.
Malik Cunningham would be the interesting one. I don't even like him as a quarterback, so that's what I'm saying. There's not. Danny, our guy, more your guy than mine, because I just don't know how he fits in a Bears defensive end. But I would say our guy, B.J. Thompson, went to the Chiefs.
Oh
yeah, Stephen F. Austin guy.
Yep.
Yeah, skinny as all hell, but man, that guy needs some. I just don't know how much impact he'll have next year with the Chiefs. The Chiefs can get him and kind of hold on to him, but with the Bears, I'm looking for a guy that come in and probably be even at the very least a situational pass rusher. I just don't know he was a guy. I like his traits. I like again I label him as a developmental player. You bring him in, you kind of pick up. This is a guy I like here a lot. Asim Richards as tackle.
Yep.
He went to North Carolina. It went to the Cowboys. He's a guy that played left tackle. He's probably going to kick in a guard most likely and be a left guard for them. But yeah, this is a good pickup here as well. So I'm saying, like, the interior of the offensive line, there's a lot of depth still out there. So, but yeah, I mean, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. What was I talking about?
We were talking about B.J. Thompson, Chiefs.
Yeah, Thompson. Yeah, again, a guy that's intriguing in terms of his traits. I think he had a sack in the East-West Shrine game as well. So he's a guy that definitely has the traits, but you just want to kind of hold on to him and develop him and get him bigger. Intrigue me, but again, he wouldn't be an impact guy next year.
And he's one of the older prospects in the class. I mean, previously went to Baylor for a few years before he was even at Stephen F. Austin. So to me, he's an older prospect, and he's got plenty of bend and explosiveness, and he's a freak, but you do need to develop him.
Dude, it looks like a small forward out there.
Yeah.
Basketball small forward.
Yeah. Henry To'oTo'o, the Alabama linebacker, former Tennessee player,
Houston, right?
Yep. I like that pairing with Christian Harris there too. And to me, it's not that he's an amazing player, but I can see him being used in that Drake Greenlaw role that D'Amico Ryan's going to carry over from San Francisco, and they just need to go find their Azeez Al-Shaair in that role. And then you talk about after him was the freak from Auburn, Owen Pappoe, that went to.
He's a guy that's like a 34 outside linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because you want to talk about all the traits in athletics, but he was
highly recruited. I think it was like 1 or 2 or something like that in the class, right?
And never really lived up to it at all.
Sure, yep. So I forgot it was Dexter. I was reading either Gervin Dexter or was it Pickens? They were second behind Jalen Carter in their class in terms of defensive tackle. One of the two. I forgot which one it was.
I think it was Pickens. It was
Pickens. Yeah. So it's like that's how talented these two guys are. The Bears picked. But it's just they're right there with Jalen Carter. It just in terms of getting them in the right system and utilizing their skill set. So
yeah, well, and Jalen Carter was playing at Georgia with an NFL defense all around him, and Zach Pickens is playing. I mean, it's always interesting to hear a college player go, and I mean, you heard Gervin Dexter say that he didn't receive any real coaching at Florida, and then you had Zach Pickens say, and Zach Pickens came out and said, "I'm going to be 10 times better with the Bears than what I was at South Carolina," because he knows he was played out of position too. So. It's always interesting to hear that.
It's a little bit different comparison, but Ryan Day was on. I heard him on ESPN. They're talking about C.J. Stroud in terms of why he never showed his ability to run other than the Georgia game. It was like, well, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't want to lose him. I don't want him to get hurt, and then I don't have my starting quarterback, because then I would be out of a competition for a championship. So these college players, a lot of times they I know some evaluators say, or like I've even said it before, like his tape in 2021 was different in 2022. Well, we got to take a look and see, well, all right, well, what changed? Was there a coaching change? Was there a scheme fit change? Did they bring in a whole new system? Because you could put these guys in positions where it helps the team win, but doesn't necessarily help the guy show off his skill set. So that's a lot of things that I take in fact when I'm scouting a player like Noah Sewell. Like I take a look. In fact, all right, 2021 he was pretty good. They lost their defensive coordinator. He went to become the head coach. I forgot which school he's the head coach of now, but I'm sorry, he went to Miami, I believe, right? His head coach or defensive coordinator.
Cristobal went to Miami, and then Dan Lanning from Georgia went to Oregon.
Right. So there was a coaching regime change. So I got what changed there. So you got to keep that in mind as well. So that's why I don't want to be too tough on the kid, but as long as you still want to be able to kind of see and kind of scout in context in terms of what's happening with the kid. It's not just basically just put on the tape here. Oh, in 2021, you're a game wrecker. In 2022, you sucked. Why? What happened? Got to look into all of that. So that's what I'm saying with these kids, with Garvin Dexter and with Pickens, Pickens especially, he flashed. And when he flashes, and like we were talking about earlier, you grade the flash. When he flashes, that's what I want. That's what I want to see in my 3 technique. When Gervin flashes, I'm like, whoa, like this guy's 6'4", 6'5", he's huge. He's stout at a point of attack. If he can do that to a guard and a center and get into the quarterback, man, that's very impressive. But again, not consistent of either player. You get that consistency from both those players, those flashes, now you got something special.
Yeah, sky high.
Skokes wants to know. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jordan.
No, hold on. I was actually going to say Skokes asked a good question.
Yeah, he's shocked that Poles has only addressed offensive line once this week. Thoughts? Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, to me, I think that you've seen it, and I don't. Even with Braxton, he was never going to replace Braxton. He's got pride and ego in that pick of look what I found in the 5th. And when you talk about 2 former offensive linemen, and Ian Cunningham and Ryan Poles, there has to be some ego there that we know what we're doing. We know how to find diamonds in the rough. And clearly they must think that they have that with a Doug Kramer, with picking an Alex Leatherwood off of the waiver wire, with a Kellen Deesh being stashed away, a Jatire Carter taking a not a medical red shirt, but just a red shirt year. And so it's one of those things that when you actually think about it, I get that it feels concerning. And yes, I'd love a Luke Whippler added to the equation. But when you actually look at the Bears offensive line room, I mean, let's just count them real quick. It's Braxton Jones, Alex Leatherwood, Kellen Deesh, Jatire Carter, Nate Davis, Tevin Jenkins, Cody Whitehair, Lucas Patrick, Doug Kramer, Darnell Wright. Like, there's a lot of bodies there. So if you're drafting somebody, you have to feel confident that they're better than the guy that you already have in present.
What are your thoughts, Danny?
No, it's very impressive how he just rattled off the Bears offensive line room there. I got to give props on that one. Give him a little golf clap there. But I agree. And to answer your questions, folks, I am surprised as well. Like that's why I've been kind of harping here. Like there are other value in terms of the interior offensive line, interior defensive line you can go at. They have 2 more picks here, I believe, in the 7th round. So what's going to be left at that point, we don't know. But Whippler is a guy from Ohio State, the center. Will he still be there in the 7th round? I'll be shocked if he still is. But if he is, that'd be a nice 7th round pick there. That's a good value. But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of guys. There's that kid from Alabama. The guy that could play guard and center is also could give you some flexibility. But yes, I would definitely like to see some more offensive, especially interior offensive line, because I think you've kind of hopefully solidified, knock on wood here, solidified your tackle positions. Now you got to bring in some of those interior guys. And again, we got to keep in mind though, just like with the edge guys, there's always going to be another phase of free agency, veteran free agency, where you get guys in to come in and be camp bodies, or like kind of like a Riley Reif last year, or Michael Schofield. Those guys were brought in, right at the beginning of training camp, and next thing you know, Riley Reif started for most of the season and did a pretty damn good job. Actually parlayed that into a multi-year contract with the Patriots and a starting job at right tackle. So those are always going to be those veterans there you can kind of bring in and plug in, hopefully. So, but yeah, there's depth there with young guys that you want to give a shot to. Again, we'll see how it plays out. But the fact that you got your tackles, you looks like you got your right guard done. Center still a question mark, possibly could be answered with Whitehair. Left guard right now is the big question mark for me.
We've got some time here. We've got about 45 picks before the Bears select again. So any questions from the chat room? We've got plenty of time to address those. I will ask this question first to either one of you gentlemen. What is the the defense and the secondary now appear to be set. I mean, are you guys happy with the back seven that we have in the depth at those positions to say, okay, let's focus our energies with free agency coming up on the defensive line? Jordan, you're smiling, so I'll go to you first.
I know Danny's not gonna like this. We're almost there. I need another safety only because DHC was not re-signed, was he? I think he's still a free agent. And so you're betting on the Cal kid from last year, Hicks, with Eddie coming back from an injury, and then you're hoping Brisker takes a year 2 step. The corners I'm in love with. We're there now. You've got Stevenson, Gordon, Johnson, Jones, Blackwell, Terrell Smith. You've got enough competition there brewing. I think I just need another safety. Now, I'm not even saying you totally have to draft one, but I do think that's the one area where, like, can we just get another guy in there? And whatever role you want to play, like the Antonio Johnson, the Texas A&M kid who went to the Jaguars. We were talking about it like he went to the Bears. I was excited because he's kind of that JL Skinner, tight end eraser, overhang defender. And if that's the guy you want, or it's DeAndre Houston Carson coming back, I just want one more body there.
Mr. Shimon, I see you reflecting. I know you're upset like I am that Payne Durham has gone to the Bucs.
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to break the news to you. Like, yeah, your boy went. Yeah, I mean, I think this guy's a very productive tight end, man. Every time you watch, Purdue or you watch Aiden O'Connell, he's always throwing to this guy. The only thing is he just doesn't have the foot quickness. I think he ran almost a 5.40 or something, like a 4.8, 4.9 40. So very productive. A guy's got to make his a living probably in the middle of the football field. But to answer your question, for me, I mean, right now the defensive line is obviously it helps. This draft helps, but I would like to kind of attack it some more, bring in some more guys, to be able to be playing, whether it's end for sure, and also another defensive tackle. I mean, I just want the depth there, and we talked about these 2 guys they drafted today, and Justin Jones, right? Those are the 3 guys, and Andrew Billings. So they got their 4 interior defensive tackles there. If you want to go off of that. Now you have DeMarcus Walker on the outside. We talked about Rasheem Green, but those guys really aren't full-time starters. Maybe you can start Walker. Green's been a rotational guy. So, edge or defensive end is a position of need. Travis Gibson obviously is still on the roster. So, I hope that they go to look and improve that area as well. And linebackers, I think we're good at linebackers. I think we're good at corners. Safety, obviously, with Eddie Jackson and Brisker, the starters. You have Elijah Hicks as one of the backups, and hopefully they bring back DHC. But if not, that could be an area where they could maybe bring in, again, a veteran off the streets and see what they can do there. But I'm good with that back 7 in terms of adding right now. I guess my priority, again, would just be that defensive line and getting some more depth in interior, and also, obviously, the edge guys.
Next question, we've got one from AJ. What about Jared Patterson from Notre Dame? He's got guard and center versatility. I'll just say this. I was totally unimpressed with the Senior Bowl with the guy.
I'll pass on that guy.
Yeah. That's a hard pass, huh?
Hard pass.
I will say, I guess I'm the odd one out here. I actually am quite a fan of Patterson, even dating back to the last year. Not a world beater, not telling you that he's a starter in any way, but I like useful interior offensive linemen. And he's got center versatility. He played guard this last year. Not a smart player, understands. I mean, you're talking about coming from that Notre Dame system with Harry Hiestand, so I know he's got the headiness to play inside for them. Not, again, to be very clear, not somebody I'd put like over a Luke Whippler or anything in that situation. But what it reminds me of is, and it's very different because Lucas Patrick was an undrafted free agent. But Lucas Patrick is kind of that same guy, a useful interior offensive lineman that can play center, can play guard if you need to. Patrick's much more of an asshole or a road grader on the field, which I appreciate. But Patterson is a guy that let me be very clear. I'm a little biased. Kid went to high school 10 minutes away from me. I was a tackle.
Now we know why you like him.
I was a tackle at high school before moving into center for Notre Dame because of the short arms, and is not a mauler, is not a big guy, but we're talking about Luke Whippler is kind of a guy that's more athletic and isn't necessarily super stout in his anchor. I kind of feel Patterson's the same way.
So what's the difference between him and Mustafa? I like Mustafa. He's a 4-year veteran.
To me, Mustafa can't play anything outside of
You
center.
just described what Mustafa is. A guy who's not overpowering, a guy who can play center and guard, who's smart, intelligent. That's a son Mustafa to me.
Well, so here's, and I understand it. Here's what I would say is different. So one, Mustafa is a center only. If we're going to
guard, he's played guard before.
Sure, and I think that Patterson's technique and technician is more of a technician than Mustafa.
Interesting. Okay, next question. John asked, what about Cameron Fleming or George Fant? Is it Fant or Fant? I'll say Fant.
I think Fant got re-signed, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too.
And I think Fleming was either in for a visit with some team or was close to signing with another team, I believe. So
I think
those are the veteran, typical swing tackle types. Yes.
Yeah, Fleming is still a free agent.
Okay.
Okay.
Fleming went to visit the Dolphins, and I thought he was signed, but I don't think he was. So
no, I don't think so either.
Those are fine options as swing tackles if you want to add one of those. I'm a big George Fant fan as far as just like a real, true left and right versatility. Good option as a second tier guy.
Another interesting tidbit here from Cloudy Future: the Colts, Eagles, and Bears have yet to take a player with a RAS score below 8.00. That is, of course, the RAS scoring system designed by Kent Platty, old friend of the bar room. And I frankly, and I love Kent, but I don't know what really the value of the RAS is.
This is where I feel like analytics gets a little bit too foggy, and I understand it's taking off in baseball, and I'm not going to be the anti-analytics guy, get off my lawn kind of guy. It's just like football is different to me, man. And there's some analytics that like the PFF stuff, like I ignore it. I don't care what PFF stuff because I know how they grade and how they grade, how I grade and how I scout. It's totally different. And I look at tape, I look at actual football plays, I look at actual football tackling and all this other stuff, the percentages. Again, I'm not saying they're useless. There are some examples where it gives you some extra information about a player, but it's just like to keep analytics out of football for me. And my guy Robert Beal just went to 49ers again. That's the guy I wanted as a possible edge guy. I wants to go to the 49ers. So, sorry, I didn't mean to get off my rant there, but for me, the whole analytics thing just really kind of bothers me in football.
And I know that it's appreciated by a lot of people. I see analysts referring to it. I've even seen some pro personnel people refer to it. So it has some value for some people. But I'm with Danny there. I just don't really think that it's as valuable a tool as maybe some others that are available. What do you think, Jordan? Got a thought on that?
To me, it's all about it's a piece of the pie, a piece of the evaluation. It doesn't mean that it's everything. And nuance is so important when we're talking about things like a RAS score or GPS data. It's there to inform you about a player's athleticism, not their success as a football player, not their instincts, not their arm strength, not their character. It's just simply there to tell you and compare athletically based on testing numbers. This is how this player performed compared to another. Mm-hmm. And if you want to use that to help sway you or paint you in a different direction, I would imagine most front offices use that. And they may not even use specifically RAS as a score, but just a general idea of, like, let me give you a perfect example. Clark Phillips on the RAS score probably is a piss poor RAS score. But to Danny's point, like, we both like Clark Phillips because I'm going to rely on the tape and believe what I'm seeing there and say he plays faster than what his testing was. Similarly to was it Tyler Scott, or maybe it was even Roshan Johnson, where these guys to me play faster than the 4.4. Like, I think it was Tyler Scott with a 4.4. I don't think he plays 4.4. I think he plays 4.3. So to me, it's one of those things where should it be the majority or the main dish of your evaluation? By no means. But if you want to use it as just a piece of the pie to help color in the picture and help you come to a conclusive decision, I'm fine with that.
Next question, Jojo Loco 5150. Should we draft a kicker? Jordan says, hell no.
Hell no. Hell no. For what? First off, the team has so many more needs. Yeah. But on top of that, you already got one under contract, and I'm not even the biggest. I actually am not a huge fan of Cairo Santos because I just think I would rather every day of the week, I'd rather have a kicker with a big leg than I understand accuracy is important, but especially in Chicago weather, it would be nice to be able to kick with frigid weather down the middle, 55 and out. So I'm not even a fan of Santos. But to me, you've already got a guy there and you've got other needs. Go find somebody in an undrafted free agent, try to bring him in and see if you can strike gold that way.
How do you guys feel about Robbie Gould perhaps returning to the Bears? He would be expensive, but
I was going to say, like, if you guys don't like Santos, Robbie Gould's sitting out there begging for a job. So, I mean, you can go out there and sign Robbie Gould if you guys want. But, yeah, I would not waste a draft pick on a kicker.
Yeah, I don't see there being a kicker. Jake Moody was clearly the best kicker coming out of college, and then
third round.
And he went in the third, right? Outside of him, and I would have drafted him in the 7th round if he would have been available, which is I truly expected him to drop that far. But obviously, some teams have a higher value on that kicking position. It's usually teams that have just had horrendous kicking seasons the prior year. Let's get to the next question. Any thoughts on surprise cuts, guys not making the 53-man roster? Would it surprise you if Velus Jones didn't make the team? I know, Danny, you talked about that a little earlier.
I think with today's selections and some of what they've done, I think Velus Jones is on notice. I think we've talked about here. Cody Whitehair is on notice, depending on what they do here in terms of who they bring in. For me, I don't know about them. For me, because the lack of moves, but Travis Gibson is on notice. But again, they haven't done anything now to bring anybody in to kind of give him a sort of kick in the butt there. But at least for me, he's on notice. Obviously, I think with today's picks too, I think Kildo Vildor is probably out the door. The corner. So I think those are some guys. I don't know if that's a surprise or not, but I think Whitehair and I think Velus Jones could be surprise cuts if they don't pick up the pace.
What do you think, Mr. Jordan?
I'll take it a little bit out of left field, and not in the means that Jalen Johnson's on the way out, but I do think there's a little bit of a sense to say you're on notice that you are not mandatory. We do not have to have you here. We just drafted Tyreek Stevenson in the 2nd and just brought in Terrell Smith to play. He can play boundary corner. So a sense of maybe you need to play ball and take a better contract. Otherwise, we've got options. We don't have to overextend ourselves or overreach to pay you. Other than that, the usual suspects we talked about. Cody Whitehair is another one. I question the running backs is a little interesting because I love Roshan. You heard me pound the table for it. So, but it is 4's a lot to be carrying with you. So I don't know how you really approach that. I don't know if it's a battle of the big backs and Deontay Foreman gets released because it's a little interesting there. And then the other one I would say is when we're talking receiver, again, not that anybody's going to be cut of the big names, but I do wonder if this is. I've always said with the DJ Moore one being added, I always thought it was a very unique aspect that's not talked about enough, that we got our number one receiver in DJ Moore under financial control. And if he is producing like the number one, how can you, Claypool and Mooney, ask for more money than what DJ Moore is getting when he's our number one guy with financial control at a cheaper rate? And I think some of that gets pressed and squeezed even more with a Darnell Mooney, for example, when you draft a Scott from Cincinnati.
Interesting. Hey, we got a special guest, Vinny Parisi, who is the co-host of Bar Down Hockey Talk and also the host of Crosstown Crosstalk and the co-host on South Burbs Hitman. He also writes for the Windy City. Is it windycity.com, right?
Yeah,
Vinny?
thewindycity.com. Yep.
Yeah, and so
do you speak Vinny? What do you do? I always, geez, man.
For sure not.
Vinny has some questions for you guys, but first, Vinny, I want to ask you, what do you think about the draft so far? Do you think the Bears have addressed some of the needs, or do you think like Zach Sullivan? I just had his chat comment up. He says he thinks that this draft feels flat to him. Not sure that we got one of those generational talents despite once holding the first overall pick. What do you think, Vinny?
Well, my problem is I have a very weird definition of generational talent. I think there are like 5 or 6 generational talents in the NFL. I don't like to throw that term around as loosely as some other people do. Like Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. Aaron Donald is a generational talent in his prime. Like guys like that who make such an impact where you're like, those guys can lead you to the Super Bowl no matter what. I'm not sure there was one of those in this draft. Obviously, someone can turn into that or like prove to be that, but identifying them out of college, I didn't see anybody and look at them and go, that's the guy. Otherwise, I think the Bears probably would have kept the first overall pick had that happened. And a large chunk of their free agency was linebackers. And like, listen, I love a good linebacker. This is Chicago. This is linebacker university. But it has become a little bit more of a tier 3 position in the NFL over the last handful of years. There's a lot more emphasis, obviously, on quarterbacks. That's obviously the number one most important position. But then you look at pass rushing. I think it's really important to be solid in the trenches, offensive and defensive line. And that's kind of where the Bears attacked early in this draft. Three of the first 4 picks were used on either an offensive or defensive lineman. So, and the one kid from Miami, the cornerback, apparently that dude's a dog. So I'm actually kind of liking what they did with this pick. And Aldo, you and I did we not touch on that backup Texas running back when we were on Crosstown Crosstalk together? And you were like, this guy would be a number one on most other collegiate programs. And, he was a backup to Bijan Robinson, who obviously, if someone was, a S tier running back in this draft, it would be him. But like the Bears got that guy who maybe would have been equally as claimed as Robinson had he started all these years at Texas. So I don't know. I like the draft so far. Sorry, I went way long there talking.
No, we appreciate that. We've got 7 hours to fill.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I know Danny and I are probably running a little low on fuel sometimes.
That's funny. You guys are like, finally a break.
I'm going to take a bite of my protein bar here.
Yeah, do it.
You do that. So, Vinny, I don't know how closely you've been able to look at the draft, but is there another team that you have said, wow, this team has really loaded up on some good picks, a team that you've particularly liked?
Yeah, so let's say the Bears, this rebuild actually works, right? And they're in the NFC playoff for the next handful of years. The team that scares the ever-living crap out of me is the defending NFC champion Philadelphia Eagles. The haul that they pulled out of the first round, getting Jalen Carter. If Jalen Carter turns out that he's able to play football and all the off-the-field stuff, falls to the wayside and he just plays football for the next 10 years, that is a scary, scary sight. And then I also liked a couple of the other picks that they made. One of my favorite picks in the entire draft, and I didn't really see anybody clamoring over this as much as I was. I tweeted about it, but I was like, nobody else loves it as much as me, so maybe I'm just an idiot. But I really liked seeing the Cincinnati Bengals pick up Myles Murphy. I thought that was a great pick for them. I thought he would go a little bit higher to the draft, and seeing that a team like the Bengals, who, yeah, they're firing on all cylinders on offense. That's a generational quarterback, and that's a generational receiver over there in Cincinnati. And I'm like, well, they're improving their defense, and now that could be like the step they need to like maybe make that extra play against Patrick Mahomes in the late stages of the fourth quarter. If Myles Murphy turns out to play as well as he did at Clemson. So those are kind of the teams that stole the show for me early on in the event.
Yeah, I'll ask you, Vinny, because we were just talking about this about a few minutes before you arrived. Is with this haul that the Bears are coming in, do you see any particular player on this Bears roster who might be out of a job? I think a popular name in the chat has been Kindle Vildor, who Danny and I were really high on when we saw him down at the Senior Bowl. We were happy he was drafted. Jim Nagy, who is the executive director of the Senior Bowl, asked us to please be patient. This guy's going to turn out. He's going to play really well. But he has been inconsistent at best and really bad other times. Do you think Kindle Vildor is on the hot seat, and any other players immediately come to mind?
Yeah, I do think Vildor is going to be on the hot seat. He's going to have to play well. He's going to have a good training camp in order to possibly have a starting role or, get the opportunity to be an impact player on the Bears in the 2023 season. Sometimes that happens for guys in year 2. You realize that, hey, they were a rookie last year, or, they were a young player, whatever, and they're finally starting to mature into their body. The team around him is obviously going to improve, which should help his game. I think having a better pass rush, better linebackers in front of him will obviously, make things a tad easier for people. I think that gets lost a little bit, how bad the Bears actually were last year. And, some of the skill players on the team might suffer because of it. But they were going to have 2 men battle out the job for right tackle until they drafted Darnell Wright. And I think whoever you thought would be the loser of that battle between the two of them would end up probably being one that's on the hot seat because they're definitely going to keep as many linemen on the roster as they can. But I think Darnell Wright is going to put some people who are waiting on the rest of the rookie class to step up. Those people are going to kind of be on the hot seat if they do end up living up to their potential.
You're getting many compliments on the headgear there. Homer Cuts says, nice headpiece.
That's funny.
Let's see. Yeah, Jordan, why don't you and Danny, if you want, why don't you guys just take a break for a while, stretch, and go have yourself a hamburger or something. So, Danny, do you want to stick around for a little while longer? I know you've got a 3 o'clock commitment as well.
Yeah, I got a 3 o'clock commitment. I'm going to step up for some check on the kids here. Be right back.
All right. Thank you, brother. That leaves us, Vinny, you and I, to talk about this Bears draft. You mentioned Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback who has been drafted. He does, Greg Gabriel was down on him because he had one really poor game against North Carolina. But the rest of the tape is sterling. He's just a hard-hitting cornerback. He's going to probably unseat Kindle Vildor. Now, the big question is should the Bears extend the contract of Jalen Johnson, the holdover from the Ryan Pace era? Or does Poles want to totally revamp this Bears team in his mirror image and let Jalen Johnson play out the season and maybe replace him with a new acquisition or somebody that he's already acquired? What do you think about the future of Jalen Johnson?
Well, the future of Jalen Johnson is going to be dependent on Jalen Johnson, I think, in a lot of ways, because it's similar to Vildor. If he comes in and makes, a case for a starting position when training camp starts, or if we look at him in mid-August and it's 1,000 degrees outside and we're like, whoa, that guy's actually putting on a show out there and he can make plays and live up to where he was drafted, back when it was the Ryan Pace era, he could end up with a job. For me, the fact that we're even having this conversation paints a larger picture, though, because Jalen Johnson isn't the only high draft pick that is on this roster from the Ryan Pace era. Of course, I'm talking about the quarterback. If this is a real conversation, like, wow, we're going to start really ridding ourselves of anything that has to do with the absolute stink that was Ryan Pace, I'm going to be like, well, Justin Fields falls into that mold. He was drafted by Ryan Pace, and, a lot of second-year quarterbacks who were far less touted than Justin Fields had better second years. Justin Herbert stepped in right away. He was not even close to as highly touted as what Justin Fields was coming out of Ohio State. And listen, the Chargers are a lot different than the Bears. I'm giving Justin Fields the same benefit of the doubt that I would give Vildor. It was a bad team, not as many weapons, bad offensive line, stupid head coach for half of it. Like, to me, we have to give a fair shot to everyone, though. If you're going to give Justin Fields the benefit of the doubt, I think you got to give just about everybody the benefit of the doubt, even if they come from the Ryan Pace era. It's like, if they prove that they can play, it doesn't matter who drafted them. How many different regimes did, certain players around the league go through? Is Patrick Mahomes still going to be the quarterback of Kansas City when Andy Reid moves on? Of course he is. So it's like, and I know that's obviously a different story. We're talking about a Hall of Famer, but, I just think everybody coming into training camp that's on the roster right now, no matter where they came from, deserves a shot, because you never know what you have. And, what's his name from the old days? Leonard Floyd. Just did not really lived up to his potential with the Bears. And then he goes to the Rams, a team that uses him the right way. They plant him in between Aaron Donald and, the rest of that great defensive line. And all of a sudden, Leonard Floyd flourishes and he earns himself a third contract in the NFL. It's like, you just never know where things could go if you don't really evaluate things with an open mind. And I trust that Ryan Poles is going to look at all of these guys with an open mind.
You bring up a really interesting player in Leonard Floyd. He is a free agent. The Bears are probably going to look at some of these free agent edge rushers, something they were not really able to address in this NFL draft. So Yannick Nduke and Leonard Floyd are probably the best two edge rushers available in free agency. I'll start with Floyd. Would you like to see Floyd rejoin the Chicago Bears, and this time you tell him, we're not going to do what Vic Fangio did to you, move you all around, confuse you, and so forth. We want you to put your hand in the dirt, and when the ball is hiked, go find the ball carrier, whether it's a running back or quarterback, behind the line of scrimmage, and crush him. Would you like to see Floyd back with the Bears?
I would, because I believe that the Leonard Floyd that is out there right now looking for that next contract is not the same guy that left the Bears all those years ago. I believe in Los Angeles, where there was Super Bowl level expectations every single year, including a championship, those are the kinds of places that teach guys, what they need to know, and then they move on to free agency. How many times do people say, they were a bust in this place, but they moved to this place and then they become great? Well, when they move on to that third team, they normally are also still pretty good because of what they learned with the second team that taught them everything they know. I believe Leonard Floyd, with what was given to him in Los Angeles, could come into Matt Eberflus's system, which I would assume is very fitting for the style of player that Leonard Floyd is. That's something that I would absolutely explore. And there are going to be people who say, oh, typical Chicago teams bringing back their old guys. This is the White Sox bringing back freaking whoever who played for them 10 years ago. No, it's not the same thing. Leonard Floyd is going to be a player that people want for a reason. So I would consider it for sure.
And Yannick, the player who played for Matt Eberflus, apparently he hasn't been touched because all he wants to do is sack the quarterback. He's terrible against the run. So I got a feeling that Eberflus has probably responded to Poles' question, what do you think? Should we get Yannick? And Eberflus's response was sort of shrugging the shoulders. Well, we could use the pass rush, but boy, he really doesn't like touching running backs. What's your opinion? Should we just sacrifice the fact that he is poor against the run and just try to pick up a guy who could potentially get you 10 sacks?
I think if the Bears were coming into 23 with legitimate NFC North aspirations, and listen, this division's a dumpster fire. They could win it with 9-10 games, I think, if they have that level of improvement. And I don't know where I'm at on their potential record, but if they believe they can win, then yes, I would make a move like that, because that would mean the rest of the defensive line could probably make up or mask the errors that are made by him on the running defense. And then, of course, with the passing defense, that could be a big thing, because it's not like the NFC North has Aaron Rodgers anymore. Can he get after Goff? Can he get after Cousins? We're going to see Jordan Love probably, unless they start the Penn State kid they drafted today, which there's a 0% chance. So, I do. And the NFC in general is pretty weak at quarterback. It's not like there's any of these guys who are super effective at getting the ball out of their hands quickly. So, if there's a chance, if Matthew Stafford plays this year, he's the second best quarterback in the NFC behind Jalen Hurts, which is just wild to think about. And I would make that sacrifice, to be honest with you, because also when Matt Eberflus was with Indianapolis, with the Colts, it was an outstanding defense. He helped some of those players become the players that they are today. So if they did make a move like that, and Eberflus has experience with a guy like that, I would consider it, yes.
My apologies, and thank you, J. Rock and John Falsetta. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, John. They have informed me that Yannick didn't play for Eberflus. Yannick joined the Colts this year in 2022 and signed a one-year contract and is now a free agent.
That makes
good commentary there. Yeah, Vinny. So let me ask you, you talked about, we haven't talked about the running back situation. So in depth, at least. Roschon Johnson is now in. I think this guy is capable of being the number one running back on the depth chart. Now, when I mentioned that to Greg Gabriel about drafting a number one running back, he says, well, really, this team doesn't have a number one running back. They like to share the carries. It's a running back by committee. But eventually, there is going to be a running back who is going to get the majority of the carries, particularly if they're hot. I really do think that Roschon Johnson could be that hot running back from game to game to game, and we could see Deontay Foreman, who was only signed for 1 year, and Khalil Herbert, who is only got 1 year left on his contract. I could see them being second and third fiddles to Johnson. What are your thoughts on the Tennessee running back?
Yeah, so I do think it could be something that works out for them, they use David Montgomery. He was their number one, right? I mean, I kind of agree with Greg Gabriel, and Greg Gabriel has forgotten more about football than I'll ever know. But I do think that you would say David Montgomery was the number one when he was healthy, and before him, Jordan Howard was the number one, and Tariq Cohen was the backup. I think that was pretty clear. And now I think Khalil Herbert probably is better for, I don't know if he's better for like trick play packages or like certain type of specialty packages, but I think he could be a typical solid running back. But I do think if you pair him with, this new guy that the Bears got, Johnson, right? And I just think that it's a really, really good opportunity for them to kind of mold him. And you don't have to throw him into the fire and make him the number one this year. But if you see that he's got explosive speed, explosive agility, ability to make plays, take pressure off of Justin Fields in the running game, I do think that's something that's a good thing. Addressing running back is a tier 3 position, but I think it could be tier 1 impact, and if that makes sense. Because I do think running backs are a dime a dozen. Taking a running back in the first round, what's the difference between Bijan Robinson and David Montgomery in the end? One was a 3rd round pick, one's a 1st round pick. Maybe Robinson will be the new Adrian Peterson and I'll look like a fool, but I don't think that happens most years. And so, yeah, I do think it could be done by committee, but I like the film I saw on this new kid.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Hey, Jordan is back with us. Jordan, you private chatted me, and it's posted now on our comment section. Brooks has gone to the Green Bay Packers. What do you think of that? I see your shoulders slump immediately when I said that.
Although, you know how I feel about it. I will never abandon my Bears allegiance. But Brian Gutekunst to the Packers, those motherfuckers, and I mean it. Like, it just, they continue to get my guys. It's been, although it has been one after another. It's Van Ness, it's Tucker Kraft, it's Dontavian Wicks earlier, it's Carl Brooks, and then a one pick after Keitrell Clark, one of my favorite nickel options in the draft, went to the Cardinals to bolster that DB room even further. So it's look, I mean, I'm a draft nut, you know that, Aldo. So I like all teams. So I'm happy to see these players go to good spots. And Carl Brooks is going to be just putting it now. Don't be mad when he all of a sudden is getting pressure on Justin Fields and Lucas Van Ness is. I mean, we haven't even talked about this. We don't have to go into it now. I'm glad they got Darnell Wright, somebody that can anchor. If I'm Green Bay, I am putting Lucas Van Ness right on top of Braxton and saying, I'm saying, Braxton, prove that you can anchor against Hercules here.
What about Keitrell Clark, the cornerback from Louisville, goes to Arizona? He was high on a lot of boards.
I love him. I loved him. He would have been my preferred mid-round nickel option, even because I didn't think Clark Phillips was going to make it as late as he did. So Keitrell Clark, to me, Louisville corner, incredibly instinctive, plays the slot, even scrappy enough if you want to stick him outside. Reminds me a lot of Tim Jennings, as a matter of fact, is kind of that corner. And so we've talked about how bad and how dire the Cardinals secondary is. And for you to be bolstering it beyond Marco Wilson and Antonio Hamilton with guys like Keitrell Clark, and they had a corner that they picked yesterday too. I love these picks in those two places. I mean, Trey Tomlinson, the nephew of LaDainian Tomlinson, just went to the Rams. That's another one. So all of these solid players are coming off the board. And I mean, we talked about the fact that you've got Russ Yeast playing for the Rams, amongst other. They shipped off Jalen Ramsey. They don't have much else. They just lost David Long to the Raiders. So if you're the Rams, I would totally love a 6th round bet on a Trey Tomlinson.
Yeah, I'm surprised Trey lasted to the middle of the 6th round. Vinny is a writer-editor over at Fansided. So, Vinny, I will ask you to ask a question of Jordan because you are a reporter. So fire away.
Yeah, Jordan. So Aldo and I talked about this when we were on our show together on Thursday. Sometimes you just get so wrapped up in prospects and you love them and you follow them, and we're months into this now, and then Carl Brooks to Green Bay. You see your rival go to your biggest rival. Well, the Bears are kind of creating a new natural rivalry. They drafted the Sewell brother, the other Sewell brother, and obviously he's going to play against his brother Penei 2 times a year going forward. What's your take on that pick?
I promise I'm not trying to sound down. And Noah was signed, I guess, or was drafted while Nephi wasn't. Nephi is the brother that went to Utah, who was a dimebacker that's now with the Saints last year. I've liked, as linebackers, because obviously Panay was a tackle, I liked Nephi a lot more than I did Noah, but I understand some of the flashes and usefulness that Noah can provide. As far as the best Sewell brother, look, I'm not going to lie or cap it in any way here. Panay is the best one out there. But I think that it only strikes me off because, as we talked about, and you've excellently alluded, Vinny, that linebackers are kind of a tier 3 position now. And so it strikes me a little bit odd in some respect that you would spend a pick on one of them. But you grade the flashes. You understand that back when Mario Cristobal was there in Eugene, he looked like a phenom playing off-ball linebacker compared to when Dan Lanning got there last year in Eugene from Georgia and implemented a new defensive system. So I'm not as down on the pick as probably some are, but it is a little bit perplexing. But I do think that, as we talked about when Danny was here in Aldo, you need a second line of defense on that second level. And right now you really don't have that. Sure, you went off and you signed Tremaine Edmonds and Edwards from Philadelphia, and you've got, Jack Sanborn in the mix. But what happens if one of those guys goes down? Who's the next guy? And Sewell has the ability to play Sam or Mike, which provides some of that inside versatility.
Vinny, I really appreciate you popping in for a few minutes. I'd like to ask you a question before you go. Have the Bears done enough in this offseason to compete for a playoff spot, or do you think this rebuild needs another year before we can confidently say the Bears are going to the playoffs?
I think it needs another year before I can confidently say it. I do think they'll be better. I'm not proclaiming them the worst team in the NFL like I was at this time last year, and it's the one time in my life I've ever been right about anything. Because they were the worst team in the NFL last year. I stood by from day one to day whatever, and I don't think they're the worst team in the NFL anymore. But when I look around the league, I'm like, okay, well, San Francisco is going to make the playoffs. I think LA will be improved. The Cardinals will probably be improved. Seattle's always a wild card. So that division is just loaded with 4 teams that obviously could end up being postseason teams. You look over to the East. I never know what to make of the NFC East. A different team wins it every single year, but I don't think the Giants are going to be worse. Certainly the Eagles are probably the favorite of the division going in. The Cowboys are always in the mix, and then the Commanders even are respectable at times. And then you look to the South, I think that division stinks. But, the winner of that division might be of the same vein as the winner of the North. It'll probably, the Saints probably the favorite going in now that Tommy Boy retired. I don't really know. Carolina's probably going to be awful again. Atlanta could be one of those sneaky teams. Atlanta reminds me of Seattle last year. So we'll see how they end up doing. But now it's either going to be the Vikings or the Lions, I think, this year out of the NFC North. But, in the I think for the future, the Bears are probably set up better than anybody else in the NFC North. So I'm going to go no for now, but I would love to be persuaded throughout the offseason.
Well, I got to tell you, Don Burr, who is the resident Detroit Lions, Red Wings, Tigers fan who comes into the bar room and disrupts our day, thinks that you're full of shit. But we think he's full of shit. So
yeah, I mean, Don Burr's only hope of sports, happiness in the next 5 years is the Red Wings. The Tigers are terrible. The Tigers are terrible in a never-ending misery cycle. The Lions, at the end of the day, they're still the Lions until they win a playoff game for the first time. I'm 28 years old. I've never seen the Lions win a playoff game, even as a baby. So, Don Burr's got that going for him with the Lions. And then, the Pistons, they're just a disgrace to the NBA in the last handful of years. So really, you better hope that Maurice Sider and Lucas Raymond lead the Detroit Red Wings to the postseason, Don Burr, because until then, you got nothing.
The Detroit Pistons have been a disgrace to the NBA since the Bill Laimbeer era.
Absolutely.
Vinny Parisi, you are the absolute best. Thank you for lending us your expertise for a few minutes here. We will see you on Wednesday on Bardon Talking Hockey, and then on Thursday, Crosstown Crosstalk. Actually, we'll see you on Monday night, South Burbs Hitman. What's the latest with the White Sox? Have they won a game since you and I last talked? They were 7-game losing streak.
Yeah, no, it's up to 9 now. It'll probably be 10 today. It'll probably be 11 tomorrow. And then I think they'll end it after 11 games. That's my prediction, because they're going to get swept by the Rays. But, the White Sox, they suck. I'm still going to keep watching them like the absolute fool that I am. But I can't appreciate you guys enough for having me on. It's been a lot of fun.
Take care, brother. Say hi to the family.
Yeah,
Bye.
will do. You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny, you're a man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jordan, now it is us two. But actually, I've got a surprise for you. We've got another Barfly coming in, and he was known as Foster Covers. And then over the last few weeks or so forth, he has transformed himself into fucking Foster. Are you smiling at the introduction, or are you smiling because you're happy with the acquisitions the Bears have made?
It's a combination, although, man, first off, it's good to finally get on air with you other than the baseball thing. We've had a couple hit and misses, and it's really been going on for a couple of years. I don't know if you remember, but I do.
Yes, I do. I do. I got to meet you, though, at the party. You're a great guy, Foster, and really appreciate all your support.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Jordan. Thanks, as always, for all your information. Hey, Taurine, one of my guys, Taurine, right on it. Mm-hmm. Uncle Foster. I got tons of nicknames now. These guys are just, everybody's going off on me, picking on me. I love it. I love
it. Foster's hacked my internet. How you doing, Foster?
How you doing, Jordan? Good to see you guys, man.
Yes,
I'm happy with. I'm a little lipped on a couple picks, but I'm not polls. I don't know inside everything in that organization. I don't know the things he knows. You know. So, but as far as like this draft, I got to give it a B plus, maybe even an A right now. There's a couple picks I'm unsure of, but that day one and day two, two of those guys I put that we picked are in my mock, so I'm pretty content. You know, that's 2 years in a row. I got 2-3 guys in the mock, and you have a copy of one of them all from last year, and I know Shorty got the copy of my one I made the other day because we all made mocks and presented them on air, and a lot of the same guys we were looking at least the guys over on Bears Country Podcast. But I'm content, man. I think Wright is probably, and that's because of you, Jordan, and Berlissimo and Swifty. Let me see all this tape and getting all the proper information. Because without proper information, how can you make a decent decision or an honest decision about something if you don't have information on everything? I think the guy's a potential yearly Pro Bowler, or not even Pro Bowler, because that potential yearly All-Pro. And the sky's the limit on his potential. The guy could be the Hall of Famer that we've been joking about in the chat over here at the bar room for the last week, man. Because it was like, oh, who's going to be the Hall of Famer? And I'm going, how can you even go that far? But when you get down and you break stuff down, especially like I said, man, Berlissimo, Jordan, Swifty, and then all the coverage you guys got, man, I'm getting behind because I'm on a show now, so I get a little aggravated because I miss some of the stuff. Like before, I could go back and watch it at any time. I'm starting to do a little production too, so I'm like, man, now I see what the other side of this is like. It's hard to be a fan when you're involved in what you guys are doing, man.
Foster, let me interrupt you. We're having problems with your internet. It's breaking in and out. So I think the best thing to do is for you to jump out and then come back in, and hopefully we'll get a better connection. Okay. There you go. Foster,
the chat is fucking hilarious.
Yes.
Eric Sawyer said he hasn't heard the mic quality that good since he ordered a drive-through meal.
So Foster is moving to a different location or doing something. We'll bring him back in a minute here and see. Hopefully that works. He's actually gone offline and reconnecting, so hopefully that will work. Jordan, let's go over some of these picks that we've missed, and we haven't officially covered the draft.
Your boy J.L. Skinner went.
Yeah, J.L. Skinner just went. I mean, we've missed probably the last 40 picks or so. So how about if you can give me a one-liner or so on guys that we missed after let's see. Well, let's just start with the top of this round. How's that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me put it up on the screen here. And
this has been I know I told you about this, although this is like my favorite range of the draft because these to me are where you start pulling gems that people don't really know about, but you've liked them for a while. And some of these are the guys where you're like, that should have been a third, fourth round pick. Why is he here in the sixth?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and here's a guy who a lot of people think he's got a lot of potential. A 6'2" corner out of southern Mississippi or southern Missouri, I think that is, or South.
Yep, southern Missouri.
Thank you. Eric Scott Jr. Your thoughts on him?
It's a player that reminds me a lot of Will McClay and the Dallas Cowboys brass, the Jones family. I can't knock them; they tend to do well stealing neighbors' Wi-Fi. I think that the Cowboys, they tend to have a good brain trust there drafting players. And Scott to me is a player that I watched a little bit of tape on, not a ton, but a guy to me that reminds me a lot of Deron Bland, the corner that actually showed up really well for them in the 6th round last year, played well for them.
Then Carl Brooks went to the Packers. It says here, Chris Trapasso, a friend of the barroom, says that he tested poorly but plays much lighter on his feet. Your thoughts on Brooks?
I love the player, hate the fit because he's with the Packers. He will be what's beautiful about him. And for those that don't know, he was one of my favorite prospects in the draft just for simply the enigma and how intriguing he was as a 6'4", 300-pound edge player, a 3'4" outside linebacker at 300 pounds that moves like he's 265. So to me, he has the ability he can play 5-tech immediately and be plenty of problems for tackles. He can move inside if you want him to, but I also think they're going to probably stand him up and they're going to embrace that 300 pounds and say, what if maybe we get you down to 285, 290, but what if we just ask you to just wreck shop at outside backer for us? And I think that they are building the next era of edges there with Van Ness, with Brooks, with some of the other guys they've grabbed.
Okay. What about Contrell Clark? We talked briefly about him going to the Cardinals. He's the corner from Louisville.
Yeah, I love Contrell Clark. He was a guy that I said was one of my favorite mid-round nickel options for the Bears. As Trapasso is putting here, arguably the twitchiest cornerback in the class. He's an athletic freak, and really, I love the words there about tenacious but tiny. He's a smaller guy, which is why he projects to the nickel, but he's not afraid to get his nose dirty. I would argue he's, to that tenacious but tiny role, he's second only to a guy that went a few picks later in Trey Tomlinson from TCU. But Contrell Clark, to me, is a guy that showed immense instincts to be able to read where the ball was going and find his way through traffic, through the dirt to make plays. And getting him for a ravaged secondary for the Cardinals is wonderful.
Josh Hayes, the safety, not exactly a center field type safety, according to the report there. Your thoughts on the Kansas State player?
Well, this is what we talk about a lot with safeties is that I know it seems like they're just these throwaway positions where you can throw anybody in there, but to play safety, you need to have very specific defined roles. And like we've talked about with safety for the Bears is if you're going to take a safety, I want somebody who's got enough range for the succession plan to Eddie Jackson. With Josh Hayes, he's a player for the Buccaneers. They lost Keanu Neal last year, their strong safety that they had brought in, and I think they're looking for another thumper that can provide some juice there. And I think they also lost Mike Edwards in free agency as well. So this is just continuing to bring that downhill player that maybe doesn't have range, but will come up and thump you and be an overhang defender in the box.
And then you mentioned, of course, earlier, LaDainian Tomlinson's son, Trey Tomlinson, going to the Rams.
Yes, and LaDainian's nephew.
I'm sorry.
And no, that's okay. And just Trevius Hodges Tomlinson, he's now officially going by Trey Tomlinson. I think he's trying to make it a little easier to market that name. To me, he is a fireball of a player. It's so hard not to love his tape. The issues that doomed him to the 6th round is you're talking about a player who's 5'8", 178. There's questions about durability, his ability to match up against bigger receivers. But if you can get away with any size concerns, which is you see here with Les Snead and Sean McVay and Raheem Morris, they don't care. They'll throw away some of that. As we were talking about earlier, Jordan Fuller, a safety kind of in this range that they grabbed. You're going to put Trey Tomlinson as your nickel corner in the role that David Long was playing for them, and asking him to just sit there and be a tough, scrappy dog is kind of who I've compared him to as a cartoon character. But that's essentially the MO that he plays with at TCU and what he's going to bring to LA.
J.L. Skinner goes to the Broncos. He was one of my favorite safeties in this draft. It says here from Chris that he's an athletic freak on film in a sizable frame.
He is. He most certainly is. And we talked a lot about Skinner earlier today about this 6'4", 210, weird looking body because he's got kind of pencil legs, but has good range for being a 6'4" corner. He, to me, is going to play that J-Ron Curse role for that defense in the Denver Broncos scheme. And you talk about PJ Locke and some of the other safeties there that they have. Obviously, Justin Simmons is concrete. He just signed a contract. But you have Caden Stearns, the safety from Texas that they really like and has come on. So I think J.L. Skinner, he's not going to be healthy to start, but he's going to come in and be your tight end eraser, your tight end neutralizer, your power slot defender, and then maybe work himself into a role where he presumes that starting safety role if they like him better than Caden Stearns going on in the future.
I'm going to miss him not being in a Bears uniform. I'll be watching Broncos games specifically to watch J.L. Skinner. Zaire, thank you. Barnes, the linebacker from Western Michigan. I know nothing about him. Do you?
Very little. I maybe saw, I don't know, what do you want to say, 2 minutes of tape? But essentially the situation with him is he, as you're hearing Trapasso talk about here, run and chase linebacker. He's a spill and fill linebacker in the sense that you're hoping that Jets defensive line that they're building is going to muck up any first level offensive lineman getting to the second level. And then you're hoping as a developmental piece here, as a special teams guy, if Barnes has to play defense, can he get out to the edge and stop outside runs?
I know Swanky was in love with Parker Washington. He goes in the 6th round, pick with number 185 to the Jaguars.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We've talked about the Jaguars needing a few different archetypes at receiver, and Parker Washington in round 6 is beyond just immense value. Has some of the strongest hands in the class, sure-handed, and then as you're seeing Trapasso talk about here, which I think is a little strong for my take because Deebo Samuel is a very rare, unique player. But Parker Washington is useful, going to be a solid slot player and a reliable force for Trevor Lawrence to drop the ball to over the middle of the field.
Over from Maryland, the offensive tackle Jalen Duncan goes to the Titans.
I'm not very high on Duncan, but when we're talking about round 6, I love the value swing here. You're hearing Trapasso talk about one of the more pro-ready. It's okay to see players differently. I wouldn't agree. It's hard for me to erase what Zach Harrison did to him, but I just think he's, in general, relatively inconsistent with his technique and his pad level. And I think the only value to him is that he's a offensive tackle and the left tackle in that. And so you need offensive linemen in Tennessee right now. They have Andre Dillard slotted at the left tackle. So this certainly isn't a bad lottery ticket to spend here in the 6th round.
I like the way you put that. Now, then this next player, the wide receiver from LSU, a year ago, this guy was being talked about as a first-round selection. But here he is in the 6th round going to the Patriots. Your thought on Kayshon Boutte?
A player that I frankly wouldn't have drafted, I wouldn't have wished on my enemy, or the Packers, more or less the Bears. A player that he just seemed disinterested at LSU this year. And I get it for a lot of different reasons, but then you add some of that up with focus drops, with the fact that his testing was poor. And to me, I just didn't see I'm not, no hyperbole here, Aldo. This was a guy that I thought was the biggest boomer bust prospect in the draft. And if I'm a betting man, I'm not, but I would have bet the under. I would have presumed that he would bust. So not going to totally knock the pick in the 6th round. Again, we're just throwing darts at the board here. It's a decent pick. To me, he reminds me a lot of Jarvis Landry as this player that is slow, doesn't necessarily pop in testing, but then with the ball in his hands can make a little bit of money that way. And that's really what Boutte was, is he's not tremendous size, doesn't have tremendous speed. His ability to create after the catch, though, is what made him desirable.
Yeah, I don't think the new LSU coach, the former coach of Notre Dame, did him any favors either. No. But at least I think that's what Boutte would say. Tanner McGee, the quarterback from Stanford, the big stand-up in the pocket. It's an interesting pick because I threw his name out as a potential for a late-round choice for the Bears, and Danny said, "Nah, he's not a mobile quarterback." And Eagles have Jalen Hurts as their mobile starter, but they didn't care. They like Tanner McGee well enough to draft him here. Your thoughts on McGee?
Well, you're seeing Trapasso said here, strange. The last lines there, strange fit in Philly. I understand it doesn't make a lot of sense considering Jalen Hurts, but as a prospect in general, Tanner McGee was a player that I think had a mid-round grade. Getting him in the 6 isn't bad. has all of the tools and has some pretty solid tape at Stanford. Had a unique situation with, I believe it may have been his brain or something in his torso of an injury that kept him off the field. But this to me is just another dart throw similar to the Carson Strong pick. Carson Strong didn't fit Jalen Hurts in that offense, but they decided to take Carson Strong and is a UDFA last year, the quarterback from Nevada. So Tanner McKee's similar to that ilk.
The Rams go with an edge player, Ochan Mathis from Nebraska.
I have to tell you, I did not pick up on him. In my time of watching Nebraska film, I'd certainly watched their defense. Nobody that he didn't grab my eye in a sense that I ever felt the need to look at him. So this is one that I wonder if Brugler even has anything on him, because he's not a player that I think I've heard talked about.
Yeah, let me. I'll take a look. But first, let's see if Foster's connection is any better. Foster, unmute. I'm bringing you back in. Hopefully, your connection is better. How you doing?
You're muted.
You're still muted. Now we can't hear him at all. Before we heard a lot of static and stuff, and now we can't hear him at all.
Foster, we just don't hear you.
Do you do sign language? This is what it's like when you bring in Barflies. Anything can happen.
AJ says Luke Whippler's gone to Cleveland. I don't know. Oh, he did?
Oh, he did. The Ohio State center has now gone to the Cleveland Browns. Jordan, your thoughts on Whippler not coming to Chicago to be Justin Fields' center?
Fantastic value here. There's no way of arguing it. And you talk about the Browns are in a unique situation. Last year, their center position was a complete mess. They had no idea what they were doing. They had Nick Harris is one of their centers, and then they lucked into having Ethan Pocic become their center, and now he's re-signed there. So he is their starting pivot. But this is a pun intended, a pivot to a different pivot in the sense of Luke Whippler going there, much shorter, stockier, but also athletic, and should provide a decent piece. They brought in Brock Hoffman last year as kind of a UDFA, another center I was high on. He's no longer there, but Luke Whippler should be a really solid second string player for them.
Foster, we're still having trouble hearing you. I'm going to take you off camera. You continue to work on it because we'd love to hear your thoughts on this Bears draft. And I know you had some questions for Jordan. Jordan, the chat room is really showing their disappointment that the Bears have not addressed the edge position. Somebody said, Eric sarcastically said, it's not like this was that deep of an edge class. But I wonder, really, was this a deep edge class? I think that there were a lot of really interesting possibilities, but there aren't, to me, any guys that I am really super disappointed. After Felix went at the end of round one, after that, to me, it was, Yaya Diaby's and guys with potential, but no one that I would really hang my hat on.
Well, and that's, although I tend to agree with you, there wasn't many informational or even super high potential. The edge, to me, look at the situation. I wish back, I thought it was a very deep, but I don't know how some of these players, and when you talk about guys like Zach Falcon going to rounds, now really searching, and there's can you hear me?
It's breaking up a little bit. I think you're back, although you are frozen right now. I think it's a internet Wi-Fi thunderstorm, or hopefully spring showers or something like that. Jason says, you think they plan on getting a defensive end via trade? While you work on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. No, I can't. It's coming in and out. Could it be me? Let me check my Wi-Fi connection here. Mine is coming in strong, so I think it's just kind of intermittent.
Sorry about that. A little better now?
It's better now. Better now. Talk to me. Oh, he is talking to me, but I can't hear him.
Now I'm losing on it.
What do you want to jump off and come? You want to jump off and come back in? You probably can't hear me either. Yeah, I'm okay. Hey, he jumped off, came back in. He'll come back in, hopefully. If not, I'll ride solo. All right. So, man, let's see. Why don't we listen to some of the press conference from Roshan Johnson? He met with the media. Actually, let's see. He's popping back in now immediately, and I bet you it's working. There he is.
Better now? Sorry about that.
Okay. It happens. No problem.
Yeah, so, I mean, to your point, though, although I would say that the defensive end class wasn't nearly as transformational as what we were hoping for and what some other classes are. And I think that it's just you pick your battles and you choose. And they decided to test the chances and say, what does Zach Harrison, what an Isaiah McGuire fall to us? And it just didn't work out. And I will push back a little bit. I think the edge class is quite deep with unique and interesting prospects, but not a ton at the high end where you feel like this guy's absolutely going to be a solid contributor in year one.
Interesting. I just saw that somebody put on the chat that Yannick tweeted out coming. We'll see soon enough what that means. So apparently, perhaps, I should say, his agent has been talking to an NFL team. And wouldn't it be nice if Yannick has been talking to general manager Ryan Poles while the other administrative people are talking to undrafted free agent potential acquisitions? What do you think if Yannick were to join the Chicago Bears? Are you worried that he's not a good run defender?
That is my big concern with him, and it's fine. Like, let me sell the upside of Yannick. Yannick, to me, is a guy that has continued to produce on a pass rush level, consistently finds ways to get sacks. And look, sacks get you money, and so that's worth something. But he's your weak side defensive end and a player that is, whether you like it or not, is going to be a liability in run defense.
Mm-hmm. Taurine, do you ever proactive Bears fan tweeted back to Yannick saying you're going to be a Bear? I hope so, Taurine. That would be nice. All right, so let's go back to our draft board and see what's happened since we left off. Luke Wepler, the center, going to the Cleveland Browns. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that one to me is it's shocking that he's here in the 6th. As we were talking about, Nick Harris, their center position was a mess last year. Nick Harris got injured. They found their way to Luke Pocic, or not Luke Pocic, excuse me, I'm thinking Luke Wepler, Ethan Pocic, who had a good year. They re-signed him. And then this is, to Trapasso's point, I like this. This is your future starter because Pocic was a decent deal and he played well last year, but he has had an inconsistent career as a second rounder coming out of LSU, starting with the Seahawks. Mm-hmm. He was brought in on a 1-year flyer and he showed well enough to get a contract extension. But this does feel to me like this is what they've been searching for. And Luke Wepler is an incredibly athletic zone center who has adequate size. He's not the 6'6" condor that Ethan Pocic or Joe Tippmann would be. But to me, this is a little bit of a bummer because this is a guy I had actually, frankly, higher than Oluwatimi from Michigan. And I thought he would have been Wepler, that is a 3rd, 4th round pick. So to get him in the 6th is, you're talking sweet value.
Yeah, Dane Brugler had him as a 4th or 5th rounder, his 4th overall center, and then had Oluwatimi down in the 5th, 6th round, his 7th overall center. So in terms of centers, I don't know if Alex Forsyth is still on the board, but him and Jarrett Patterson are probably the only ones of note still available at that position. Let's talk about Tampa Bay Bucks new wide receiver from Nebraska, Trey Palmer.
I love Trey Palmer. He was, when we were talking about Nebraska with the defense, that was how I was getting into their tape, was because of Trey Palmer. He is an explosive, fast athlete. And you're seeing that here when Trapas was talking about track speed. To me, he is the Scotty Miller replacement. Scotty Miller is no longer in Tampa, and they need that guy that can really take off the top. And this is not that Todd Monken's there anymore, but Trey Palmer to me reminded me a little bit of the Deshaun Jackson type player. Now, Deshaun Jackson's very lofty. I'm not saying he's going to become Deshaun Jackson, but you're talking about a player who really can take the top off And as you're hearing Tripalsa talk about here, if there's one negative about his game is when you talk about these one-trick ponies who are really fast, they tend to not have a lot of yak ability, and that was really the issue with Palmer. And that's what makes the Tyler Scott Cincinnati wide receiver selection so interesting for the Bears is in comparison, this is a fast guy you could have had for the Bears later. What Scott really provides you is the yak ability from being a running back who understands how to pick his spots and get out of traffic.
And the Patriots have now redone their special teams. They picked a kicker in the 3rd round, Jake Moody out of Michigan, and now have gone to Michigan State for their punter, Bryce Behringer. We don't do a lot of work here on scouting special teams players, so we'll just make that mention that that's going.
I love Eric because Eric, I'm busting your balls here, but you're being a smart ass going. I can't wait to see Jordan's insight on this. I don't have a lot of insight except that as we're watching the highlights here on the ESPN broadcast, he's got a 67-yard punt after all the bounces and stuff like that. He looks to get decent hang time, so he's a fine punter, I'm sure. And I trust Bill Belichick likes his special teams, so I'm sure it's a good quality punter.
Yeah. John Facetta has a question for you on Jose Ramirez. You had mentioned him hours ago. Your thoughts on what is he, Western or Eastern Michigan? Eastern Michigan.
I love Jose Ramirez. He is slept on for whatever reason. He is a little bit more of a 3-4 outside backer, but I do think you could transition him and tell him to put his hand in the dirt. He, to me, is, I mean, if anybody wants to go look at the Eastern Michigan tape, he pops off immediately, and his production is really solid considering his play there in that conference. So to me, this is one of those guys that if you really need an edge, it's shocking to me he's still on the board.
Yeah, indeed. And then Jason wants to know what do you give polls for an overall grade in this draft? Too early to do that, or do you need some time to think about it?
I probably do, but I can give you just a quick shock reaction. I would say it's probably somewhere between a B- and a C+. I know that sounds harsh, and I'm not trying to be that way. And don't get me wrong, they make good. You saw how happy I was with the Roschon pick. Like that one makes me sleep easy tonight. I want it so bad, Aldo. So I love that. To me, let me put it this way, and it's much more of a team agnostic view. But free agency is supposed to fill your holes. So that you can draft the best potential players in the draft. And it leaves me a little bothered feeling like you still have quite a few needs at positions and you're now trying to find ways to thread them in. And sometimes they have with, Dexter and Pickens there in the 2nd round. And other times they haven't, where it's very clear that Roschon Johnson or Tyler Scott or these other players are just the best players on their board. But I would have much rather loved to go into this draft class going, all of the holes are mostly filled, and now we're just here picking spots of great players that we think can become something.
All right, let's answer this. I'm sorry. Let's answer this question from AJ, and then we'll try to bring Foster back in. He asked, what positions should the Bears address with these last 2 picks? Definitely edge, right? Is there an edge player there worthy of a choice?
Yeah, to me, I think I will give 3 names that really excite me as potential options, which would be one we've already talked about, Jose Ramirez as an edge. Brandon Joseph, the safety from Notre Dame, but previously was at Northwestern, had that phenomenal, amazing interception on Justin Fields in the Big Ten Championship 2 years ago, or I guess 3 years ago at this point. Is coming out in the draft. He has not been selected, and he has range like Eddie Jackson, has much more of a DB than a safety in some ways, and so I would love him as a safety ad in the 7th. This is something that Flus did back in Indy. They would always take a safety. And then the other option is I'm going to throw out – I like to call him the human moose, which is Noah Gindorf, the tight end from North Dakota State. He had some medicals, but if it all checks out, you want to talk about just an absolute freak of an athlete. The North Dakota State tight end, Noah Gindorf, is fantastic.
And I know if Danny was here, he has already mentioned a couple of times the edge rusher from Central Michigan, Thomas Incoom. What do you know about him, Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell Danny loves him because he keeps talking about him. He's an interesting prospect, and he can provide some juice at edge. My only problem with him is he's a little bit smaller. I think he's 6'2", and then 260 or 270, which isn't a problem. But everything that you usually see, and I'm just going back to the time with Indy, they liked bigger athletes at defensive end, 6'4", 6'5", 260, 270, these I don't mean to be crass, but the kind of these brick shit houses of defensive ends, and then seeing if they could pull together some athleticism to become unique pass rushers. And to me, Incoom has some ability, just a smaller guy at edge.
All right, let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see if we can bring Foster in here. Let's see if we've got the connection. He's got his fingers crossed. Foster, can we hear you?
Can you?
Yep.
Yeah, no static, clear audio. Yes.
Yes.
Well done.
See, the Podfather controls the situation, man. I don't know how you did it, but you did it, Pod. That's great too, man. I love that.
I don't know how I do it either. Foster, I know you've got some thoughts to get off your chest, and I know you've got some questions for Jordan, so I'll turn it over to you, brother.
I got just a couple things I'm going to throw at the chat. It's been so long, they might have forgotten, but I got to retaliate. Neil Stopchinski, shit just happens. I know you're complaining about this ugly mug. Jason, I sound like shit most of the time anyways. Vinny, if you were on a CBP show, Country Bears podcast show, you'd make a ton of money because
and then we lost him.
Practically.
Oh, no. Okay.
I like Wendy's. I am a bad connection. You're damn straight, J-Rock. And Eric Bono, Flus is a scientist. He's going to make this defensive line work with these 4 defensive tackles because he's going to move them all over the place and have plenty of rotation. And a 7th round pick, 258, defensive end, special teams player immediately, DeAndre Hall, Pittsburgh State.
Whoa, look at that.
Whoa. Jaden Hazelwood, UDFA wide receiver. Those are just a couple thoughts in my head because they might be something, but they're all shots at, it's all shots with the dart, man.
And
I was going to talk to.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
I was just going to talk to Jordan about Wright, but everything that I know, a third of it came from him, and the other 2/3 came from Berlissimo and Swifty, and then what you guys have said on the bar room. So we don't even have to discuss that because I just think, like I said, I traded back and pulled him as my first pick in my last mock that I did last night before the draft, and him, and then I think I got Gervon Dexter on. I know I got Gervon Dexter on there, so that's another guy too that you got me looking at because I liked him earlier, Jordan. But then when I started listening to you, and then Swifty brought him up, or maybe two of you guys brought him up, and I'm going, wow, I got to look at this guy because I was not that into him until I started looking into him. I'm like, okay, he's got potential, man.
Mm-hmm.
He could do maybe more than just the 3 tech or the 5. So it's all what Flus is going to do with these guys. And I gave the draft a B+. So I'm just really optimistic with polls because until recently, I can't say anything I like that he did that I didn't like. And what do I know about what's going on in Hallis Hall? What players what?
Right.
What are we doing exactly at center? Everybody's been talking about that constantly. He's got to know something we don't to not be this worried and not draft one of these guys.
Well,
So,
I will share this. Again, when Greg talked to Ryan Poles at the East-West Shrine Bowl game, Poles he was really the first time that he uttered these words publicly, but he did it privately with Greg. But I think the cat's out of the bag now. He did say we're moving Cody to center to take a look at him there. He's got experience there, and we still have Lucas Patrick. So I think they had center as a very low priority in this draft. Not to say that they would not have picked a center if a good one became available and the board fell the way it would need to, but I think that there's a high level of comfort knowing that he has those 2 veterans there. Jordan, I see you nodding your head in agreement.
Yeah, I was shaking my head a bit earlier because those NFC South teams just got a whole lot better with players that could have benefited the Bears.
Who's that?
A.T. Perry is now a New Orleans Saint.
Oh man,
Ryan Pace.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then he's in Atlanta now. But yeah, they got their. I know it sounds like a weird comp, and I know that the weight is different, but I'm telling you, they got their Marcus Colston. This is the Marcus Colston like kind of guy in New Orleans, and then as Emmert says here that was the other guy we were just talking about, Jose Ramirez.
Oh my goodness,
Jose Ramirez to Tampa.
Wow.
So,
see, for any one of those two players, I would have tried to trade up. You know, you got 2 7th-round draft picks. Could you possibly move into the 6th to acquire one of those two players? But
because this is where I'm at, and I've been saying this, and Foster, I'm curious if you agree. One of the things I've been talking about is that you only have so many roster spots. And look, I get last year we were able to trade back because you had nobody on the roster, so you had 40 people on the roster by the time that you were trying to draft last year. You've spent in free agency, you've drafted, you have players from your last class. What is the real cost of saying we'll lose one of those 7th-round picks to trade the 2 7s to get up to the range in the 6th?
No, I'm with you. I don't think I do it, man. Is that what you're saying? You wouldn't do it?
Oh, I would personally. That's why I was asking.
You would?
I would have given up the 2
See, I don't think I would at this point. I'd take my 2 shots unless there was somebody like you said it. Now wait, if there's somebody specifically that I want going back even into the 5th round, I'd be willing to go as far as maybe using that pick I just got from the Eagles if it was somebody I really wanted a little earlier. But I don't know if I'd go up to the 6th because, like A.T. Perry, we were talking about taking him with the last pick that we just had, man. Matter of fact, PJ was beating Cliff's dead meatloaf to get this guy, man. He wanted him bad. I don't know if anybody gets that, but well, that's nothing. So I agree with everything you said until you said I would package the 2 7th-round picks. I might if there's somebody I want, but if there's not, I think if anything, I maybe try and grab 2 more 7s and throw 3 darts instead of 2. It just depends on who's in the board. And I don't have the inside information that Poles does. I don't know what their plan is. That's the one factor that none of us can throw in. We don't know exactly. He might leak some stuff. Somebody might leak some stuff, but we don't know what he knows or what him and Flus have planned.
And Ian
they might have stuff worked out to where, oh no, this is going to be like this. What was the comment he made about Dieter Eisland yesterday? He kind of gave him a boost. I don't remember, but I remember him talking about him briefly. So I just don't know, man. I'm at the point. This is a point where sometimes I get to the point where I wanted him. It doesn't matter what I want or you want. It's what the Bears need. And you guys might both be right. There's a guy they should do this for, but we're not Poles. So
yeah, you're absolutely right, and it is clear that Poles and this staff puts a lot of value on their communications with these players. They want to see if these guys have the mentality to want to play football, to want to play it hard, to think about football constantly. And that means a lot. And that means bypassing certain players like a Jalen Carter, obviously. Jordan, I want to ask you about the running back that the Commanders chose. I really like this guy. I want your thoughts. Chris Rodriguez has gone to the Commanders a few picks ago.
Yeah, I wish we had AC here because as the Wildcats fan, but Chris Rodriguez is a bruiser, a smaller running back, but plenty good to be a workhorse. Kind of a guy I call him like an innings eater. He's going to eat those carries for you and not going to be necessarily special, but at this point in the draft, a good, I wouldn't even say change of pace is like a fast guy, but a little different than what you have there from even a Brian Robinson or any of the other backs they have there for the Commanders.
I love this chat comment from Eric. He says, if A.T. Perry isn't on the Bears, then better to be on a team that plays the Panthers twice. You're absolutely right, Eric. That's a great point. As soon as the schedule comes out, that's going to be the second schedule I'm going to look at is the Panthers schedule and hope that the NFL gives them some wild schedule where they're playing 3 games in 10 days kind of thing. Well, I say that now and watch it happen to the Bears.
Yeah.
Foster,
they got to have a little more respect for you now that you are considered the podfather around this neck of the globe, man. So
that's right.
Maybe you got. You know what? I'll have PJ come over and talk to you because he's got. If you watch any of the BCP, He's got a direct line to polls, and he's making all polls decisions for him. You should see some of the stuff these guys are doing. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Shorty's literally got polls out there, and he's lipping them. Yeah, PJ, I think that was a wise decision. I'm glad I took your advice and stuff. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've been a little busy here, so I can't go over and visit my friends over at PT. I'm
joking. I'm joking, but Aldo was messing with us pretty good the other night, man, for like an hour and a half, dude. You had me rolling. Yeah. Your timing was perfect. Everything you said was dead spot on. It was brilliant. Brilliant. I think I even called you the Foster of the BCP.
That's right, you did.
And then you wrote Aldo Foster Gandia.
AJ Emmert has a question for Jordan. Would you take a flyer on Isaiah Land in round 7?
No way. No. I think he's an off-ball linebacker, and I wasn't necessarily totally pleased with Sewell as a backer in the 6th, but we've got. If you wanted a backer, true. You got one. His name's Noah Sewell, so I'm not spending the 7th on Isaiah Land.
I thought Isaiah Land had a potential to be a pass rusher, though. Like if you had a 3-4,
and we don't run a 3-4, so
yeah, good answer.
I'm not even trying to be a smartass, Foster, but this is where like it's frustrating to me as a Bears fan, not you or anything, but although we don't talk about it enough. Like you asked me a question that I would love to wax poetically about, just how do I feel about running this defense that's from 20 years ago under Monty Kiffin, and it's whether you like it or not, you are choosing to zag when everybody else is zigging. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, the league is the premier. That's the growth route, right? That's where you want to get to. So these kids at the high school level to the colleges, to what the colleges are running, are now being forced to try and play and put kids in a position that makes sense to get to the next level. And if you're now playing a 4-3 front and even front defense, an older scheme, you now have a smaller pot to pick from. All of a sudden, bendy edge rushers, these guys that are 240, 250, BJ Ojolari, Jose Ramirez, we're talking about other guys that, well, maybe he could transition down to a hand in the dirt. You all of a sudden watch your options just soak up, and now you're picking from a smaller pot. And that's kind of your point, Foster, is like Isaiah Land, I totally think he could be an edge in a 3-4 scheme. I loved Jose Ramirez, but even there's some projection there about could he put his hand in the dirt? I have no questions. With Tampa Bay, he's going to be an outside edge rusher the way he was at Eastern Michigan. Like this, you all of a sudden there's a lot more projection, and it doesn't mean that you can't run this defense in Chicago. It just means that you are choosing to zag when everybody else is zigging, and you're going to live with those consequences.
Here's the thing, though.
Is a brilliant point, man, because I'm sorry to cut you off, Aldo, real quick. Brilliant because, like you said, you basically just shrunken who you can look at to draft. Mm-hmm. You're taking away from your own thing if you're running this defense. I guess I didn't ever even looked at it that way, man. Well, see, you can even learn when you're old, Aldo. Look.
Oh, geez, I'm learning every day. Trust me, or trying to. Problem is I don't remember it the next day.
You get to keep it that long? I can't make it 5 minutes, especially now that I haven't slept like in 3 days.
How about? Tell me about it. But I do think it's a little unfair to describe this as a 20th century defense. This is the Tampa defense 3.0. This is a this is a cover 2 defense that, and Eberflus's last year with Indianapolis Colts was ranked the 10th best defense in the National Football League. You just have to find the right players. I understand that finding a 3 tech is very, very difficult. And so when you employ that kind of defense, it's gonna be more of a challenge to find that premier 3 tech that really will make that defense sing for you. But there's a lot of changes to this defense than there were from the Lovie Smith cover 2 Tampa 2 defense. Jordan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I understand that in some point, although I think that there's some validity there. It's just, to me, it's not – the 3 tech is obviously the most glaring one. But to me, it even extends out to other positions. Like, let's talk about defensive end. Now, all of a sudden, I have to look for guys that are stout against the run, but also have some sense of a pass rush presence, despite being these bigger, brawny guys, these Rasheem Greens, these DeMarcus Walkers, when now you're looking at a league where either the guys are so thin and rail thin where they're bendy and they're explosive, or they're 5-techs where they're brick shit houses and they could play against the run, but there's no real pass rush presence. So you're almost left like, yeah, I could take them, but how do we get pressure on the edge to rush the passer? And so I just kind of think it permeates throughout. And let's give an example. Something that's not talked about is Lovey. They cared about having a really special safety. That's not nearly as important to Flus. He cares about having a nickel more than the safety. The safeties will fill in, but we really need a nickel player. Well, nickel cornerbacks are hard. That's the hardest, in my opinion, it's the hardest position to play on defense. You have to be prepared to face two-way goes. Every route on the route tree is available for you to defend. You're going to have guards and tackles pulling at you, so you have to be able to fit the run as a smaller player. So it's a situation where, and it's not that you have nickels in other schemes, and they're always difficult, but specifically what Flus wants out of his nickel becomes just a harder ask. So it's not to your point that it's like it can't work. It does work. I'm never going to deny that. But I guess what it is how much juice do you have? How much oranges do you have to squeeze to get the juice out of them? I think that's kind of the point.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Foster.
I had a question for Jordan, and it was, so with the defensive line, how do you think this is going to work? Because they should be able to have pressure up the middle, and they really haven't gone after a defensive edge. Is Robinson progressed enough? I mean, is DeMarcus Ware? How is that going to work with these guys on that line? I know he's going to use them in different places, but give me your take on it, Jordan.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a very different defense, and I'm not at all saying we're going to run this, but I really love and admire what the Titans and Mike Vrabel have in that defense under Todd Downing, which is they dent the pocket. They crush the pocket. And so if you are now asking a quarterback with these massive humans, and if they can actually just, again, we're not even talking about being disruptive, but if you can dent the interior of that offensive line, and now all of a sudden you're asking your running backs and quarterbacks to start going outward, well, you've got those athletic linebackers that should be able to go sideline to sideline. And if you also are putting a QB in pressure situations where I can't step up, I'm feeling uncomfortable, the pocket's getting tight, and all of a sudden I'm just lofting an ill-advised throw, that's what Flus is trying to capitalize on with getting opportunities at the ball, hits philosophy, be sensible in the takeaways. So I think that there's opportunities there. But again, this is what I was trying to tell Aldo is I still think you need the defensive ends, and I like DeMarcus Walker and I like Rasheem Green, but I got to have something more there. And it's not even like, well, damn them for not getting Zach Harrison or anything, because it's not like Zach Harrison was a perfect prospect. But right now at this point, we're sitting here, I guess, vying for sloppy seconds with Frank Clark and Yannick Ngakoue and well, who else? It's like, well, how about just getting a quality defensive end? And I guess it just didn't happen in this draft, but that's okay.
Foster, I'm going to give you the hosting duties. I'm going to give you Danny Shimon. I'm going to step away to take a 5-minute break, and you can be our lead host. Okay, Foster?
I will do my best, man. I thank you. You're putting pressure on me, man. It's okay. We can try it.
I'm like Ryan.
We can try it.
Well, Foster, I was going to say, I don't know how you feel about Jarrett Patterson and Danny. I know you're not a fan of him, but he just went to the Houston Texans as their center guard interior player.
I was hoping that's who we were going to grab this late, honestly.
Yeah, well, and
because I look at him over the last 2 seasons. I know he got pushed around. He was on his butt. But you look at what he's done on the field the last 2 seasons.
Hey, Danny, what do you think?
What?
I was going to say, Danny, what do you think about Patterson to the Texans?
There we go.
Yeah, it's better at Texans than being on the Bears. That's for sure. I'm not a fan of Jared Patterson. Whether it's at Notre Dame, I know he's a team captain. I know he's a versatile guy interior. But at the Senior Bowl, especially, he was getting pushed around too. So I wasn't a big fan of his. There's other guys on the interior that I would prefer to give a shot to before him. To be honest with you, that's just me though.
No, I get it. I just totally blanked on the idea that I forgot they picked up Juice Scruggs to be their starting center. So Patterson will be the backup and presumably playing kind of that swing man on the interior if Kenyon Green or Shaq Mason go down.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what else is left over. I see A.T. Perry went,
Backup.
is gone. I see our Ramirez is gone. I'm trying to see what else we got left over here. We can,
I love that. I love that nickel value early at 6 with Keitrell Clark and Trey Tomlinson going to the Rams and the Buccaneers.
Yeah, we were talking about that too, man. But let me do it because I know you guys already did this. But just give me and Jordan, you guys keep it a short one. We'll skip. Give me the 2 second-round picks and that 3rd-round pick. A brief take overall what you guys think with Dexter and Pickens and those guys that they drafted. Because I was happy with Pickens, man, when they got him in that spot. But I was also wondering what was the thing with Adebawore? Why did he go so far back? I mean, is it because he had a great combine and you look at the tape and he's pretty much just an average, above average defensive lineman? So
that's
if you want to throw a little in on that, I'd like to really see what your take is. It really more on Adebawore. I want to know why this happened.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a guy that when I first saw him, and I mentioned him here on Draft on Tap, and I said, listen, this guy from Northwestern is a guy that intrigues me. He's got the twitch, he's got the athletic ability. I just don't know about his size. I don't know, does he project? And then he goes to the Senior Bowl, puts on a show there, goes to the combine, measures out, puts on a show. You're like, all right, now you're thinking, all right, this guy, he has the athletic traits, the profile you want in this middle of this defense, but you put on his tape, there's no production there. And I know when he kicked him inside, he had a little bit more pressure, generous a little bit more pressure, but just still, there was no sacks, there was no tackle for losses really on his stat sheet. So, and it wasn't anything on his tape as well in terms of consistent, pressure. So I think he was more of a creation of the media. Once he kind of blew up at the combine, I think everyone just kind of put him out there. I saw mock drafts with him in the 1st round. Some had him in the middle of the 1st round. I'm like, you guys are nuts. They have no idea what they're talking about. And sure enough, the guy ended up going in the 4th round because, and then that's the thing is day 3 is when you take guys with either medical issues, off the field issues, or physical traits. And that's where Adebawore falls into, a guy with physical traits. So was it, who took him? I forgot. Was it the Colts, right? Colts took him?
Yeah.
I lost track because I was doing like 3 things at the same time here.
Yeah. So again, he fits that scheme as well. So I think that's again, the traits, Ballard loves traits, and I think that's a guy that's going to fit in nicely there with the Colts, and we'll see if he takes off. Now, if he goes and becomes a great player, then obviously there's a egg on the face of Ryan Poles and you have other GM that passed on him because he was sitting right there for them in the top of the 4th round. Could have been their first pick, but they didn't like him as much as some other people like them, and they ended up passing on him. So, but in terms of the first 2 guys, Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens, for me, Pickens is a guy I like a lot. I mean, I think he's a guy that can fill that 3 technique position. He's 6'3", 6'4", with 34-inch arm length, 291 pounds, has that quick twitch fiber for a guy that big. I think plays with balance. Keeps his feet when people try chop block him or cut his legs out. So I think he's got potential to be a guy that can be that disruptor in the middle of the football field. Now the Gervon Dexter, he's a guy that in terms of right now, day 1 in training camp or day 1 or game week 1, whatever, he's going to be a guy that's come in there is going to help you on your run defense. He's a guy who's stout at the point of attack. Yeah. He can take out blockers, take on double teams, and really just hold his ground. So worst case scenario, he's a one technique that eats out blockers and allows your linebackers to go ahead and eat up those tackles. So but the best case scenario is getting the best out of him. And I think this is where we were talking about earlier. Jordan and I were talking about, you see the flashes, and now you say, all right, this is what I want. Coaching staff, this is what he can do. He's proven on tape he can do this. Now get it out of him consistently. And that's where you put the onus on your coaching staff to get that out of Gervon on a consistent basis. So I think that's where it's going to fall. And best case scenario, he's a guy that, can at least, collapse the pocket by just, but he's got strong hands. He's got long arms. He can, bull rush the center or guard back into the lap of the quarterback. It might not look pretty, but as long as it gets back there and gets that quarterback off his platform, makes that pocket messy for the quarterback and get him out, makes him move his feet. That gives more time for the other guys to get to the quarterback and then, generate pressure and generate a sack. So that's where I'm going to look to see where he gets up. So I think Pickens might be even though Pickens was picked in the 3rd round and Gervon 2nd, I think Pickens might give you the more immediate impact because with Gervon now you have a guy like Billings, a veteran, that kind of does that right now. And I'm assuming Billings is going to start. I'm not 100% sure about that. And I think then just allow Gervon to kind of work his way through and become a consistent guy up front there for the defense. But, in terms of the corner, Tyreek Stevens, honestly, Jordan and I had this conversation earlier. I like their 6th-round corner, Smith from Minnesota, more than Stevens. So, but that's just me. I've seen Smith live in person at the East West Shrine game in practices, and I think he just really opens some eyes there. But Stevens is a guy also at the Senior Bowl on Mobile. He went down there and he showed his coverage skills, and he was all over guys. I mean, he was covering receivers, he was covering tight ends, he was making plays in the practice field. And again, the one thing we keep harping is going down there and coaching the Senior Bowl is very, very important. Darnell Wright was on the team that Luke Getty coached. What's his name? Tyreek Stevenson was there as well. So these guys at the Senior Bowl, they got firsthand look at them, and I think they just fell in love with these guys, and they just kind of went through the process and ended up drafting them. So, but again, bringing in those 2 corners, I think you're putting guys now on notice. You're bringing a guy like Vildor on notice. For me, I think Jordan says in a roundabout way, it's putting Jalen Johnson on notice. For me, it's putting last year's 2nd-round pick, Kyler Gordon, on notice, saying, hey, listen, step up your game, because you know what? You got off to a crappy-ass start. We had no one better to replace you with early on. Now, I think, in fairness to Gordon, that he was put out of position. I think he's like outside corner, not a slot corner. But then when he was put on the outside, when they had injuries, he performed better, in my opinion. And then Blackwell took over the nickel. So I think that's in fairness to Gordon, he's an outside corner. So maybe one of these guys they got today, I know Smith's not an inside corner. Maybe Stevenson can play some nickel corner. We'll see. But, again, I like the fact that he's putting guys on notice. Velus Jones, you're on notice. With Tyler Scott coming in, with us resigning Pettis, bringing in DJ Moore, that receiving room is getting crowded. If you're going to make this roster, you either got to be damn good on special teams and secure those punts and secure those kickoff returns, or get better at running routes and being an actual viable receiver. So I think some guys are being put on notice here with some of these draft picks.
Yeah, I got right 1 second, Jordan. That's awesome take, man. I need you need to come and tell some of the guys at the bar at the Bears Country podcast this, because we got guys that sometimes don't know as much about football. I want to get your take on that, Jordan, too. And then also I wanted to just throw this in. So like you said, guys are on notice. Love the competition. It's going to bring out the best in everybody, I believe, especially with this coaching staff. And also, if we got a contract thing coming up with Jalen Johnson, if it goes, for lack of a better term, but if it goes, come on, who's the linebacker that we just got rid of?
Roquan Smith.
It's so quick, I can't remember his name.
Hey, Roquan
Smith.
We traded him to Baltimore.
Roquan Smith.
Yeah. So what if Jalen Johnson gets headsy with the contract? Are we covered if he's got to walk? What do you think, Jordan?
Well, that was what Danny was referring to. That's what I brought up when I said Jalen being put on notice. Okay. Only because, to me, and I agree with Danny, I think Kyler Gordon needs to be a hell of a lot better. But I think if you're apologizing for Kyler Gordon, Danny, I'm probably even more of an apologist, because I just didn't understand the desire. And I appreciated his eagerness. They asked him early on in camp, one of the Chicago media had asked, what do you think about playing nickel? And he's like, I'll do anything, and I'd love to do it. And I'm sitting there going, don't just volunteer. Tell them you want to play on the boundary, because that's where you can play. And unfortunately, we're not going to get that. And they're going to – I don't even want to say they're going to sink the kid. I just think that he's now being forced to sink or swim at a position that I don't think he's necessarily a great fit at. But here's the good news. Tyreek Stevenson also played some nickel. I didn't think he looked good at nickel either, so that's its own issue. But I guess maybe somehow, some way, if they have to come to a Jesus moment with Kyler Gordon, they decide to put him out to boundary and maybe put Stevenson in at nickel.
Mm-hmm. See, people kept saying that, Tyler Gordon's the nickel, and I'm going, I didn't see, like you had mentioned earlier, I didn't see that. I thought he definitely played better on the outside. So there's a bunch of guys that are like, well, he's going to be the nickel now, and I'm going, I don't see it, but I'm not the coaches. So I'm glad you said what you said, because I'm going to take that back and show them this. So
well, I'm just and I mean currently what's going on in the draft, there's been some of these guys I'm just like, man, you are stealing on some of these picks. We saw Xavier Hutchinson, the Iowa State receiver, going to 6 to the Texans. He's a guy that I know it sounds like it's a lofty praise, and I apologize for it being lofty, but he's a guy that reminded me a lot of Musha Muhammad coming out years ago when he was playing with the Panthers, and then obviously was a Bears receiver. Just a quality X receiver that isn't going to be too flashy, but can make some plays for you. And then even prior to that, it was right after that was Andre Yoshivas from Princeton, the heptathlon athlete. that goes to the Bengals and is going to provide them some real juice just to further bolster that Burrow receiving core.
I thought both of those guys would go a little earlier, especially Perry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, get on the receiver earlier. The Bengals?
Yeah, they took Charlie Jones.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like Charlie Jones too. I like him, man. I think he's going to help that team. I know he's little, but he's quick, and I don't know if you've seen any footage of him. I'm sure you did, right, Jordan?
Yeah. He's a fun
Charlie
player.
Jones. What did you think of him?
He
I'm
reminds me of this is a throwback, and I love this player, and he never made it with the Jaguars, but he reminds me of Jordan Shipley from Texas back in the Colts. So, just a nice slot receiver that's got a little bit of shift in his game, and gets open.
That's cool. I just want to get a quick take because people are going like, Charlie Jones, what the hell? This guy's too small. He can't do shit. And then we put some film on, and we're going, I might be interested in this guy now. So
no, he's 6 feet, almost 200 pounds. He was a guy that from Deerfield, Illinois, so he's a local kid. Went to Buffalo for a year, and ended up going to Iowa. They relegated him to a punt returner, made an All Big Ten conference as a returner, as a specialist. Went last year to Purdue his first year and just blew up. He had over 1,500 yards receiving, 17 touchdowns. You talked about it earlier. He's got that deep speed. He's a guy that can go up and make a play on the football on those contested jump ball situations. Had 11 drops last year. That was a little bit concerning for me. But he's definitely a guy. It's funny because what he reminded me of coming out of college is a guy that like Dante Pettis coming out of college, a guy who's a punt returner who gives you some ability to getting downfield, making some plays as well. So we'll see if that his role with the Bengals is going to be as a punt returner, or is actually being part of the receiver crew. But I think this Shivas kid, he really lit up the Senior Bowl. He was Aldo called me and said, "Who's this Princeton receiver?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, and I looked him up, and I'm like, "All right, look at him." Went to the Senior Bowl. I went to the combine, blew it up there. He's a track and field guy. He's a guy that's a multi sport athlete. So, again, now they're drafting traits. This guy's got some speed, he's got some size, he's got some ability to be physical at the catch point. So we'll see how it turns out. But this is the point of the draft where now you're plucking guys because of their specific traits, and you're trying to fill them in and now coach them up.
Man, I just had deja vu, Danny. I think I sat and watched a Draft on Tap episode that you basically said what you just said now about the receiver, and then getting to this point of the draft. So it's great. I've been watching you guys. I don't know if you remember meeting me. I met you in Rosemont.
Yeah, Rosemont.
Cool. Because I've been watching you guys, and even a couple of years ago, like during the Fields draft, and I apologize, I would mess with you guys. I do things like, because I didn't think we were going to get Fields. I traded out of the first round for that draft and took like Tevin Jenkins and Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey and Davis Mills. So I think I was messing with you. It might have been Neil, but somehow we got on the subject that this is 2 years ago, so you probably won't remember. I do, just because when I did the thing, it said autocorrect, and I thought it was you who said, Davis Sills isn't a fucking quarterback. He's a wide receiver or something at the time. I don't know if you remember it, but it sticks out in my mind because
might have been Neil.
Because it could have been Neil. Because I love getting your take, and then some of the way you and Neil go back and forth with some of the snide comments, I think is fantastic. I love that little bit of edginess in that show, man. Draft on Tap, I love it. So,
Foster, if you were
I got to get back, guys. Go ahead, Aldo.
Foster, if you were on a deserted island, who would you rather be on that deserted island with, Danny or Neil?
Oh, didn't we do this?
No.
Didn't we do this in an episode or no?
I don't think so. I just thought to myself, that's a brilliant question. I'll ask Foster. So I don't think it's
that. I can't judge it because when I met him, we spent time bullshit. I think I bullshitted more with Danny than Neil.
That was a good.
Okay, you can pick Neil.
It depends if I'm although it might depend if I'm drinking or sober. No, I'm kidding, man.
Well, if you want to drink, Neil's the guy. Neil's your drinker.
Right. Okay, then I got to go with you, Danny.
You want to talk football? You pick me.
I got to go with you, dude.
Let's go.
I don't drink. I'm naturally messed up in the head. I don't need to drink.
Right. I don't drink either, so we're good. We talk football all day long.
I can sit there and talk bullshit football all day and night. I'll drink my Dr. Peppers. You drink whatever you're drinking. We're good.
Let's go.
Foster, you got any final questions for Jordan or Danny before we release you?
No, but what I want to do is thank you guys for everything you've done for me over the last couple of years that you don't know about. Because when I started listening to you guys with everything that was going on in my life, and I said this before, but I will not stop reiterating it for actually you guys coming into my life. I feel like I've known you guys for like 20, 30 years, man. And I've been watching you for like 2.5. But that's just how it is when I talk to you guys on the screen and I'm going, yeah, motherfucker, blah, blah, blah. I disagree or I agree, And it's all in good fun. Anything that comes out of my mouth, I never intend to hurt anybody. I love football since I was a little kid, man. I'm just happier than shit to be here and doing what I'm doing. And it's all those fault that what's going on in my life is part of what's going on. And I thank them for that.
You're watching.
We were on the show setting up. We were setting up the first show at BCP, and I looked at Shorty and I said, this is all fucking Aldo's fault that we're sitting here together, don't you? And he just started laughing, and he goes, yeah. And I said, well, God steps into your life in strange ways, and he's not a big God guy, but he couldn't say anything when I said that. So thank you guys again for doing what you do. I'm always going to be a fan, and if you're brave and bold enough to ever have me back on, I do have better equipment. I just couldn't get the link for StreamYard to my computer off my phone, so I don't have my Twitter hooked up yet on it.
We'll work on it and make sure that we have you back on. And Foster, you told me you're now following hockey and baseball again because of the Barroom Network. So
fucking Vinny Parisi and Frank, sons of bitches, man. Sorry to their moms. Oh, I've been hassling them because I'm doing crap I'm never doing, man. Do you see me responding in the sci-fi fiction shit? I don't watch that shit. You got me watching that too. And now I even watch Mac and Reed every show, and I honestly didn't do that.
I love it. If we
one last thing, I don't know if you guys want any more visitors, but there's a couple guys might come and see us. So,
all right,
PJ and Trip R. They're over there babbling right now, man. So thank you guys again. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Aldo. Danny, love what you do. Jordan, I'm a fucking big fan, dude.
I appreciate it, Foster. You're the man. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys stay safe. Enjoy the rest of the draft and then get some rest.
Please. If my wife doesn't decapitate me before that.
I love Foster covers. He is outstanding. Got to meet him face to face when we had our little what would you call it? It was a party. We had a party over at a place near O'Hare and did some bowling, did some drinking, had a great time. And hopefully when next time Jordan is in town. Jordan, you planning on coming to Chicago for a Bears game?
I need to go back there. I love that city more than pretty much California, to be quite frank. You guys are lucky to live there. Although I was there during beautiful weather. I don't know what it is in the winter, but yeah.
Jordan, another edge just went. Titus Leo to the Colts.
Oh wow.
Wagner.
Yeah, Titus Leo.
Went there as well. So it's it's getting slim, man. It's Ali Gay or it's Baldonado from Pitt. I don't know. Yeah. That's what I'm looking at right now.
I'm getting the feeling that they just don't care. They're not taking it.
They don't care, dude.
I'd be surprised.
The other guys on the Irish show, and then they brought a good point, like in terms of maybe they believe in Travis Gibson, maybe they believe in Dominique Robinson, and another year in the off season, getting stronger, becoming that pass rushing guy that they're looking at. I like to see some other veteran come in here, some veteran, some competition. Maybe they'll bring that in, but I don't know. It's for me. Again, Gibson coming off of the season, he was coming off previously with the 7 sacks. I thought he was going to take a jump up. Maybe maybe they believe in him. Maybe they think he's going.
I'll say this, and I'm not even telling you I agree with Ryan Poles' feelings, but he's come out and said this, that he thinks those two defensive linemen that they've drafted will be force multipliers for the rest of the defense. And whether, and I think that's a hell of a lot of pressure to be putting on two rookies,
Right.
but if he thinks that that'll be a force multiplier, then maybe he's under the belief that with these two tree trunks in the middle that are going to be causing some havoc, maybe it helps out the remainder of the defensive line with guys like Green and Robinson and who's the other one? DeWalker and Gibson. So maybe again, I wouldn't take that bet. That's not a ride that I feel comfortable with. But
he's putting a lot of pressure on two guys that have had 12 and a half sacks combined throughout their
Yep.
entire career in college. So it's like I don't know if you want to just put that kind of pressure right away on them. So we'll see.
I mean, I'll tell you some of the prospects that I'm seeing that I'm just kind of shocked that they're still on the board is, I'd love to get your take. I don't know if you scouted him because Shepherd film is hard to find, and I didn't frankly get much of it. But how do you feel about Joey Fisher?
I have not seen him.
Okay. Joey Fisher is a guy that I'm shocked to see. Everybody talks about Jake Witt because, Brugler and a few others have mentioned him. But the fact that Joey Fisher's on the board is another one of those guys that the competition moving up would be a challenge, but has some tackle versatility, can move inside to guard. And team captain over at Shepherd he was kind of the big name outside of Tyson Bagent from Shepherd as well.
Yeah. Zach Kuntz out there, huh? Has been taking it.
Yep. Did you get to watch Noah Gindorf, Danny?
No, the tight end from North Dakota State.
Yeah, I was like, he's still out there. I call him a moose, dude. Like, he's a freak.
Well, Deuce Vaughn to Dallas.
The shortest player in the draft has been selected to the Cowboys. Deuce Vaughn, 5'5", 179 pounds. He's described as a bowling ball and a Houdini in space. He's a fun back to watch.
Yep, he is.
Corey Trice, corner from Purdue, I'm shocked is still on the board. Not that some people are really high on him, but the fact that he's sitting here is wild to me. You're not going to take another corner, but Lonnie Phelps, the edge from Kansas, maybe that's how they want to go.
That's 3-4.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is while you were gone, Danny. This is something I was talking to Aldo about. Is that the fact that they want to run this even front? You get slim pickings now when you want to talk about edges because
I just think they're not going to draft somebody.
Yeah,
edge wise. I think they have a plan, whether it's in house or whether it's to go get someone trade or veteran free agent. I think they're just not going to draft somebody right now.
I know
there's nothing. I mean, I love Thomas and Kuhn, but he might go on and draft it, and that could be a guy. Again, he's not a perfect fit either, but he's just a guy that gives you some, edge presence or something you can probably work with, right, as a coaching staff. So I'm interested to see if he goes.
I know you didn't do a ton of work on safeties, but did you get to watch Anthony Johnson Jr. from Iowa State?
No, I watched I watched Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson still on the board is wild. I mean, I'll never forget. Collinsworth, who I had to assume was doing it for clicks, had him going in the first, which is nonsense. But Johnson's a good player, and the fact that he's sitting there, as well as a guy like Brandon Joseph at safety, are still available. You're talking about
Joseph looked like a first-round pick when Northwestern goes to Notre Dame. You figure that's going to just up his game, and now I know there's something either off the field or medical that we don't know about.
Yeah. Eli Ricks, the LSU corner that went to Bama, is still there. Our guy, I think we're both pretty high on Emil Ekiyor, especially at this part in the draft. Ekiyor is just sitting there at guard.
Yeah, internal guy. Jackson Kirkland from Washington still out there. He's a guy that played tackle, probably going to kick inside the guard. He was there at the East West Shrine game. He appeared to be, pretty good in terms of, maintaining his blocks and being a guard there, left guard specifically. So, that's a guy there as well. But, it's going to be interesting to see like what happens after the draft. Now, after this first wave of, I think as next week is a rookie mini camp, and then or 2 weeks from now, and then after that we'll see what happens in terms of what they bring in veterans and get prepared for, obviously for training camp in July. So,
what do you think about Brandon Joseph from Notre Dame for the interior? That
we just talked about him. He's a safety. He's a guy that Northwestern 1 year he looked like he's going to be a freaking stud, and then went to Notre Dame last year, and really I disappointed, to be honest with you. I wasn't really that as big of a playmaker as I thought I was going to be, but he's a guy right now. Take a flyer. We talked about some safety depth. DeAndre and Carson. I'm not sure what the deal is with them. They're going to bring him back. Not going to bring him back. Who knows? But I think, unless I'm missing somebody, it's Jackson, Eddie Jackson, it's Brisker, it's Elijah Hicks, and that's it, right? In terms of safety, there's no one else back there.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah,
Taurine wants to know. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jordan.
Oh, no, I was just going to say briefly, like Brandon Joseph is one of the guys, few guys in this class, and Danny, you know this too. Not every safety has the range and ability to flip their hips and get out in space and move and get from one end of the field, far hash, to the other. And to me, Brandon Joseph is one of the few guys left in this class that has the ability to do that. And if you're talking about Eddie Jackson, what's the plan after him? Not every safety has that ability. Brandon Joseph does.
Yeah, and Tyrion here, those two guys, Zach Kuntz and Andrew Voorhees, if those are the last two picks the Bears made, I'd be ecstatic, because Zach Kuntz, again, not the perfect tight end, more of a swing, more of a, just a big ass wide receiver. That's what he is. But a big, fast guy that can stretch the seam, give you another option. If you're looking for an inline blocker, obviously Kuntz is not going to be the guy. But Voorhees, man, talk about a technician at guard, a guy that can play multiple positions inside, center, left guard, right guard. Obviously, unfortunately, you hurt tore his ACL at the combine. So, you draft him here in the 7th round, you put him on IR and tell him, you know what, we'll see you next training camp. Take a year off and just kind of help develop him, get him healthy. And then next year, he could be the starting left guard. That's how good of a player Andrew Voorhees is. So I'm very high on Andrew Voorhees. I think he's a guy that, Dante Stills just went right now.
Yep.
My guy. The Cardinals. Yep.
That hurts.
My guy. Yeah. So
that hurts, man.
It's slim pickings, guys. It's slim pickings right now,
as it usually is in the 7th round. But yeah, Dante Stills was. I was just amazed at how quick he was. You talk about Dexter Gordon, whatever his name is.
Gervon Dexter.
Gervon Dexter, thank you. Being slow off the snap, being delayed. Dante Stills is the opposite of that.
52 and a half career tackles for loss at West Virginia. And again, I felt like he was being played out of position. So, I mean, I think you get this kid, and again, East-West run game, he was noticeably like one of the more quicker, more athletic interior defensive linemen out there. So it would have been nice, but they didn't go that way.
Indeed. What else should we tackle here before the Bears are on the clock in about, I want to say 6 picks from now?
Well, I mean, in terms of the team itself, I mean, like I said, I'm curious to see what happens with veteran free agency afterwards. Now, the one thing that we saw, what's his name, the running back from Detroit get traded today. That's one of the things we see on day 4 is a lot of veterans that once the team makes these picks, a lot of veterans become available all of a sudden. So we didn't see much of that today. So I'm curious to see if anybody becomes available. So like a veteran rise in terms of as a trade prospect. So that's another thing to keep an eye in the next couple of days is who becomes available, who hear rumors of guys being shopped around the league now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we usually see players released after the draft because teams have a surplus of players and want to shed some salary. So we could see some interesting names float around, and we'll see what Ryan Poles does, because he still has some holes in his roster that he has to address. And to his credit, he has warned us that this was the rebuild was going to take another year, that there's just no way that those weren't his words. Those are my words. His words were closer to, filling out the roster is going to take a couple more years. I think that's how he phrased it. And that's partly due because of his methodical method of building this roster and not reaching for certain players. Greg Gabriel retweeted a tweet from Bill Parcells saying that if you keep drafting exceptions, then you're going to end up with a team full of exceptions. And so you want to stay close to the plan, whether you agree with the plan or not. As Jordan shared with us earlier, he thinks that this defense puts too many limitations on player personnel decisions, and that's a fair point. But whatever the cause is, he's married to Matt Eberflus for now, and so you've got to draft players that are system fits. And apparently, they haven't found any edge rushers yet in this draft that are a system fit.
Yeah, well, and that's. I mean, we were just talking about it with defense, Aldo, but it's just a bigger talk about even just the league, and it expands to offense. It goes to every area of the game, where as the league and the game evolves, you just go through eras where player fits change. And like I said, it's easier to find a bendy, explosive, more short, small, athletic edge to play a 3-4 backer than it is to find a defensive end. Let's look at guys like DeJuan Jones, Daniel Falele, Orlando Brown Jr. Those guys are no longer the eye of the dance, the eye of the ball, where, you had your Larry Allens and your Willie Roafs from yesteryear that made a lot of sense. And now you've moved to this world where everybody wants their own Kyle Shanahan offshoot of an offense, where now you want these dancing bears that are relatively light in the pants but can get moving. And so the world and the game changes. And that was really my only point, is that you can make it work with this defense. It's just, again, you're picking from a lot less. What used to be plentiful is not coming up through the game to the high school and college routes anymore. It's just not as much, at least.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's interesting because one of the reasons Adebore went so late is because there aren't a lot of teams that use that 3 tech, which is what he is better suited for. It is, to me, fascinating. They didn't think he was good enough 3 tech to draft. They had plenty of opportunities, but so it does work the other way in terms of, if there could be more players available because some of the other teams don't utilize the same kind of schemes that the Chicago Bears do.
But one other thing that came out is that Deuce Vaughn, the Kansas State running back that got drafted to the Cowboys, his dad is a scout with the Cowboys. So I just thought, how cool is that? Like, you get to draft your son.
He's a college scouting director with the Cowboys.
That's really cool.
Isn't there like a new phrase now? Yeah, but they've shortened it to NEP. He's a NEP.
Yeah,
I think it's how they refer to it now.
He's a Nepo baby.
Yeah, there you go. The Rams have picked up running back Zach Evans, who I think is
about time.
Yeah, they trade up here with the Bills for Zach Evans. So I think it's a perfect scheme fit. That's one of the guys I highlighted in our pre-draft stuff because, again, similar kind of system. The wide zone. I think Zach Evans is a guy. Actually, he thought he was going to go in the third round, second and third round. So he drops you all the way to the 6th round. So I'm sure he's disappointed, but he goes to a scheme that fits his skill set. Again, other guys got solid vision, be able to cut, plant, and go. He's a guy that's got some of that big play potential. He was another highly talented kid to come out of high school. Went to TCU. And I'm there for a couple of years, and then ended up going to Ole Miss then for I believe a season or two. So kid out of Texas. So I know he was hoping to go to Texas, but ends up going to the Rams here. But interesting. It's a scheme fit, so we'll see how it goes for him.
Yeah. I was gonna say I was actually higher on Zach Evans than I was Israel Abanikanda, and not that the ceiling isn't higher for Abanikanda, but to me, Zach Evans is a player that doesn't get nearly enough respect from college scouting and evaluators. And not to totally shift focus here, but I don't even know, Danny, how you felt about Eric Gray, another player that hasn't been taken that I also thought was pretty solid.
Eric Gray was taken. I think Minnesota took him, if I'm not mistaken. But he was probably the best pass catching back out of this entire draft. Guy's got real good hands out of the backfield. So again, he's more of a change of pace back, not a guy that's going to come in, kind of similar to what the Bears have around with Travis Homer. Guy's gonna come in and get a couple carries here and there, but he's going to make most of his damage, catching passes out of the backfield. So he went, I believe, he went to Minnesota in this round, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I saw his name come up there, but so he's gone there as well.
D. Winters, linebacker from TCU, goes to the 49ers with pick number 216. D. Winters. You guys like him?
I did like him. He's the TCU backer, if I recall, and he made plenty of plays despite his diminutive stature. And to me, this makes a lot of sense as a developmental guy, but is going to fit that. We've talked about it, that Dre Greenlaw, that Azeez Al-Shaair role as an outside backer for them, playing alongside Warner.
All right, so that puts us at what, 4 picks away?
No, I think 2 picks away.
2 picks. All right.
Yeah, because we have the first pick in the 7th round.
That is correct, though. Looking forward to this pick.
I don't know if you guys saw, but Lance Zierlein, and he's one of them. Dane Brugler, Nate Tice, a few others. But Lance Zierlein had said on Twitter that he was like, "Man, the Bears just stole Tyler Scott."
Ooh, look at that! Look at that.
Which is what we were talking about.
Eric Gray went to the Giants with pick number 172 in the 5th round.
Got it. Yeah, no. And I mean, he's a good player. But yeah, this was and that was just kind of channeling back to that pick out of all of them that they showed the Bears draft room. They looked the happiest when they got Scott there at the back end of the fourth. That looked like the happiest they were of any player that they selected. And I guess that was kind of what we were echoing at the time, is it felt like, boy, you really got good value there. And it seems like those that are respected in the draft evaluation feel the same way.
The Bears, Brad Robbins, punter, Michigan.
That's right. The Bears have 2 punters on the roster currently, so they've got their own punter battle going. So Brad Robinson was not.
No, I'm sorry. This is the Bengals. Bengals picked this.
Bengals picked them, right?
Yeah.
And now the Bears pick is in. We're learning from NFL.
I was going to be a little bad if it was a punter. Thank God it's not.
Yes, that would have really irritated me. All right, let's keep our fingers crossed. The clock is ticking for pick number 218, Chicago Bears. They have 2 picks in this 7th round. The next pick is like really low, right? It's like towards the end.
It's a compensatory. It's one of the last ones.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I think second to last one, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like 258.
258. Let's hope they make us happy here with who would make you really happy, guys?
I want a safety or Joey Fisher personally, but that's we're gonna see what happens.
I don't even know, man. Right now, I mean, there's no one out there that's gonna knock my socks. I mean, maybe a Zach Coop, maybe a Voorhees. You know, a guy like that's again is hurt right now, but you can wait for him for a year. Could be a plug and play left guard next year for you.
I mean, I've said it before, but if Desjuan Johnson was a selection here, I'd do a little dance for you all, because it's just. He's a 3-tech option that I really like. And at this point, you're throwing darts. Who cares if it doesn't work out?
Another dance. We had one time you dancing, and then again.
I know you're. I'm a big one. Yeah, I mean, Roshan Johnson is. I just love the player, and Desjuan's a guy that I've been kind of pounding the table about. Like, man, more people. I get it. Toledo's not interesting or exciting, but watch this player, and you factor into the fact that Eberflus is a Toledo alumni, so you would imagine he's got a little bit of a chance to get the inside scoop.
A good connection there. Yeah. I mean, he shined at the East West Shrine game, and I was one of the guys I was talking about to you about a guy's interior 3 technique guy. So that's Desjuan Johnson.
The CBS tracker is saying that the best fits available right now: Jalen Redmond from Oklahoma, Andre Carter from Army, and Corey Trice from Purdue. And it is Travis Bell, defensive tackle from Kennesaw State. I bet you guys have not seen this guy at all, Travis Bell. And the expression on Ian Rappaport's face is like, who is that?
Does Brugler have something on him?
Let me check. It's holy cow is all I've got to say. They always try to trick us up with somebody. Nose tackles.
Laughing.
Was it defensive tackle?
Yeah, Kennesaw.
Yeah.
No.
I guess
Travis Bell from Kennesaw State.
He is best of the rest, number 42.
Okay. So what are his
he doesn't even have a report, but he's 6 foot 310. What else do we have for this guy? 6 foot 310, 40's 501, so basically 5 flat. Three cone is almost 8 seconds. That's not great. Short shuttle 4.58, 32.5 vertical.
32 5/8 arm length. Interesting.
I mean, yeah, I don't know anything about the guy, but let me put it this way: I would have rather had Desjuan Johnson.
Yep, a lot of question marks. Who that? Says Taurine. Cliff Victoria. Why? Cloudy Future says all the defensive tackles. Yeah, I made the joke earlier that the Bears are getting rid of defensive end position. Are going to start 4 defensive tackles in their defense. It's a new.
So, Antoine Green, receiver from North Carolina, went to the Lions. The rich get richer. I do like that kid a lot, Antoine Green.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think what this tells me was that they're trying to sign this guy to a priority free agent contract, and some team was going to draft him, so they ended up just drafting him here because they're afraid that someone else is going to sign him or take him. So or offer him more money probably. So we'll see how it goes. But Antoine Green is a guy that going to the Lions that hurts as well, because I think this guy's got some potential. Again, another guy I saw the East West Shrine game really had some moments there in terms of showing his ability as a route runner. So turn on his tape. Last 2 years quietly averaged 18 and I think 19 yards a catch the last 2 seasons at North Carolina. So definitely a guy that can make some catches, some plays downfield. So that's just adding to that receiving room in Detroit.
Well, Swanky, get on the phone. Apparently, Kennesaw State is where Swanky went to college. Get on the phone and see if we can get an interview with somebody.
What I was saying is he can catch a ride with Justin Fields home for the holidays.
That's right.
And they're both from the same place, Kennesaw, Georgia. Well, at least maybe not from, but Justin's from Kennesaw, Georgia, and Bell went to Kennesaw State. So.
Mm-hmm. Here comes that question again. Could it be possible that the Poles will try to trade for Chase Young? I just don't see that in the cards. I think that Poles is going to be very, very conservative unless they can get Chase Young for a 3rd-round pick, and that's not going to happen. I don't see that happen. You guys haven't changed your mind since the last time we talked about this.
I think Zach Kuntz to the Jets, guys. Yeah. Zach Kuntz to the Jets.
Too bad.
They already have so many tight ends. It just feels like you're, stashing them away. But he reminds me of Charlie Kolar from last year. As Danny knows, more of a receiver than a tight end. But good pick for them. To answer your question, Aldo, my big thing is even if you wanted to give them a decent pick, it goes back to I'm more of the Washington side of why would I give him away for a bag of potato chips? What do I stand to gain? I might as well ride the wave and see if he comes back and is in good form. And if he does, then I get first right of refusal to sign him. Mm-hmm. And if he doesn't, then I let him walk and somebody else may give me a compensatory pick back. So if I'm Washington, you got to make the deal sweet enough for me to let this guy walk. And I don't see a world where the Bears are going to go, yeah, absolutely, here's a 1st or 2nd round pick. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I guess. Trying to find some information on social media about the new Bears player, but it's Bear, man. Everybody's got question marks. Keith Harris wants to know Leonard Floyd can fill the void for at least a year. Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Can you get Leonard Floyd on a 1-year deal? Because that's really would be optimum, even if you're going to give him $15 million.
Why do we assume Leonard Floyd's a 4-3 defensive end? I've never understood that.
Because he played with the Rams, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they're an odd front though, and he was more of like kind of their. And his big thing is he's always been stout against the run. So sure that helps you, but he's never been some pass rush savant or some merchant in the pass rush department. So,
but I believe he's actually had back-to-back 10-sack seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, a lot of Dante Fowler had a great season with Aaron Donald by his side. So
I'm saying I think he's better than what we remember him here.
Oh, sure. No, and I was never – I mean, I thought that we sent him off, and that was a mistake considering that Vic was still here at the time. But like I said, and don't get me wrong, if you want to give Leonard Floyd a try part 2 in Chicago, go for it. I don't see.
I take that back. He had 10.5 sacks in 2020 with the Rams, his first year with the Rams, 9.5, and then 9 the last couple of seasons. So, and he's also as a right outside linebacker. So so they're playing an odd man front. So it's not an ideal fit. Again, we'll see what happens.
Let's get a little taste of who Travis Bell is, since he is so anonymous. This is something that's posted up on YouTube. Let's get a taste for.
Is he from Chicago? That would maybe explain it.
Yeah, really. This is Travis Bell, ladies and gentlemen.
One of my main goals is to come in and get my degree, show the people back home that I could do it. College wasn't something I was big on. It wasn't one of my goals I had for myself. But just knowing that I could do it meant a lot to me. That degree meant a lot to me.
And watching him work through the classroom and get a degree is one of the best moments of my time here and one of the best moments of my coaching career. I know when he graduated, I went over there, and unfortunately it was indoors and it was during COVID and we couldn't really get to him, but it was a really incredible day. And I'm so proud of everything that he's worked toward here and how he's pushed through so much adversity. For him to achieve that's really been amazing.
Growing up in Montgomery, raised by a single parent, my mom, older sister, older sibling. Yeah, it was pretty rough. I stayed in sports, to just try to stay out of trouble for the most part. And yeah, my mom, she did a good job of keeping me, busy.
Travis's story and Travis's growth is really incredible and one of the best stories we've had here at Kennesaw State.
My mom introduced me to the game, and from there it just was love at first sight. I can say I started when I was 5, and after my 10th grade years when I started playing O-line as well. But I was kind of in the backfield too, so I ran the ball a little bit as well. I did it all. Yeah. My defensive line coach, he brought me up here, let me see the campus and everything, and that's when I was pretty much sold on Kennesaw.
Travis came in, and college life was an adjustment for him. He really, had to take some time to learn our system here and how we do things, and really get in a truly structured environment.
Because I wasn't used to, the responsibilities, washing dishes, washing clothes. That was never something I was into. But my mom always talked about I was gonna have to go out one day and be my own person, and that was the start for me.
Family is really, really important to Travis. In fact, it's probably the most important to him. If you can get in his inner circle, he will do just about anything for you.
Well, once I got to high school, I realized that I was undersized for my position. And she always told me, it don't matter how big you is, it's just how much heart you got, and that's something I brought with me to college. She always called me before the game, let me know that, she's rooting for me and stuff like that, want me to play my best. This program is just not all about football. It's more about, building men to go out in the world and do great things. And it opened up a lot of doors for a kid like me coming out of Montgomery, Alabama. That's one thing that, gonna stick with me for the rest of my life. My degree is in integrated studies, and after football, I plan on coaching, trying to get into my coaching career. I'll start off by thanking my mom. Mom, thank you. The coaching staff, whole coaching staff. You need school. You need school to do what you love. And I love football, so I had to, tackle my schoolwork as well. And my advice is just to, just attack your schoolwork the same way you attack the field. That's how I think.
All right, a little taste of the new Bears defensive lineman. Jordan, I saw you kind of smiling. You're thinking this is a reclamation project or something?
Yeah, he seems like a wonderful human, and tried to find a nice.
He's a wonderful human. That's the best thing. It was a scouting report on this guy. He's a wonderful human. That's my positives.
Well, Greg on Twitter says that he was not invited to the combine, but he did have an impressive pro day, 32.5 vertical jump, 9.2 long jump, 4.56 short shuttle, 30 reps of 225, 32 5/8 arms, which are long for a 6-foot guy. He's a trait pick. So that's Greg Gabriel's thoughts on that. You guys are definitely not impressed. I saw Danny leaning up against the wall, like he looked like he was a totally defeated person. Jordan was smirking, thinking, "Wow, this is like a."
I mean this. I don't look. I mean, if you guys want to flame me, you can. I mean this because I made sure to look up the definition just to make sure it wasn't a bad word. But I'm not trying to be mean. But he's a bum. He's like a nice bumpkin. Like he's just. he's from Montgomery, Alabama. I'm sure he's a good kid. I'm glad that he didn't think that he was going to college, and that he's got a degree in integrated studies, and that they were so proud of him.
How are you going to sack Jared Goff or Jordan Love? How are you going to get to those guys? Tell me that.
Cloudy says that Travis is the first player to be drafted from Kennesaw State, and you know what? I would have guessed that.
I mean, this Aldo in the thing they said, he's really one of our great stories. I'm going, well, how many stories do you really have?
That is good. NFL Draft Diamonds did an interview with him recently, and he was asked what his favorite defensive scheme is and why. He said 4-2-5, 4 down linemen, 2 interior guys who can penetrate and be a force inside and be explosive and quick off the ball. He was asked what stands out about your film the most. He says, my quickness off the football and me reading where the ball goes on a play and having a knack for the football. And he was asked, what would a team get in a player like you? A team would get a physical and relentless young man that would help the organization win with his talents. So there you have it, a glimpse of who this player is. We had no idea who he was or even if he existed.
Although different neighborhoods, but I was talking about Joey Fisher as like a real step up in competition from Shepherd to the NFL. This is this is different planets. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I'm glad you're fast off the snap. I don't know what you think you're going against when you start talking about you're moving up to the NFL, but it's fun.
I'll tell you, it's like in the 7th round, you're taking, of course, swings at guys. Like look at the Falcons just drafted DeMarco Hellams, the safety out of Alabama.
Well, at least I've heard of him.
I would have preferred him over this guy. I mean, hopefully, what's his name again?
Travis Bell.
Hopefully, Travis Bell is going to be an All-Pro. But wouldn't you have liked to have picked a guy who experienced big-time college football in the 7th round and has some of those traits that you're looking for? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
They always do this. It's like every year, not just Bears. All these teams that they these traits guys, these guys that they find their gems and they want to
Oh, I almost, and I don't really think it's this, but I have to always wonder, is this them trying to placate one of their scouts? Like, hey, we really appreciate all the good work you did, and who's one of your favorite guys? And we'll spend a pick on him. And you got the Joe Blow in the scouting department going, can we take my guy Travis Bell?
Hart says we might as well have drafted a kicker.
Well, this is my point, Aldo. Like, let me give you an example. Like, Hellams was the reason that Jalen Hyatt had 5 touchdowns against Bama. So it's not like he's even a great player, and he was, not in a great situation there. But Dwayne McBride just went to the Rams, and I know that you took Roshan Johnson. But if we're just going to be throwing darts at the board, then take a name that, like, maybe they provide some spark. Is Dwayne McBride, could he maybe unseat Travis Homer? Do you want to go get Emil Ekiyor, and maybe he's, your answer to Tevin Jenkins? If you don't like him, you want to move on? Or, like, what are we doing here?
He's a guard. Could be a
come on. Like, I mean, this is my point. Danny, you even said it. Brandon Joseph looked great at Northwestern, looked pretty bad at Notre Dame. But again, if we're just going to throw darts at the board here, I guess I'll take the guy that had a pretty solid Notre Dame career.
At worst, he could be a great special teams player. Who knows?
JoJo says, we made a man's dream come true, guys. Courtney Cronin is going to do a great piece on Bell and his family tomorrow.
I'm sure.
We're having a little fun at his expense, JoJo. And again, all of us, I know I can speak for Danny and Jordan on this. All of us are hoping for the best for this young man. But this guy could have been an undrafted free agent. And if Danny is right that they were talking to his agent on the phone and his agent says, I'm pretty sure that X team is going to draft him. And so they jumped the gun on that,
I love Neil's response.
Could have had this dude in an hour signing an undrafted free agent. So many quality players left on the board. Jam and ice picking my retina. Neil Stopchinski.
Yeah, Neil wasn't happy with the picks yesterday either.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, good on you, Neil, because I mean, I like Zach Pickens, and I was happy about him, but I don't know if I'm ever going to get over the Dexter one, and I hope he proves me wrong. I hope he's the best thing since sliced bread. I hope he becomes the next Kinlaw or Buckner or whoever. But
and they picked Dexter. They picked Dexter before they picked the other two guys, so they're afraid someone was going to take him. So,
oh, come on, Zach. We're not offering criticism. We're just making fun.
I mean, let me hear. You want me to be self-deprecating, Zach? That guy, when he signs his 6th-round contract, is going to make more than I'm going to make probably in the next couple of years. It's going to take me to catch up. Like, so he's doing a lot better than me financially.
Yeah, absolutely. So I hear good guy has a good question here. Is there an advantage of selecting someone in the 7th round as compared to signing them as a free agent? For the player, it's actually best if they become a free agent because then they can get a new contract 2 years down the line, maybe a year down the line, as opposed to a draftee who is now locked in for 3 years with a contract.
So how this usually works is around about the 4th or 5th round, they start calling guys and say, all right, the area scouts usually call these guys and say, all right, because they made the relationship with them. They made contact with them initially and they say, all right, we're if you don't go drafted, we're going to sign you. We want to sign you. And then what happens is then they get involved with the agent, or they get with the team, or the player says, you know what, let me know. If the team says, let me know if someone calls you, the team calls you. Hey, Minnesota just called me. They think they might take me. And now you start negotiating, or they're thinking like another team's negotiating now, giving them more, in terms of a signing bonus. And I think there's a certain amount they can, in terms of allocated for signing bonuses to sign these guys as undrafted free agents. So, if they feel like they might not sign the guy, or another team's going to draft them, they have to go and just pull the plug on it and draft them, so that way they don't lose them. So
yeah, it becomes
how it works.
Becomes a big eBay market essentially. And I mean, like for example, Eli Ricks, Tyson Bagent, these are players that are definitely getting their phones ring right now, and it becomes a situation.
It starts like usually like in the 4th, 5th round is when they start calling these guys and just saying, hey, we're gonna keep an eye on it. If not, we're gonna sign you as a priority free agent. So that's why right away when the draft ends, you see bam, 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 all these guys signing. So. And usually the agents play a little game too. So, I got Minnesota on the phone here. They're going to give me $35,000 to sign.
And the
$35,000.
And the team you're going to matters too. Like Jeremy's asking, do we know who Braxton Jones was? And actually, I know we all did it last year, but that's a different story. I mean, Southern Utah is not a total nameless college. There's actually, to be fair, Southern Utah puts out a decent amount of O-line prospects. I had plenty of high schoolers that I went to school with that a couple of them went to Southern Utah. And so I was aware of who Braxton was. A lot of people where I know Aldo was. Danny
I scouted him. I scouted him. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. So I gave a scouting report last year on him on Draft on Tap.
I mean, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Travis Bell wasn't invited to any bowl games.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's and I get people criticizing us mocking the pick and making a little fun at the player, but the thing is we've seen this story before with Adam Shaheen being drafted out of Ashland. He was a man against boys, and so now we've drafted somebody out of Kennesaw State. The first time ever a player's been drafted out of school. Probably was a man against boys in that division school. What is that? Division 16 or something? Yeah. But again, I'm making fun. I'm hoping that he's going to be a great player for the Chicago Bears. But there are some guys that we would probably prefer. And I understand Rock Davis. You spend 3 weeks evaluating one player, then it pops out that another player, that's the life of a GM. I get it. But, we're just having some fun here. Hopefully he's going to be a great player for the Chicago Bears.
And look, nothing would make me happier than for him to he could write me a message. He could make sure he does a video like, remember all those guys in the bar room talking shit because I'm Aaron Donald now? I hope. Prove me wrong. I'm just, like Aldo's saying, we're not making fun of the player, but it's not even so much about the player. It's just about where he came from and the spot selection compared to who else was on the board. And that's all.
And Jeremy, Skokes here. Well, I think I've heard of Braxton Jones for the first time from Skokes. Maybe it was from Danny, but Skokes was one of the first guys in the chat room praising how much he loved Braxton Jones, and he spotted him early on, and so it happens. John Falsetta says that was Shane McClendon.
Well, Shane came from Boise State. Like, at least there's something there. I'm not kidding you. If somebody quizzed me on like a pop quiz of like, is there a Kennesaw State? I don't know. I would have said yes. I'd have been like, well, wouldn't it have been a Georgia State? Like, Kennesaw is this region of Georgia, but
yeah, exactly. That in that service that you get tape from, Danny, was there any Kennesaw State tape in there at all? Does that Crawley's Cubs guy, Crawl guy?
Let me check. Hold on.
Yeah, because that would be interesting.
No, but I want to be 100% sure.
Yeah, we subscribe to a service that provides all 22 film of the college football players, and
I have to ask, and we don't have to give specific names, but because I'm wondering where you're getting it from, and we can talk offline. But is it a Patreon that you pay a couple bucks a month? Yeah, okay, so we're getting it for the same place. All right,
that's it. Yeah,
and I don't mind totally sharing, but I don't want to put the guy's stuff on blast because all 22 is so precious.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, I didn't mention the name.
There is nothing from Kennesaw State.
Okay. So you know what?
I don't know if they have recording cameras in Kennesaw State.
Now you're piling on, and I won't have it in the bar.
I was just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding, guys.
No, it's
Well,
all
and
good.
on the Skokes thing, I should add, and it's not no knock on Danny or anybody else, because everybody had thought pretty well about Braxton, but to Skokes' credit, I think Skokes should have had him at the draft party. I think Skokes should have bought his mom a car, then Skokes right after that.
Exactly.
I've joked with Skokes that like Braxton Jones owes you something.
He
At
does.
this point, like,
He
come on,
does.
man.
That is hilarious. We do have one more pick to make fun of. That's what usually happens with 7th round picks. But no, there is the chance here that we could still land a player that at least we know where the school is. I'm not sure where Kennesaw State
And
is.
John says he's only heard of Kennesaw State because a WWE wrestler went there. I hate to break your heart, John. I don't even know who Braun Breaker is.
I don't know either. Danny Shimon, you're not a wrestling fan, are you?
No.
But it's funny, Danny, because you're always referring to, you're always praising players who have been wrestlers in the background.
Those are real wrestlers. Those are real wrestlers.
Yeah, I watch real sports. If you want to say WWE's entertainment, all about it, but don't tell me it's a sport. It's not a sport.
So the best remaining players right now are Moro Ojimo, defense tackle from Texas.
I like him. He had a bad medical. Moro had a bad medical, which is probably why he's still available.
And that's probably why Jalen Redmond's out there as well.
Because, like, Danny, if I can stop you, because that's my point. And fine, if they're medical, they're medical. But like, if you're going to be sitting here drafting a 6 foot, 310-pound guy that gets off the ball quick because you like him as a potential 3 tech with traits, why the hell aren't you drafting Ojomo or Redmond? And I get medical, but like that's our point.
Yeah. Bears are now the first team to draft a player from Valdosta State and Kennesaw State in recent drafts. Cloudy Future with another great tidbit. Cloudy, you've been great today. Thank you. Swanky says Emil Ikior. How do you pronounce that?
Ekior
Needs to be the pick. Offensive lineman, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a guard from Alabama. He's fine. Not a bad player.
You can play guard. You can play center.
He's actually, I think I put a clip up of Pickens because everybody talks about Zach Pickens being shit in run defense. And one of the things that I had put up back in November that I had retweeted was, I think it was a rep where he is completely stacking and then playing. Because again, you want to talk about Dexter having to play gap and a half. That's what they had Pickens doing. And there's a beautiful rep I put on Twitter of, I think it was Ekior was the guard, where Pickens is fully arms extended, locked out, has Ekior totally at his way, and then just sheds him off and makes a play.
Let's see what Ian Rappaport is tweeting here. The Ravens traded back in the 7th round to select the USC offensive lineman, Andrew
Brees.
Yeah.
Good for them.
That's how you do it. That's how smart teams do it. You got a guy who's going to be probably a guard for you next year, or maybe worst case scenario, a backup center. So
look at the frustration on Mr. Shimon's face. The body language says, screw this GM.
Well, and to be fair, we don't talk about this enough, but it's always more fun. Like Skokes knows it with Braxton or any of these players, but it's fun when you like a player. Like that was the Roshan Johnson reaction. So imagine when you get to watch your team draft the guy that you think highly of, you spent time scouting. There's just excitement there. That was the whole, Van Ness and the Packers and the Colts draft. I'm like, yes, you're hitting all these picks. I think that's the only problem right now, and that's even Danny to some point. Danny's a great scout, and he's going, I don't know this guy. What do you want me to talk about? I have no content to give you, so this is why we resort to cracking jokes.
Yeah, that is a disappointment about Andrew Voorhees. And you make a good point there, Danny. I mean, and perhaps the Bears think, well, we don't have the luxury of stashing a guy away for a year, but I would beg to differ.
Yeah, the only thing with him is he's got other medical issues in the past. He's always dealing with with injuries. And the other thing is athletically, he's not an ideal fit, but I think technically he was a real sound technician in terms of his blocking and ability to operate in a wide zone, even if he's not an ideal fit athletically. So, and not maybe with the ACL, they're afraid that's going to be limit even him more. I'm just kind of throwing things out there in terms of why maybe they didn't like the kid at all. Who knows? But he's a guy that was a captain. I think it was a five-year player over at USC. So definitely an interesting kid.
Travis Bell says the Bears told him that he is going to play nose tackle, and that is per Zach Pearson via Cloudy Future. And Travis Bella says, I've got a motor, man. You all should expect to see me running sideline to sideline. And so that's a trait that endears himself, is endearing to Ryan Poles, as you guys laugh and smirk.
I'm not laughing. I'm looking at Jordan. I don't know what Jordan's laughing at.
I'm laughing at just the chat, like, dude, just over here.
Zach Kuntz. Kuntz, I'm sorry.
And then, I got Cloudy over here. Cloudy, you've been fantastic, but Travis Bell's quote, I got a motor, man. Y'all should expect to see me running sideline to sideline. Great, man. I'm glad. I'm glad you're going to work on effort, because that's about the only way you're going to stay on this team.
You know what? Travis Bell is going to be an all-pro. Watch. You guys keep laughing at him.
I hope. I really do.
I think Jordan's just hysterical right now. He's been up since, like, I don't know.
Yes,
God knows when.
It's so funny. Well, because you got a guy like, I don't know what he was supposed to say, but I would hope you have a motor. You should expect me running sideline to sideline. Well, yeah, that's kind of what the coaching staff has said they look for in players. What do you do different, dude? What is it about you that the reason they selected you? That's what I needed to hear as an answer.
Well, maybe, he's been asked that, but it hasn't come out yet. I'm trying to look for that workout video of Travis Bell. I see a video of him lifting. Oh, that's the wrong Travis Bell. I was going to say, I see a video of him lifting weights, 600-pound straight weight, but no, that's not him. It's a professional weight.
Danny's right. I am hysterical because it's just at a certain point you need levity too. When you've been doing this for so long, you just see names rolling off the board.
Oh gosh, yes. We are a little punch drunk. Punch drunk may not be the right word, but a little.
We're going on 6 hours.
6 hours, 5 hours and 49 minutes, 5 seconds away from making it 550. I'm trying to understand, says Keith Harris, what's funny about a kid and his dream? Poles seems to have a thing for small school players. We're just tired, Keith. That's it. We're tired, and there were other players that we were thinking of. We apologize to him and everyone else that was offended.
He's got. I mean, here. Let's. Since everybody's so offended about the fact that we're just cracking jokes, let me tell you about
you started. Your fault.
Let me tell you about all the good things about Travis Bell.
Hey guys, just so you know, it was Jordan Silvera. What's Jordan's Twitter handle? Can you put it up there for a second?
Yeah, Jordan, there you go.
Just send all your complaints to @Jordan T Silvera, please. He's the one who started this whole Travis Bell defamation thing.
Keith says there's no excuses. LOL.
I mean, Swift. So let me tell you the great thing. He's got an 8.26 RAS score because we established earlier how important that is in the overall evaluation.
I am not participating in this chat anymore.
All right. So, okay, wait a minute. Swift says that's it. I'm trusting Jordan on Twitter.
Swift, let me tell you, he's got a motor, man.
All right, so we are how many picks away from the Bears? Because we're at 231 now.
27 picks.
Oh,
27 picks. Okay,
yeah, they have pick 258 coming up. I think it's the second to last, I believe, right, in the draft.
Yep.
Well, let's do this. Let's listen to a little of Rashawn Johnson's talk with the media, and that way it'll give us a break.
Before Jordan gets his killed.
I'd welcome that. You know how much I love Rashawn Johnson. I hurt my hands earlier from clapping.
You should have recorded that.
What he wanted me to do and how he wanted me to, just go about my situation at Texas. So, I think that kind of drove me to, stay and also try to win championships at Texas.
Courtney Cronin.
Hey, Rashawn, congratulations. They were talking kind of about you just with the role that you accepted with Bijan Robinson taking a lot of the spotlight and a lot of probably the reps at running back. How did you find yourself in the position of being comfortable accepting whatever role was going to be yours in transitioning from quarterback to running back?
I never really viewed myself as like a backup. So, regardless of who was getting the majority of the carries, I tried to, prepare and maintain myself as if I was a starter. So, I didn't really let the perspective of me being a backup kind of, have an effect on me. I just kind of, take it day by day and try to increase my role on the team, whether that was on special teams or behind Bijan or at running back, if that. So, yeah, I just kind of flipped my perspective, and I think it paid off.
How do you describe your abilities in pass protection? Is that something that, is a big part of your game?
Yeah, definitely being able to protect and identify what's coming at me and, just kind of knowing what's going to happen before it happens. I think that definitely helps me be able to just play faster and be able to, just be able to protect. So,
Colin Kane.
Hi, Rashawn. They've talked so much about your leadership and kind of work ethic. I was just wondering kind of where that comes from in your background and what kind of a leader you are, I guess.
Yeah, I think, I think it just comes from my passion for the game, honestly. Just being able to, being able to enjoy the game, just kind of knowing what to expect from it, and just knowing like what it takes to win. I think it just kind of drives me, just my passion and love for the game. So I just kind of express it in ways that I feel most comfortable. So yeah, I think it's kind of where it stems from.
Dan Weeder.
Roshan, welcome to Chicago. I'm curious if you could walk us through your journey of transitioning from quarterback and sort of the challenges of that, your initial acceptance of that, and just making that leap from quarterback to running backs.
Yeah, it was definitely something that I had to like kind of get used to physically. It was definitely something that I think mentally it wasn't really that big of a challenge. It's quarterback, you having to know pretty much all 11 guys, their responsibilities. I think it simplified a lot of things and made it a lot easier for me to, just go out there and just be able to play with my mind, but just then train my body for certain things. So yeah, I think it was more so a physical curve than a mental curve.
What are some of those physical, transitions that you went through, or maybe you're still going through?
Yeah, just little minute details within the game, whether that's running with pad level or, just using your body as a weapon, or just making certain cuts fluently, or, just not tensing up before contact, and certain things like that. So, yeah, definitely helped. Just get more reps at it.
Sorry. Kevin Fishbane?
Hey, Roshan, congratulations. We heard and read about your special teams value. Just curious what you like about special teams and how much pride you take in that part of your game.
I think special teams is one thing that I think special teams is really just something you can contribute with. And it's a very, very important aspect of the game that a lot of people don't really take into account. So I think it's just kind of fun if you're on kickoff, being able to, run past somebody or run somebody over, just go make a tackle. But me playing offensive is something I don't really get to do. So I think it's kind of cool that you can kind of do both regardless of what you play.
Alex Shapiro?
Hey, Roshan, congrats. We saw you doing a pre-draft workout with David Walker in the months leading up to the draft. Can you take us through that day and then tell us about your impressions about the Bears from that workout?
So that was my pro day. It was really, coach was just trying to, just see how I moved and kind of take me through some change of direction drills and kind of got me firing from that aspect. So, it was a pretty smooth workout. I think it was a lot of, and beyond that, we did some board work as well. So, it was fun. It was just cool to kind of see how he, orchestrated his drills just to, display change of direction and stuff like that. So.
Pat Finley?
What special teams did you play this year?
I played all of them.
All of them? The mentality there, is that something that you think translates well to the NFL?
Yeah, definitely. We had a great special teams coach, Coach Banks at Texas. He knows all about the league and how important special teams is from that standpoint. So we conducted our practices a lot, very similar to how he would in the league. So he's done a great job with me and just kind of coaching me up along the way.
Two more. Dan Wiederer.
Roshan, individually, is there a play or a game that you kind of reflect on from your college career as a signature moment for you?
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, I would say this past year's OU game was definitely one that was very memorable and something that I'll probably look back on for the rest of my life. So that one was probably a special one for sure.
Last question, Alex Shapiro.
Hey, Roshan, obviously this is all very new to you, but I was wondering, do you know anything about Khalil Herbert? And if so, do you have any idea of how you might be able to complement him in the backfield?
Yeah, no, I'm not too familiar with him. I haven't watched a whole lot of his game. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure these next couple of weeks we'll get to know each other and just kind of work and help each other better, get better. So, yeah, I gotta do more research on him, but so involved in this process has been taking a toll.
All right, that is Roshan Johnson's press conference with the media. He looks really excited to be with the Bears. No, I'm not making fun of him.
Although some of these questions, do you know Khalil Herbert?
Yeah.
What?
Well, and I was shocked to hear so much about the quarterback. It's important. I talked about it a lot, and there's plenty you can derive from that. Like he talked about one of them, which is I would imagine he probably picks up the playbook pretty quick. He seems relatively well spoken, the leader qualities, all of that. But how many times are we going to ask the guy about being a former quarterback moving to running back and what that looks like? Why don't you tell me more about your game? Tell me about what you think the strong or best aspects of your game are. Is there an area that you think you need improvement in? Like those are the questions to ask a guy.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes some of the print reporters need stuff like that to kind of flesh out their stories. They're not always asking questions, that are football related. They're just trying to provide some human aspect to the story. Guys, we were asked a really good question earlier. I hope I saved it. I did not. Somebody asked, can we review the drafts of the other NFC North teams? And I want to scroll here just to see if I can. It was barely moving. So here's a question. Who do you guys think had the best draft in our division? So let's take it team by team. Let's go to the Green Bay Packers first. Let me put up on the screen what they have done, at least as far as this print or this website printed up. They got Lucas Van Ness in round 1, Luke Musgrave in round 2, Jaden Reed in round 2, Tucker Kraft, the tight end, in round 3, Colby Wooden, defensive tackle of Auburn, the quarterback Sean Clifford in round 5, along with Dontavian Wicks in round 5. In round 6, 2 picks, Carl Brooks and Anders Carson, the kicker out of Auburn. In round 7, they have selected one of 4 picks, Carrington Valentine. Guys, why don't you give a grade just based on your board, your evaluations of these players? How would you grade Green Bay Packers 2023 NFL Draft?
For me, I mean, just kind of looking at some of the names, there's a couple players that I do like. I'd say maybe a C is what I'm thinking right now. I like, Van Ness, again, for me, I think at 13, I probably would have gone a different direction, but that's just me. But he's a guy that does, provide some potential in terms of developing into a pass rusher, a more consistent pass rusher, gives you some options either as a outside linebacker or as a fight technique or however they want to utilize him. Luke Musgrave, I think if he had missed 10 games because of an injury, I think he might have been, gone higher, might have gone in the first round. I mean, he's got some natural pass catching ability. Not much of a blocker though. Jaden Reed, I actually love this kid. Initially I think they're going to use him on special teams, but I can see him lining up in a slot. Because they lost a couple of receivers. Number 18, and that's Aaron Rodgers' best friend. Randall Cobb is gone, so I think I could see him being utilized in the slot. I think this guy's going to be a weapon for them. Do like that. Tucker Kraft is another developmental type of tight end. Shows some nice potential. But I think he could be another, weapon for Jordan Love. Colby Wooden, I'm not a fan of. Sean Clifford, I think that's a wasted pick. Dontavian Wicks showed some ability down at the Senior Bowl. big body receiver, not a fast guy, but just another big body receiver. So again, you gave your quarterback 4 weapons there. Carl Brooks is the guy we talked about here in terms of potentially a guy you can kick into to a 3 technique. Not sure how he fits that scheme, but we'll see what they do there. Anders Carlson, the next in line of the Carlson kicking brothers that always end up at Auburn. I wonder if there's any more Carlsons coming down the pipeline, but I wonder if that's the little message to Mason Crosby, the veteran there in terms of his possible replacement. Valentine from Kentucky, it's an okay player, not something I really think too highly of. And then they have 2 more picks here, so I give him a C.
A C. Ooh, okay. By the way, Zach Kuntz has been taken by the Jets at 220. Jordan, what's your grade and evaluation of the Packers draft?
This should be no shock or surprise, and I'm going to differ from Danny quite a bit here, but I'd give it around an A-, B+. I'm so high on it just for the reason that, one, I'm not trying to blow the Packers here, but the reality is that they have quite a roster that's already built for the most part, and you've got an impetus to say, how can we prove that Jordan Love is the guy or determine if he's not? And the only way to do that is to surround him with weapons. And you have some of that already with Romeo Doubs and Randall Cobb and Christian Watson. And now you're talking about adding a Jaden Reed, a Tucker Kraft, a Luke Musgrave. And you've already got 2 running backs there in Dillon and Aaron Jones. So the offensive line, maybe it needs a little bit of help. And I didn't see that get addressed really at all for the most part. But you start talking about a situation where Lucas Van Ness, and this is the thing, they have 2 Condor middle linebackers. You've got Devondre Campbell and you've got Quay Walker. Where you have it is Rashawn Gary and Preston Smith, they've lost Za'Darius Smith. He's gone now. You have to build that edge department in your outside backers as well as your 5 techs. Van Ness can do a little bit of both. Wooden is probably more of a 5 tech. Maybe you want to stand him up. You've got a situation where you add another receiver in Wicks. The only pick I absolutely hated there was Sean Clifford, and it does seem like a waste of a 5th. So that's where you get a bit of a knockdown. But Carl Brooks in the 6th is an interesting guy. I was already watching him play edge in a 3-4 at 300 pounds and being successful at a lower level. I think that's a good swing. Danny touched on it well. Anders Carlson, his brother's got a massive leg, and you've got to start planning for life after Mason Crosby. And then Carrington Valentine's not a guy I was particularly high on, but I know Kuiper was coming into this day, and to get him in the 7th is fine value. So to me, I have a hard time finding the faults in this draft.
Do you want to debate that at all, Danny?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with Sean Clifford? What are you going to do? I mean, in terms of everybody else, other than Lucas Van Ness, who's going to play right away, Musgrave, Jaden Reed. I mean, Tucker Kraft, we were projecting he might play. He might not be ready to play right away next year. So, I mean, I understand that the team is better in terms of all around, in terms of talent, but I just, in terms of value right away, I just, again, and I'm not a big fan of giving grades, but because of the exercise, I'm going to give them a grade. I just don't see guys that are really going to,
Well, and that's the thing, Danny. Like, I get it, and I'm with you on the Sean Clifford one. That one makes no sense to me. But I would, if maybe we can pull it up and see. But did they have a tight end on the roster? I don't think they had one. So you've got it. It's not okay.
No, the tight ends are good. The tight ends are good players. The Vanessa is going to be a good player. The Clifford thing really just,
I agree. That one. That's why you don't get
unless you're getting rid of Mason Crosby. I don't know why waste a pick on a kicker. It's just, and he wasn't the best kicker in the draft. So that's the thing is it's like there's a couple picks there that I just don't see that them adding value. Now, again, I'm not in their draft room. I don't know what their grades are on these players. I don't see how they envision using, Brooks. Like I think you and I agree he fit in our scheme better than he fits in their scheme. So, it's curious. Like even Lucas Van Ness, like you envision him being what? A 5 technique in their scheme? Is he a stand-up outside linebacker in their scheme? How are they going to utilize him?
I think he could be a 5 tech on a personal level, the way I would have used him, because I wanted him for the Bears, but I had said many times, fine, don't send him to the Bears. If you actually wanted to know where I wanted to put him, I wanted to put him with the Titans. And what that role looks like is I want him to absolutely annihilate and crush one side of the pocket. And so I'm putting him up as an edge player and asking him to just be a brawler and just be a bruiser, crushing the left side or whatever tackle you want. Like, let me put you in a real situation. This is why I was so high on Van Ness. Danny, let's just play a little aside here, because maybe Braxton can gain an anchor. Tell me how Braxton Jones is going to stop Lucas Van Ness shoving a long arm into his chest and just driving him right into the lap of Justin Fields.
Yeah,
that's a
you
real
like
problem.
Lucas Van Ness is a mauler. He's not that strong of a guy. He's a guy that wins with quickness and his first step quickness and ability. He's got length, but he's not a guy that's gonna just run over guys. So I don't get it. Like to me, he's a guy, like I said, he's an athletic guy. I saw him. I liked him as a defensive end in our scheme, possibly kicking inside as a defensive tackle. But I don't see him as a guy who's going to be a 10, 11 sack guy, even if in our scheme. So I don't think he's that great of a player. He's a good player. I don't think he's that great of a player.
Well, and I guess and that's totally fine. We're allowed to see players differently.
Like basically, do you see him as a JJ Watt?
No, I don't ever think I saw him as a JJ Watt. What I saw him as was a Ryan Kerrigan with more physical upside. And to me, and we're talking about like he doesn't have power. I watched him.
Who's the player comp you from?
Ryan Kerrigan.
Oh, Ryan Kerrigan. Oh.
And so to me, what I look at is, and I mean, Ryan Kerrigan's a very productive NFL player before he retired and had a good, solid career. And to me, what I can't help but look at is I get you're saying he doesn't have power and he's not bowling people over, but I mean, he put Paris Johnson on skates. Blue and Skoronski handled him this last year, but there's that famous rep of him just completely bowling over a guy that's technically proficient in Skoronski. So my whole point is to say I hope that Braxton Jones proves me wrong and gains an acre. But the one thing that was a consistent problem on his tape last year was he'd let guys get into his chest and he'd go for a ride.
Yeah,
and that's
one thing he's got to work on. That's one thing he's going to work. He's going to get stronger in his core. He's going to be able to anchor better. And that's the same problem with Paris Johnson. Paris Johnson had the same problem. One of the knocks I put on his notes is he's got to get stronger in the core. But he's athletic, and he's a guy that fits in this in terms of being able to mirror and go side to side, but shuffle it, get to a set spot real quick. Yeah, so that's the thing with Paris Johnson. He's gonna get stronger. Braxton Jones is gonna get stronger. I think the only guy that is a pretty good, actually, to be honest with you, only of the tackles that were drafted, is a pretty good bull rush or anchor is Darnell Wright.
Yeah, no.
The other guys had Broderick Jones was okay, but I mean, Darnell Wright was the better in terms of handling, being anchoring and be able to, stop a bull rush.
And that's all I'm saying is, like, if I'm the Packers and we're suiting up and we're getting ready to play the Bears, if I'm Joe Barry, I'm going, you know what we're doing? We're going to test Braxton Jones out 15 times today, baby. Lucas Van Ness, I want you over Braxton every time, and I want you to put him to the test. Let's see if you can bowl his ass over. That's my concern.
Well, wait till we unleash Travis Bell on their ass.
Yeah.
Great stuff, guys. Why don't we turn our attention now to the Detroit Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs picked in the first round at pick number 12. Jack Campbell, pick number 18 in the first round. Sam Laporta, the tight end from Iowa, in the second round with pick number 34. Pick number 45, Brian Branch, the safety from Alabama. Hendon Hooker, the heir apparent to Mr. Goff, picked at number 68 in the third round. Broderick Martin, defensive tackle from Western Kentucky, in the fourth round. Colby Sorsdal, the offensive tackle from William and Mary, at pick number 152. No sixth-round pick. In the seventh round, Antoine Green, the wide receiver from North Carolina. Who started first last time? I think it was Danny. So, Jordan, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I think I'll be relatively quick. I will give this, and I think I'm being pretty darn generous here. I'll give this a C+, B-. To me, I'm trying to find every excuse to give them an okay pass on Gibbs, Campbell, and even Laporta in some respect, because, again, if I'm being nice, I think Gibbs and Campbell represented archetypes that you couldn't have necessarily found later. But, again, you can't deny positional value being questionable there. But I'll defer to Ben Johnson and some of what Aaron Glenn's got going there with the linebackers and Campbell pairing with Malcolm Rodriguez. Laporta makes a lot of sense to me. They did need a tight end, so that's sensible. Brian Branch is a bit of a question mark. I guess maybe that's the plan after C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but I don't know where he fits right now as a round 2 pick. Hendon Hooker makes a lot of sense, but you're still taking a gamble, but I don't mind the value there. And then in round 4, you're drafting the guy that was down on a lot of people's boards. I didn't watch any William and Mary films, so I can't totally comment on Colby, but I don't think that, when you're talking about other prospects that I think had more hype as a tackle in round 5, I can't totally sign on that. And Antoine Green's a good player, so B-, C+.
All right, Danny, your thoughts on this
I'm
draft?
gonna go B+ on this one because I think yeah, I don't agree with the Campbell pick, but he's a guy that's going to be a starter. So I think the first 4 guys are going to be starters for them next year. And Brian Branch is going to be probably a nickel slot corner is my guess. Hendon Hooker is going to be probably their quarterback of the future. The 2 guys, Broderick Martin and Colby Sorenstal, I don't know, but I've heard Sorenstal is one mean SOB, so he fits right into the whole kneecap biting, phenomenon they have going on there in Detroit. And Antoine Green, I think, is going to be a steal. He's a guy that showed tremendous potential. A guy, like I said earlier, 2 years at North Carolina the last Tuesday, quietly, in my opinion, averaged 18 and 19 yards per catch. So had some drops on tapes that he's got to clean up, but definitely, and then went down to the East West Shrine game where I saw him there live in person and firsthand, and his ability to, release at the line of scrimmage with quickness, ran a 4.49 40. That's almost 6'2", so I think that's going to be a nice steal for them in the 7th round.
So I've got you down for a B+ and Jordan for a B-. Let us now move on to. Let me get rid of this graphic first. Let us move on to the Vikings, and I think I've got that stored up here. There it is. They started with Jordan Addison in the first round. Here it comes up on the screen. There it is. Jordan Addison, the junior USC, pick number 23, the first round. Then their next pick was in round 3, pick 102, the cornerback from USC. Mekhi Blackman, the safety from LSU, was in round 4. Jay Ward, the nose tackle from LSU. Interesting. USC, LSU. Jacqueline Roy, the nose tackle, and then Jaron Hall, the ancient quarterback from BYU, picked in round 5, and then their final pick, Dwayne McBride, in round 7, pick number 222. Danny, start us off.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I'm teetering between a B or B+ here because, first of all, they got my top receiver in the draft, Jordan Addison. I think he's going to be a terrific complement to Justin Jefferson. This guy is probably the best route runner in the draft. 2021 Blitnikoff Award winner, came back this year at USC and didn't have as great of a year, but still had over 800 yards, 8 touchdowns. Again, clean. Route runner, maybe the best one in the draft. To be honest with you, Blackman and Jay Ward, the 2 secondary guys, don't do much for me. They could be potential starters for them. I don't know, but they're not guys that I just kind of ring out to me as top of the pack in terms of their positional groups. Jacqueline Roy is a body, a big athletic body. Is a run stuffer, a guy who's got some athleticism that really doesn't give you much in terms of pass rush. But he's a guy that's going to be there and just pick up blockers and just stop the run. Jaron Reed is a interesting, intriguing quarterback prospect, but not someone that obviously I don't think is going to be their future. That's my opinion. And Dwayne McBride is a pretty good running back. So I think that's a guy that has the potential there to. There's there are rumors about Dalvin Cook being on the market or whatnot. If they do move on from him and make Madison the starter, I think McBride would be a nice backup there. He's got that zone scheme kind of running his style ability. He can spread out the run, follow his blockers. He has pretty good vision, be able to go ahead and see that backside block, that lane open up, plant and explode through the line of scrimmage. And I watched him against Georgia, and they were getting killed, but this kid was still running hard. Late third quarter, early fourth quarter, wasn't giving up at all. So the only thing with McBride he's got to clean up is he's got a lot of small security issues. He had 10 fumbles over his career with 7 lost fumbles, so he's got to clean that up. But the fact that they're going to add to that offense with Jordan Addison and potentially into secondary with these 2 young kids, I think that gives them a B right there.
So we got a B from Danny. Jordan, your grade and comments on the Vikings.
Yeah, I think I'm similar, somewhere in between like a C+ to a B-. It's hard because I don't mean to crack jokes, but this feels like I'm looking at a Ryan Pace draft where you've got kind of the first round pick and then you're just kind of picking at the bottom of the draft trying to piece it together, and that's what they get for trading for Hawkinson amongst other things. To me, Addison makes a lot of sense. Good solid Z player, kind of that Calvin Ridley role. I think he's even in many ways has shades of Stephon Diggs, which is something that should be familiar to Vikings fans. So Not a bad player there, but when you consider just, again, Danny and I took a little bit of umbrage with the Mekhi Blackman pick. I like Mekhi, he's fine, but that's not where I'm going to pick a corner. I'm not going to that defense. I didn't think his tape was all that amazing. Now, I do think they need DB help, and that makes sense when you're rolling out Andrew Booth, who can seemingly never stay healthy, and a Caleb Evans, the guy you traded a 4th-round pick this year for. So to me, it's one of those things where I don't love that. And then we're talking about Jacqueline Roy. I know you need bodies in that defensive front for Brian Flores, but not particularly special. You're getting them in the 5th, so I understand. And Jaron Hall, I'm trying to take it in stride because I know that's not the guy that they're planning on putting in the future, and that's not it at all. This is just, hey, can this guy be better than Nick Mullins, who's their current backup? So it's an okay draft, but it's hard for me when I only walk away from that draft going, I guess Jordan Addison was a good one, but the others leave me wanting more.
All right. Well, here are your grades for the 3 NFC North teams. The Packers get an A from Jordan, a C+ from Danny. Lions get a B- from Jordan, a B+ from Danny, and the Vikings get a C+ from Jordan, and Danny gives them a B.
Jordan, I want to make his A+ for the Packers. They just drafted Lou Nichols, a running back, I think.
Holy
the only thing I would add there, although it's fine, but I said an A- for the Packers, but I mean, close enough.
Okay, sorry. That was a fun little exercise. So I guess the question now comes down to is how are you going to grade this Chicago Bears draft? And again, this game that we're playing is just based on your board, based on your expectations.
Dude, I'm sorry, Aldo, but this draft grade for the Packers from Jordan just went to an A+. They took Anthony Johnson Jr., the safety from Iowa State.
I saw that.
Jordan's loving this draft now.
Is it not the corner from Virginia?
No, that's
Iowa State.
Like from Iowa State. Anthony, I remember you asked me about him earlier. You asked me about him, like if I see him.
I'm going give him the A. Like I'm telling you, this is one of those things where, and it's all subjective. But when you look at a situation, I can't help but look at a GM like Gutekunst, and he drafted my guys.
No, and in all seriousness, obviously this is just for fun, and we'll see how this turns out, right? But
sure, of course.
I tip my hat off to Brian Gutekunst because of what the situation that Aaron Rodgers put them in, and to come out of it, he robbed the Jets. Gutekunst, the Packers robbed the Jets of that trade package. They bumped up 2 slots to 13, right, costing the Jets a tackle. Right, and then they got the 2nd-round pick this year, and then they got a 1st-round pick next year as well for a guy who was 90% retired before he went into his cave. So I mean that's a hell of a job by Brian Gutekunst. So my head.
To be fair, one thing I was going to say, and I didn't get to say about Green Bay, the only area that I felt like they were missing is Adrian Amos walks. They have a hole at safety. What are you going to do?
He drafted kid from Iowa State,
and that's how you This is what I'm talking about. He's hitting home runs on every pick. Like, what do you want from me?
How do you know Travis Bell's not a home run?
I hope he is.
That might be the funniest
and by the way,
one.
I have to call out Don Burke because I'll just burst his bubble right now. Watch Jordan give the Bears an A or B. It's not an A or B. It's not. So
exactly. 16 picks until the Bears pick. You guys want to, again, this is just totally for kicks, and you can change your grade as you learn more about this draft and anything, but just your immediate impression. What are your grades for the Chicago Bears draft this year?
Can you put it up for us?
Put up the picks?
Yeah.
I don't mind at all. Let me find a good graphic for that. So talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, for me right now, it's a draft that I think everybody had a lot of high expectations coming in because of that, the 1st-round pick and all that stuff. And I was the first one. And Jordan, I don't think you and I have talked about it. I was underwhelmed with what they got back from Carolina. I thought you had a team there that was desperate for that first pick, get that quarterback. You could have at least gotten the 39th pick instead of the 61st pick in the 2nd round. If they were steadfast on they're not going to give up 39th pick, fine. You're not giving up 39th pick. All right, that 2025 2nd-round pick, that's a 1st-round pick. And I know it doesn't match in terms of the trade chart and all that stuff. And I know DJ Moore was thrown in there. And again, people are labeling DJ Moore a number 1 receiver. I'm saying he's a very good receiver. He's probably a number 2 receiver in all likelihood. But it's like again, the best part of this trade is you got a receiver that's going to be supposedly a weapon for Justin Fields next year, and you got a first round pick next year's draft. So that's the best part of this draft. Anyway, they come down, so I was a little underwhelmed there. But I came into this draft saying I wanted them to concentrate on the trenches, and it's hard for me to give them a bad grade because they did what I wanted to do. They concentrated on trenches. They got a plug and play right tackle. He wasn't my highest rate tackle at the time, but I understand why they went with this tackle. I have no qualms there. They got 2 defensive linemen. I'm higher on Pickens than most. Gervon Dexter is a guy that intrigues me. He's got some ability there. Like I said earlier, at the worst, he's probably a dominant run stuffer. The corner, I was a little unsure about him, but I know why they like him. But then they came back in the 6th round, got a better corner in my opinion that I loved a lot. And then they got the running back, which neither here or there. He's a good player, but the position is something I question. The linebacker, another solid player, not someone I would have gone after, but in the position needed is something I wouldn't have gone after as well. I would have kept concentrating on the lines, gotten more depth on the interior defense and offensive line at that spot. I would have gotten another tight end, a backup tight end, whether it's an inline, blocking tight end or, like one of these, move tight ends that you had. This tight end class was deep. So, those are, my earlier impressions of this draft so far. So I guess if I had to give it a grade, again, I think they got, now I'd like to see all these picks up on the screen here, but I think they got potentially 4 or 5 starters. And if you get 4 or 5 starters, that's going to be, at the end of the day, that's a grade or a draft. But right now we're projecting. So I'm thinking that this is probably going to end up, right now I'm going to give them probably a B minus, maybe C plus, B minus, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't find a nice
I
listing,
think
but
I know most of them, although.
Okay, go ahead, Jordan.
I mean,
I'm sorry, Danny. What was the grade? C minus? You said.
Let's go with a B. Let's go with a B.
A B. Okay.
Yeah. It was between C minus or a B. So.
C minus and a B. What about C plus? Jumping from C minus to B.
No, it's not a C. It's not a C plus. It's either a B minus. It's probably like a B minus, to be honest with you. B minus.
Okay, B minus. We got that.
Because
all right, Jordan.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I think to me it's, and I promise I'm not trying to hedge my bets here. I really mean it. But I have to approach from both ways because I want to be fair here. If I'm looking at just the picks that you're seeing on this website and what the Bears would call their draft, then I think it's like a C, because Darnell Wright's a solid player, steady Eddie, real reliable bet. Dexter and Stevenson and Pickens have questions. That's okay. Every draft pick's going to have some questions, but there's a bit of projection there based on traits. Roschon Johnson, I'm a big fan of, and I think the value's fine. But I can even argue that the need is there. And although you and I tend to see the same way on that, so that's fine. Scott is seen by good value by everybody, and I can concede that. But to me, I think that you're kind of cannibalizing a wide receiver room when you have so many bodies in there already, when it could have been spent on a tight end or another position edge, things of that sort. I think McGuire did go before Scott, but damn, take a pick, move the 7th rounder or something, do something to get up there to go get an edge rusher, because you do need it. So to me, and of course we can scroll down a bit. I know you had Terrell Scott amongst other, Noah Sewell. Sewell's a player who's fine, but I'm trying to paint you a picture here that you need that second wave of linebackers in case you experience injury. But again, this defense lives on having 2 linebackers out there. So I didn't know if you needed to add number 4 to a room that already has 3 solid ones. And then you're talking about Terrell Smith, who's a good player. And it's a good way to shore up a pretty strong DB room already. But again, I think you probably could have used it elsewhere. And to Danny's point, it hurts a little more when you see a Tyreek Stevenson that you spent moves to make up to go get, when there was so much cornerback depth later in this class. Obviously, the Travis Bell pick, where it's Travis Bell, it's fine, it works. With respect to the other part of it, and that's where, so give me a C on that, but with the nuanced area of it, is this isn't really their draft. It's unfair if you're calling this just their draft. The draft is they started with the first pick, and from that, they walked away with I'm kind of with Danny. I don't think DJ Moore's a top 5 receiver, but one thing I absolutely
top
know
10
for,
receiver.
no, but one thing, and then, so let's see if we agree on this, Danny. But one thing I know for sure, without a doubt, is that DJ Moore.
He's an upgrade.
In a world where wide receivers seldom hit in the first round, he has absolutely proven that you can fundamentally build an architecture of an offensive scheme and system around him as your starting X receiver. That much is proven. The production is there, even with shitty quarterbacks in Carolina. Like, there's enough there to say, I can feel confident that I can build my offense around him as my wide receiver 1.
I wouldn't go that far. I think he's an upgrade from what they had. I think he's a guy that could be a very, very, very good number 2. I wouldn't, like, right now, if I tell you, all right, I'm building my offense around him as my number 1 receiver, I'm not confident. If I ask you to name the top 10, or if I go, give me your number 1 receivers in the NFL, DJ Moore is not the first name that pops up to your mind. You know, it's not.
I would tell you he's somewhere between.
Maybe he's top 15.
So I'd say he's somewhere between 15 to 20.
Yeah. So I mean, so everybody's like labeling him number 1 just because he put up fantasy stats at Carolina with bad quarterbacks doesn't mean he's a number 1 receiver. We can't just go. We got to see this guy perform week in and week out. You know, could he eventually, with Justin Fields, develop that rapport and now he's considered a number 1 receiver? Hey, yeah, sure. I mean, you know, Stephon Diggs was, I thought, a pretty damn good receiver in Minnesota, but when he got with Josh Allen, that's a whole different level of Stephon Diggs, right? So now I think
let's remind people that DJ Moore has played with bum arm Cam Newton when the injury. I mean, he had like maybe one good year at Cam before his arm and his shoulder went out, and then he was playing with Will Grier and PJ Walker and
but
Sam
you just
Darnold.
said that he's a top 20 receiver, and that's not to me number one.
I think he's better than Calvin Ridley.
Well, Calvin Ridley has been off a year. So Calvin Ridley in Atlanta is last season.
Yeah, I still think he's. I mean, that's what I'm. And again, we're allowed to disagree, but to me,
maybe he's equivalent to Calvin Ridley. I mean, again, he's a guy up until this past season. I think the most touchdowns he had was 3 or 4 in the season. I think his last season he had 7, but his yards came down, right? So you know, the touchdown haven't been there consistently. You know, he's put up yards. But again, those are like fantasy numbers. So again, is he an upgrade from what they had? Yes. Does he allow Claypool to kind of be in more of that number 2 role now, and then Mooney maybe number 2 or Claypool 3? Yeah, it's at a more talented room, definitely. But you know, to say he's a number 1 receiver for sure, it's like, and I'm not saying you're out there saying like initial reaction was, oh, because they got the number 1 receiver, this is why it's okay. No, I think they could have gotten more from the Panthers in this trade, is what I'm trying to say. That's why I was like, either you got the 39th pick as part of this package and everything else stays the same, or if they're saying, no, we're going to give you the 61st pick, or fine, that 2025 second round pick, that's got to be a first round pick then, for me to feel comfortable like they got really great value for it. They got a quote unquote haul for this pick.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So can I interject here a second? I actually am grading this Bears draft an A. And the reason why is because of DJ Moore, because of the 2024 first round pick and the 2025 second round pick. You cannot overlook those acquisitions when you're grading this draft. Anybody that does that is not being fair to Ryan Post. That's all part of the results of this draft. And this could be a top 5 pick that we're getting from the Panthers next season. It could be the number 1 overall pick, given how their roster looks. So this, you know, and again, these are just preliminary grades. It, you know, in a week or two, I might think it's a D-. But right now, as I look at the complete haul of players that we've acquired, and assets acquired, I think that this is a really, really good draft for the Chicago Bears. And somebody asked me for my grades. I think that Lions did a heck of a job. I think they did probably an A-. The Vikings, I was not impressed with, a C. And I think the Packers did a nice job at B+. So, you know, I just feel like we need to be fair with Poles. Poles has told us, he's been open about this. It's going to take a while. We're not going to fix all the roster spots this year. It's going to take 2 years. And when he said that, he knew that he was going to pick up big draft picks for 2024 and 2025, a second rounder in 25. I'm encouraged by it, the way it's going. Is it going slow? Yes, but it's methodical and I think so far effective.
Well, I mean, all I was going to say, Aldo, is to me, I just think that we got a little bit off on tangent. I don't mind about the DJ Moore talk. I just and I appreciate Danny's perspective on it. I'm not saying he's wrong. I just want to be very clear about where I stand. To me, what you got is a proven receiver that can produce numbers and improve your overall core and put maybe. I think the best way to put it is he helps slot players in more appropriate spots like Mooney and Claypool. And I do think that you can absolutely build and be an architect of an offensive scheme and a passing game with him as your leading guy, the guy that you are scheming as maybe your lead read on a passing route distribution. And beyond that, everybody tends to think draft picks are just, they mean a drafted player. But to me, I look at draft picks as, no, they're just assets. And sure, they can become a Marvin Harrison Jr. or buy you the freedom to trade them both to go get a star quarterback next year if Justin Fields doesn't work out. But you can also flip one of those for the next Tyreek Hill next year, or I don't know, Myles Garrett. It becomes frustrated with the Browns, and you need a defensive end next year, and you give that's what that draft pick value and retaining from Carolina trading back. That's what that gets you, and that's worth something. Now, I don't think I can't grade it hard because we don't know what you're going to turn those into.
Right, but just in terms of just the trade itself, do you think he got a quote unquote a haul for that first round pick?
No, but this is also, we live in a land where we live in a zero sum game where people want to go, you either got screwed or you won completely. And I don't think it's either. I think it was a fair-ish trade. I think that moving back 8 spots is quite costly. Now, it ended up working out because, God, I think he could have picked Jalen Carter if the guy wasn't an idiot off the field. So it ends up working out in the end of moving back 8 spots. But to answer your question, do I think that should they have tried to get 39? Absolutely, Danny. But you and I are smart people. So is Scott Fitterer, understanding that 39 is a hell of a sweet spot in this draft. I'll be damned if I'm giving up 39 when I have to give you my receiver, and I probably need to go get a guy of equal value there to support my quarterback or however else I want to pursue building my team.
Yeah, I think that pick came out to be, if I'm not mistaken, Jonathan Mingo, the receiver. So they replaced Moore with that pick, though. But I'm saying, like, the team that's that desperate. I mean, the owner had told them, go and get this pick. It's like, you knew that. Well, I don't know if he knew, but it's like this team was going to come up and get it. I just felt like he got this deal, and then some other teams were in it, and then all of a sudden they weren't ready to commit early, and he got a little nervous, and he ended up making this deal. I just think he could have got some more out of it. That's all I'm saying.
And the case against that, though, is that you're talking about Bryce Young. You're not talking about Peyton Manning. You're not talking about a transcendent quarterback, which would have gotten you a haul. I think that you're imagining, Danny. This is a guy who they didn't even know they were going to draft Bryce Young. They knew that they were going to draft a quarterback, and the Panthers have not gone through the process. I'm pretty sure of this. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that when they made that trade with the Chicago Bears, they weren't 100% convinced that it was going to be Bryce, that maybe it could have even have been Anthony Richardson. So, it's you got to look at the player involved.
And Aldo, I'm with you there because that is the thing that I don't think many people talk about. And it doesn't mean that Danny's wrong here. I'm with you. Squeeze them for everything that they can give. But there's also a point to understand that maybe you can't. Like I said, Scott Fitterer is not a dumbass. He understands that he needs a receiver. If I'm going to give you more, then I need to go get somebody that's going to take his place to help my quarterback, Bryce Young. But to all those points, you don't have a Trevor Lawrence. You don't have an Andrew Luck. You don't have a Cam Newton. There's not a clear number one quarterback. And when you're making the trade, the whole thing that this quarterback class should be known for is it was the eye of the beholder class. Everybody had their flavor, their cup of tea. Some guys, I guarantee you, would have said, nope, I don't want the short. I would not. I'll give you an honest take. I think Bryce Young's the best quarterback in the class. I wouldn't have drafted him because I don't care what I'm getting today. I can't guarantee that he's going to be here in 4 years. And every quarterback that's been remotely his size has had issues. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa, God, you name them. You go through the list. So to me, I'm making a move up just to know that I have the comfort of however this lands, I'm going to get my choice, my cup of tea. But because of that uncertainty, I'm not giving you Brian Burns and DJ Moore, the 39th pick. It's just, I think that there's got to be an understanding. So to answer your point, Danny, I think to me it's very much a fair-ish trade. Give it a small bump to the Bears because, you're in the position of leverage to say you want to move all the way up and you have other people shopping. I get to squeeze you a little more. But no, I don't think that they fleeced Scott Fitterer and the Panthers.
Danny looks frustrated with us.
No, I'm just. I mean, I just think that they could have gotten more out of it. And am I being a little picky in terms of 39 instead of 61? I just think like you sat there, and you made a pick at 9, and then you waited all the way down to 53, and then it's like all these players, and you have all these holes on your line that could have been somewhat gave you a better opportunity if you wanted to jump up in the bottom of the first round and get a pass rusher that was falling. I just thought that they could have gotten more out of it because you took that first overall pick, you took all the cap space, and then even with this free agency, like all right, they signed a ton of players, but a bunch of 1-year guys, the linebackers were okay players, but it's like I like building my team on the front lines, and they got a right guard, which is good. They got the tackle now, which is good, but it's like the defense. There's still so many holes on that defensive line, and I feel like not that we're going to fill all of them this offseason, but like the more important things, like it wanted some more of these questions answered. And now it's like, we have possible answers to these questions. Not sure yet. We'll let you know in a year. It's one of those things like that's a little disappointing for me.
See, and that's where I personally would, and as much as I'm kind of doing a lot of agreeing with Aldo on the trade and all that and pushing back a little bit to the way you feel about it, Danny, I mean, similarly, I'd push back on Aldo a tiny bit, which is to say, and it's not that every situation's the same, but call me crazy. I don't have enough patience to give you until 24, 25. I just don't. And I understand the roster was in shambles when you got here, but I watch teams every year find a way to flip it from worst to first. And I mean, I understand. Let's talk about the Jaguars. I guess if you want to make the best argument for them is that they're always picking in the top, so they've been accumulating talent. But tell me how that roster goes from the first overall pick to you're in the playoffs. I'm not telling you need to win a Super Bowl championship, but they go in 1 year and flip from essentially worst to first, and they're in the playoffs. And then the Cincinnati Bengals, they dropped in Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's transformational, but their roster wasn't some all-star roster. As a matter of fact, they built the defense off of free agents and found a way. So I'm not saying everything has to be a 1-to-1, but for you to sit here and tell me, well, come on, guys, give me a little patience. I got to rip the team down, and then I got to get.
But that's the plan. That's the approach they took with the Jaguars. They didn't decimate the roster and start from scratch. You guys are comparing apples to oranges. It's the method that the GMs have taken, and so I don't think it's fair for you to say that because management has agreed. Ryan Poles showed up to Hallis Hall and said, I've got a plan that is going to give you a couple of losing seasons at least because we're going to tear down the roster. We want to get rid of all this salary cap burden that we have with players who are not at their peak anymore or players who aren't even playing with us anymore. And we're going to rebuild the entire thing. And hopefully the quarterback is all in place, but it's going to take a while to put all the pieces around unless we get lucky and, certain circumstances happen. So I don't think it's fair for you, Jordan, to say, the Jaguars did it in a year. It's a totally different approach that they took.
But this is my point, is we can look at different teams doing it different ways and the results still get you there. Now, to be clear, they are at worst now. We have to see how the season plays out. Maybe Justin Fields becomes the next top 3 quarterback and all of a sudden they're doing it. And then you can shut me up. And to be very clear, Aldo, the one thing I will say is I'm totally on board and understand that if that's what Ryan Poles said the vision was to the McCaskies and they signed up for it and internally they understand that it's going to be this multi-year process, fine. Who am I to argue with that? I'm just saying I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to co-sign it when I think it can get done a different way. And so let it be how you want to play it. But to me, I can't in good faith give you all of this goodwill and patience when I've seen other teams find creative ways to navigate going from the graveyard to competitive.
And a little wasted says, how many worst to first teams have longevity? And that's one of the goals that Ryan Poles expressed in his very first press conference is sustainable success. This is about having playoff teams every year and not just having a Rams type of team where it's now decimated. Their Rams could end up being one of the worst teams in the National Football League in 2023. So off
the top, Aldo, I think of a few teams. So the Bengals have been successful. Now, if you want to say it's because they got an amazing quarterback in Joe Burrow, fine. Call the Bills the same thing. Maybe it's because they got Josh Allen, but they took the Tyrod Taylor team to the playoffs, and then we all knew that was kind of fraudulent, and then dropped Josh Allen in the next year. And I guess they had a little bit of a bump, and then they put Stephon Diggs in, and they've been consistent since. We've now talked about the Jaguars. We're going to have to wait and see with that. But I think you can look around at different situations and see that it's not the most abnormal thing. Why did the I guess if you want to chalk it up to just a Tyreek Hill acquisition, but the Dolphins were kind of floundering in middle no man-ish land, and they decided to microwave the situation, and now they've become this powerhouse that was in the playoffs. And the only reason they were bounced is because they had Skylar Thompson at quarterback. So I'm just saying it's not for those questioning longevity and how apples and oranges are. There's enough for you to look at and go, this isn't an anomaly. It's not like one team every 5 years does it.
And one thing, although just to throw it in there, well, I don't know if this will change your mind, but I know you talk about the trade has to be incorporated in this draft, but the Panthers were 7-10. It's not like this team is bare of talent. Yeah, they have a rookie quarterback most likely starting, and then they're adding pieces to this. But what if the Panthers go 10-7, or 9-8, whatever, and that pick is a 18th pick in the draft, not a top 5 pick? Does that change your? Because that's a possibility. Would that change your thought?
Well, it could possibly. A lot depends, of course, what Ryan Poles does with that pick, whether it's the first pick or the 32nd pick. If the Jaguars
change your mind in terms of.
It could very well, but I think that you take a chance on a team like the Jaguars. They just lost their number 1 wide receiver, DJ Moore. That's really going to impact that offense. And they've got some, I'd have to study the Panthers roster to give you a fair answer on that. But yeah, it could potentially change my mind. I think all of us are in that state of mind right now, where the more information we get, it's going to shape our opinion one way or another. And so, but right now, I see hope where I didn't see hope during the Ryan Pace era. That was just a lot of quick fix schemes that amounted to nothing, to pure frustration. A lot of bad, poor decision making, both in terms of hiring coaches and in player personnel decisions. And there was Eric put up that the Jaguars weren't an overnight sensation. Jordan, they were where was it? They were 1-14.
They had back-to-back first overall picks. Yeah, they got Trevor Lawrence and Trayvon Walker. So
they started off 4 this year, and then they went on a heater and got there. But
I think what it is they didn't go from worst to first. They went from worst to worst, then to first. So it took a little longer for the Jaguars. But
so it's not an overnight success, Jordan, as you claimed that it was.
And the important thing is with these picks, these assets, like Jordan called them, getting the right players, doing the right thing with them. So that's what one thing is. Like, I wanted him to just get a little bit more for that first overall pick, but it's something that we're not going to agree upon.
And Danny, I've questioned every trade that this organization has made. The trade that they made with the Eagles for Robert Quinn, I said, really? That's all you're going to get for Robert Quinn, who came off an 18.5 sack season?
The Claypool trade?
The Claypool trade I liked. I didn't anticipate the Bears were going to be that bad that they'd be giving up the first pick of the second round for that trade. But I do understand that move. As Ryan Poles explained it, he looked at the wide receiver market for free agency and said, I don't want to touch it. He's got sticker shock at what the wide receivers are making. Right. And so so with the resources that he had, that trade for Claypool makes a lot of sense. And anyone that has given up on Claypool at this point is wrong to do so, in my opinion.
It's not giving up a Claypool. It's just like everyone, at least I thought, like I know the reports were supposedly the Packers were offering a higher pick or something like that. But the thing is for me is like Claypool was worth a 3rd round pick, and nothing. If you went to the Packers, you went to the Packers. Just that's the thing is like I wouldn't give up a 2nd round pick for Claypool, whether it's the 32nd pick or end up being the 55th pick. It's like the 2nd round pick for Claypool. Those things are valuable. You just don't give them up for a guy that has been disappointing the last 2 seasons. And the Steelers don't trade receivers that are good. That's the other thing too. So I'm not giving up on Claypool. You might get a connection here with Justin Fields and move on. And the other thing was you're talking about you have hope now, although it's because on the Ryan Pace, his quarterback was Trubisky, which you knew sucked.
We don't talk about that enough.
Quarterback that you have a feeling that's possibility to be a damn good player too. So
yeah, I'll just quickly add on that. We don't talk about that enough, Aldo, because to me, Ryan Pace, and I'm not co-signing the way he built a team. I don't like the way Mickey Loomis runs the Saints. So, and that's where he came from. So to me, but I do think we skip over the fact that it didn't work because he missed on the most important position in sports. Right. And if it's just you name your favorite quarterback, whatever your flavor is, if that guy hits with the 2018 team.
Right.
How much more leverage does it buy you in 2019 for maybe further free agents, maybe people taking cheaper deals? Maybe you have a bigger window for opportunity, but it all looks like shit because Mitchell Trubisky didn't work out.
Yeah, I think that Ryan Pace would have found a way to screw things.
I agree. For what it's worth, I mean, clearly he picked the wrong guy when Deshaun Watson's got his own issues, but
He didn't even take him out to dinner, man.
That's my thing. Like, anybody can say Patrick Mahomes. No, very few really thought Mahomes was going to be there.
I mean, I'm the first one to say I would not have drafted Patrick Mahomes first, second.
Me either.
I didn't like him coming out Texas Tech. I didn't see. I mean, I saw the arm strength. I saw like a guy that can make things happen, but there was his mechanics were off base. His reads were kind of similar to what you would see with what's his name, Anthony Richardson now on his tape, where you see this skill set, but it's like he needs time. And putting him in here, I'm convinced if the Bears had drafted Patrick Mahomes and they threw him with John Fox as head coach and Dowell Loggins as offensive coordinator, Patrick Mahomes would be out of the league by now. So,
I will die on that hill that Patrick Mahomes' career is drastically, starkly different.
Right.
Yes, I will die on that hill if he lands in Chicago. And frankly, who knows? Maybe Deshaun Watson too. But that's the thing is, this isn't a Ryan Pace apologist podcast. It's just that when you miss, I mean, look at the Jets and Zach Wilson. When you miss on a quarterback, the cost that it drains your franchise. You allow yourself to get taken by Brian Gutekunst because of what you missed on with Zach Wilson. So to me, I'm with you, Aldo. Get rid of Pace. It didn't work out. But understand that the reason why the roster and why Ryan Poles had to inherit it at a graveyard state was because he was left trying to, I'll trade for Nick Foles because that's who Nagy wants. And then we'll get Andy Dalton and we'll just try to overextend and sign Cody Whitehair and Trevathan to stick around, and it ends up draining your roster.
I'll say it for not the last time. Patrick Mahomes was my number one quarterback in that draft.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I would have drafted him with the second or third pick of that draft, but of the four quarterbacks that were coming out, I wanted Patrick Mahomes because there was magic, and I know Danny,
I vouch for that. You were the guy. You told me I want Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, you're crazy. Like, no, I want this guy. This guy is gonna be good. I'm like, I don't know about that, Aldo. And
I realized that there were all sorts of flaws with his game, and that the offense that he came with was generally not successful in the NFL. I realized all that stuff, but he just jumped out on tape, and I said, hell, this guy is Brett Favre on steroids. I really like that possibility, but nonetheless,
Brett Favre was on painkillers.
That's right. He was somebody, Johnny Unitas on steroids. I don't know what. All right, so we're a couple of picks away from the final pick for the Chicago Bears. The Giants just selected Gervarius Owens. The 49ers selected linebacker Jalen Green, and the Broncos selected center Alex Forsyth, who we were talking about earlier. Danny, I know you scouted Alex Forsyth. He was, if I remember correctly, you had a fairly decent grade on him.
No, I didn't. Not Alex Forsyth. That's a center from Oregon.
Right.
I didn't scout him. No.
Okay, it must have been Greg then. Sorry.
Greg, yeah.
It's very clear the Bears don't want a center. They feel peachy keen at that.
You guys want to see an A draft? Pull up, if you can, the Steelers draft. That's an A draft.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like that's, and talk about, and here's when you traded Claypool for the second round pick, good bet on him. I'd be willing to die on that one too. I don't think he thought he was getting the 32nd pick overall. Neither did Poles think he was giving that up. At the time, Aldo, you had actually asked me about a week before he got traded. You said, what would I have spent to get a Claypool? And I said, nothing more than a third. I don't know if you recall that. And it was a situation where he ended up giving the second. I don't think either side thought they were getting number two, sending or receiving 32 overall. But to your point, Danny, talk about a masterful draft where you find a way to navigate it. Joey Porter was a guy I would have taken at that Broderick Jones pick. And the fact that you find a way to get Porter at the 32nd, then you get Darnell Washington off of a medical and everything else that's been going on. It's hard to argue with that draft.
Yeah, it is. Although I don't know, their picks from today. Are you guys really enamored with Nick Herberg, the linebacker?
Well, for them, it wouldn't fit for us, but for them, he's a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's a guy
his take is fun.
Yeah, and he could be right now he's going to be a special teams guy, but he could be a guy that can fill in and when someone gets hurt. So Corey Trice is a guy that's I know you like them, Jordan out of Purdue. He's a fun little corner there. And Spencer Anderson is a guy that's going to come in and compete for a position on the offensive line. So but their first 4 picks. I mean, talk about starters, right? Roger Jones is going to start. Joey Porter Jr. might start. I love Kenny Benton and Darnell Washington. You know, it could be hit or miss here with him as well. But I just think that's a hell of a
give you a point. Like Eric's spot on here. They got Corey Trice in the 7th. Corey Trice is the guy I had in the 3rd. Like we're talking massive value here. Darnell Washington, say what you want about him. Maybe he lacked refinement, but the physical talent itself was worth the 2nd round pick, and you got him in the 4th. Like this is just, and I know people don't love Siaki Apu-Ika. Ika fits that scheme for what they need. I mean, I'm telling you, it was Omar Khan just hitting home run after home run.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. All right, we are seconds away from learning who the Bears' Mr. Irrelevant will be. It's funny that all these other picks seem to come in a lot quicker.
Hey, but Jordan, when this pick comes in, be nice, okay? Don't start
You know what I got to do? I got to surf in the best of the rest class on the beast to find this next one.
I'm actually circling my priority free agents right now.
That's right. When this pick comes in from I don't know state, let's be nice. That is great. All right, the tension is killing me. Come on, Bears, run to the podium.
I don't know state, but it'll be Idaho State.
Looks like they're forfeiting the pick. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't mind taking that fullback from North Dakota.
Oh yeah,
State.
Hunter Lepke. Yeah.
Yeah.
North Dakota State.
Oh man, I can't wait to have it.
What if they traded the pick to the Rams for one line? So make us wait another 7 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Ravi says the Colts had the worst draft. Do you guys agree with that?
No,
I like the Colts.
They were probably. I love their draft last year, and they had another killer one this year.
Yeah, I think. Oh, there it is. Kendall Williamson from Stanford. He is a safety, 6 feet 3 1/8. He had 2.5 tackles for loss, 4 and 1 interceptions and 4 passes defended. Kendall Williamson. You guys ever heard of him?
No. What's funny enough is, I mean, as a guy that was scouting Caillou, Blue Kelly, and some of that was from the Senior Bowl, but obviously, as I talked about earlier, Thomas Booker repping him up. Williamson didn't show up on tape to me in any meaningful way.
It's not a good thing when it's a 5th-year senior.
Yeah, well, so, the pandemic created a lot of 5th-year seniors. So, what's his name again? I'm looking at
Don't start again. It's Kendall Williamson.
Dane Brugler says who?
He was right there at the very squeaky end. Like there was only one guy above him on the best of the rest list for cornerbacks for Dane Brugler.
Oh, okay.
So he was 35, his 35th corner overall, just starting in that best of the rest list. 6 foot 202, 444, 40. And obviously, you're not going to get necessarily stats here on him because of his status in the draft, but fine, I guess.
Do you think that general managers tend to? I don't want to put it this way, but somebody did in the chat room, and I'm going to use the phrase: "Try to prove that they're the smartest guy in the room."
Well, I mean, a lot of times. And then from what it's been explained to me is like, they at the point they try and build a consensus, and that this is where they go to area scouts. Like, all right, who do you guys pound on the table? First, we heard the term pound on the table. Like, and some guy was like, oh, this guy, and then they'll kind of put them up. They'll watch them rope break, and then they'll have a conversation about him, and then they'll have build a consensus. And at this point in the draft, he has a skill set or a trait that they love. Maybe it's a size, speed combination. Could be a guy to come in and be a backup and also be a special teams guy. So that's probably what kind of took over. And now, obviously, they've been working on getting other free agents signed. So we'll see who the priority free agents come up here with.
From Kent Lee Platty, our Raz guy, Kendall Williamson was drafted with pick number 258 of round 7 in the 2023 draft. He scored another high Raz score. So I think Kent Lee Platty should get a check from Alice Hall because they seem to be relying on all these high RAS scores. He got an 8.70 out of a possible 10.0. This ranked 125 out of 957 strong safeties from 1987 to 2023. So he's an athletic guy, perhaps one of the more athletic safeties we've seen in quite some time. So it's an interesting interesting trivia there from Cloudy Futures. Done a great job for us today.
And man, our guy is Mr. Irrelevant, Jordan.
Oh no! Are you kidding?
All right, Rams have a pick, right?
Yeah,
they're picking right now.
Irrelevant, Jordan.
Oh, who is it?
Like our guy from Toledo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? Well, I'm just saying, like, and I take a little bit of a feather in the cap or some pride in saying that guy's worth a pick. That guy is worth securing over a UDFA territory, and I think the Rams are going to find. You know what it is, and he's never probably ever going to even reach a modicum of what Aaron Donald was, but not a bad place to start learning how to be a 3-tech and an interior defensive lineman. So, I mean, great for them, great for the Rams. And as far as Williamson, it's fine. At this point, I feel like we're the New England Bears with how many DBs we're selecting, but that's okay.
Yeah, how about it? Well, and unfortunately, there are no highlights to share. I can't find a single highlight on this guy. So I'm sure the Bears will find something.
Wait, do you have stats? Oh, he's got stats, right? Yeah, he's got stats.
Yeah, he's got stats.
He's got 50 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, 1 interception. His only interception of the year this past year. Only interception of his career, I should say, this past year. 3 pass defense. He's a forced fumble. So I have nothing in terms of my film. I have nothing on him.
But we will have some evaluations on him in the near future, and so we will get those from Jordan and Danny, and I'm sure Greg Gable is hard at work already. And tomorrow morning, the Barfly Tailgate Show will cover this draft in its entirety and also discuss some of the undrafted free agents that have been signed. So our coverage here of the 2023 NFL draft and the Bears acquisitions post-draft will continue throughout the week, starting tomorrow morning. Guys, final thoughts, final words from each of you. First, I got to thank you. Your work today was freaking enormous. To add it to what you did yesterday I'm extremely grateful. It's been a very, very entertaining show for me. I've learned a lot from you guys. I really, really appreciate all the work that you've put into it. And Jordan, let me know, what are your final thoughts, please?
Yeah, Aldo, I appreciate you having me on. It's been a fun 3-day draft weekend, as it always is, and you always walk away exhausted and tired from it and all the preparation that goes into it. But it's always fun, and I know I'm sure I speak for Danny a little bit here, and I'm sure you can agree, but it's always fun to be able to put that work in and then feel like you come ready and prepared and you can talk about all these prospects and you're coming with a real substantiation on your opinions and your takes, and I appreciate you having me. Danny, you're always a joy to work with, although you're the man running the controls. And Chad, thank you so much for being here. I'm looking forward to continuing to talk about this, and obviously we got Barfly Tailgate tomorrow morning, where I'm hoping, assuming I get some enough sleep and my wife's willing to deal with it, I'll be on that. And then if you need to find me or you want opinions, football takes, anything, Bears and otherwise, because I like the NFL in general, Jordan T. Silvera on Twitter right there.
There you go. And LSU linebacker Micah Baskerville, thanks, Eric, has been already contacted by the Bears, and they're going to be signing him. That's probably according to his agent. Danny, your final words, please.
Well, it's been fun, guys. It's been a weekend, exhausting weekend. That's for sure. The first thing I'm gonna do is maybe take a shower, go take my kids out for dinner right now. They've been sitting out there patiently waiting for me to get done here. But I had a great time, I had a blast. I mean, this is my Christmas weekend, guys. And, we put all the hours, all that work, and all that film study, and to bring you guys, some information, some knowledge, some opinions here, right, wrong, and different. We try to do our best here with the bar room to entertain and give you guys some access to what we're thinking here and how these guys can be utilized here in the future. And I think that overall, obviously these drafts cannot be judged or actually graded until at least 3 years is what I like to do. So hopefully within 3 years, we'll talk about this as being a transitional or transformational draft for the Bears organization and they got them on the right track. But obviously everything starts up front with protecting Justin Fields. And I think they got off to a good start with Darnell Wright. And I think hopefully the 2 young guys in the middle of the defensive line can go and contribute. And but I've been saying this throughout the weekend. This is not the end of it in terms of acquiring talent. There's going to be another phase of veteran free agency, and let's see what they do there in terms of filling in some of the holes that they were not able to get with the draft here. So, it's been fun. This, like I said, I love doing this stuff, and I think we have one more draft on tap, if I'm not mistaken. Aldo, this
that is correct.
Thursday. coming Thursday to kind of put a bow on the whole draft season, talk about some of these undrafted free agents, talk about, what could happen, what else could happen in the offseason. And after that, then I am off on vacation. So looking forward to that as well. So
where are you headed?
Going to Jamaica.
Oh, Jamaica, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
So planned it nicely where it's right after the draft ends, and bam, I'm off to the airport after on next Saturday. So.
Well, and I want to thank everybody in the chat room too. Many of you were here for all 7 hours and 2 minutes of this extravaganza. Unbelievable.
That's some. We love that. That's why you guys are the best, man. Seriously.
Yeah. You really are, man. We are so indebted to you. You guys help make this show so much fun. And the Tooch is saying, yeah, Barfly tailgate tomorrow. Tooch, I expect you to be there. I'm hoping Jordan will be there. Please tell your wife, thank you very much for allowing you to do this, Jordan. And that's going to be it for our coverage today, at least, of the NFL draft. It's been fun. I am fatigued. I am going to pour myself a whiskey and figure out what I'm doing for dinner because my wife left me. She left. She went to Jameson's Char House. She's probably eating a big juicy steak right now, and I'm probably gonna have a White Castle or something. Anyways, thank you all very much. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.